Song Hwaimin looked at Zhang Tuanzhang with both amusement and frustration. Right now, you should be thinking about how to solve the problem, not about hitting them. Zhang Tuanzhang looked at Song Hwaimin eagerly. I really don't know what to do. My wife is only one person, and the kids are so small. How can she take care of everything? Besides, the second family's working and most of their monthly salary goes home. The eldest isn't working either. She's at home, but she can't take care of the kids? But she is her own daughter. Although that's true, if you tell the elders like that, will they listen to you? Captain Zhang hesitated, then finally shook his head. They definitely wouldn't listen. If they could listen, there wouldn't be such trouble. Song Hwaimin patted Captain Zhang's shoulder. Think about it carefully. Captain Zhang covered his head with his hands, looking very sad. After a few seconds, he stood up and walked quickly over. All right, big sister-in-law, from now on, you take care of the child yourself. I'll give you more money and tickets each month. If you're okay with that, then fine. If not, you can go to work outside and leave the child at home. We won't let her go hungry. As soon as Captain Zhang said this, Zhao Wan, who had been holding her head high, immediately lowered her head. She didn't want to go to work. Many people praise how good it is to work, how well women are treated, and that women can do half the work in the family. But they still have to work hard, right? Working like a horse in the factory, everyone gets exhausted, and when they go home, they still have to take care of the children and serve the men. They might even be criticized by their in-laws. If the family really can't get by, then going to work is understandable. But Zhang's family is well off, and she just refuses to work outside. They won't go hungry no matter what. Compared to working, how tiring is taking care of her own daughter. She definitely wants to stay at home with the child. She can't possibly go to work. Zhao Wan thought for a moment. Dad, we need to be clear about the amount. How much should we give? We can't be vague, right? If she says it in front of so many people and later refuses to acknowledge it, she might cause trouble again. Captain Zhang saw through Zhao Wan's careful plan, but didn't bother to expose it. Since he said it, he had no intention of backing down. Big sister-in-law now pays 20 yuan and 2/3 of the tickets each month. In the future, she can pay 10 yuan and 1/3 of the tickets, less each month. If you're okay with that, then fine. If not, you can go to work outside, or you and your husband can live separately. There are also couples' rooms in the factory. You can apply for one and move in. When he said this, Zhao Wan's face immediately changed. Couples' rooms in the factory? Just one room, with no separate kitchen. There are many such rooms next door. The bathroom is shared. Washing clothes, you have to worry about theft. Cooking something nice and others smell it and come over. At night, talking inside the room, afraid someone is eavesdropping at the door. She really doesn't want to live like that. Living at home, eating and staying are all provided by the family. The money and bills paid each month are all their private expenses. I won't say much, but over a year, they can save at least 200 or 300. If I really moved out to live on my own, relying on Zhang Deng's salary to support their family of 3, it would be very tight. After understanding this, Zhao Wan quickly smiled. Look at what Dad said. How could I disagree?
It's settled then.
Zhao Wan has a bold personality. To describe her using a phrase from her past life, she is someone who only feels embarrassed if others are embarrassed. She grinned casually. It's so late now, everyone should go back and sleep. We all have busy days tomorrow. She reached her goal and started to chase everyone away. No matter what others think of Zhao Wan, it's really late now. Many people have already gone to bed, and because the noise here was too loud, they came over to check. Now that everything is settled and the guest has been asked to leave, it's time to go. Su Mu-jin was about to pick up her medicine box when Song Chi-nyen came over first and took the box. Let's go, I'll carry it. Hearing this, Su Mu-jin smiled at Song Chi-nyen and walked out with him. On the way, the family didn't speak much. When they got home, Chen Yuhua sighed. What a mess. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's all go back and sleep. Su Mu-jin and Song Chi-nyen went back to their room together. Sitting on the bed again, neither of them felt like reading. Su Mu-jin shifted her position and leaned her upper body into Song Chi-nyen's arms. Husband, what if we have 2 sons in the future? Thinking about possibly becoming a mother-in-law with 2 daughters-in-law, Su Mu-jin felt scared. Song Chi-nyen gently patted her shoulder. If we really have 2 sons, when they grow up, we can split them apart. Su Mu-jin looked up, staring at Song Chi-nyen without blinking. And then, when they get married, we give them the same things and pay the same money. When they have children, we also give the same money. Let them hire their own helpers and take care of their children however they want. Wife, I married you because I want to treat you well for a lifetime and let you have a comfortable life. I don't want you to serve daughters-in-law or help take care of children. That's not your task. I feel the same way about our mom. In the future, when you have children, I will take care of them. If I can't, then we will hire a nanny. 1 isn't enough, so maybe 2. Song Chi-nyen's voice is pleasant. When he says this, he speaks slowly and calmly, explaining gently. Su Mu-jin listens carefully and thinks he makes sense. If I had to explain in 1 sentence, it would be, problems that can be solved with money are not real problems. Song Chi-nyen is good at making money. He completed his task well this time. Although they didn't hold a recognition ceremony for various reasons, he was given a generous bonus, and his monthly salary increased by several dozen yuan. Su Mu-jin also knows what the future holds. There are plenty of supplies in the space. When the reform and opening up happen, she will find ways to earn money. If everything goes as expected, by the time their son gets married and has children, they will have plenty of money. 99% of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts can be solved with money. Thinking of this, Su Mu-jin relaxes completely, no longer worried or afraid. At that moment, Song Chi-nyen leans in closer. Wife, do you want children? Shomok-shin?
No.
She definitely doesn't want children. Song Chi-nyen doesn't step back. He smiles softly. It's okay. I don't want children either. I just want my wife. Second update in the following days, Su Mu-jin checked on the Zhang family situation. It seemed that life there had really become peaceful again. On the day Li Hong was beaten, Zhang Guang, the second son of the Zhang family, was working a night shift at the factory. But when he returned, he didn't say anything. Maybe he said something at home that outsiders didn't know about. But on the surface, their family was coming and going as usual. Nothing seemed different. Especially Zhao Wan. She's naturally lively, talkative, and cheerful. As long as the weather is clear and there's no wind, she takes the children out to get some sun. She greets everyone warmly and affectionately. On weekends, since Su Mu-jin and Song Mu-shua didn't have school, they went out together and bought plenty of food and supplies. Just as they arrived home riding their bicycles, they saw Zhao Wan coming toward them. She was holding a child and smiling as she approached. Mu-jin, where did you and Mu-shua go shopping? Nothing special. Just some food and daily necessities, Su Mu-jin replied, pushing the bicycle into the yard with Song Mu-shua. Zhao Wan also walked into the yard. Chi-nyen treats you really well. Your mother-in-law is good to you too. Not only did she let you go to that university, but she also gave you so much money, and you can spend it freely. But honestly, you've been married to Chi-nyen for over half a year. Your sister married later than you, and her baby is already 6 or 7 months old. Why haven't you gotten pregnant yet? Could there be a health problem? If there is, you can't delay. You must go to the hospital soon. Since you're a medical student, you should know how serious fertility issues can be. You're still young and healthy, so you should recover quickly. Maybe you can get better. If you wait too long and get older, it might become impossible to have children. Then you'll regret it too late. Zhao Wan's voice was loud and expressive, with a lively tone. Her exaggerated expressions made it look like something big was happening, especially to those who didn't know the full story. Seeing Zhao Wan like this, Su Mu-jin felt a bit speechless and didn't want to say much. They weren't close relatives, just neighbors, so why did Zhao Wan care so much about whether she had children? Su Mu-jin originally wanted to reply directly, but then she changed her mind. She parked her car and smiled at Zhao Wan. Sister-in-law, you're so eager to push me to have children. Are you worried about gifts? If you're really anxious, you can give me the money first. Hearing this, Zhao Wan's face changed. Who's in a rush for gifts? Z said, our family hasn't divided yet. Even if you have a child, my mother-in-law will only give one gift. Why are you asking me for money? Seeing Zhao Wan so angry, Su Mujin also smiled. Since you're not in a hurry to give money, I won't give you any when I have a child. Why do you care whether I have children or not? Zhao Wan hesitated for a moment, but quickly recovered her composure, even sounding a little annoyed. How can you not appreciate kindness? I've been through this myself. Do you think I'd lie to you? Don't think that once you're married, everything is fine. Not having children is always unsettling. Qinian injured his leg before, and you saved him, so he had to marry you. But now that his injury is healed, and with the money he has, there are many people watching him. You look okay, but your family isn't supportive, and you still rely on the Song family to support you. And you haven't even had a child. Over time, can Qinian still dislike you? Having a child early on to avoid being disliked or divorced later, then crying would be useless. Don't blame me for not warning you. Zhao Wan pretended to care for you, but her words were harsh and unpleasant. In just a short time together, Su Mujin already saw what kind of person Zhao Wan was. So, when she heard her words, she didn't get angry, only smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you're wrong. Whether we can keep living this life has nothing to do with having children. Don't you know that, sister? Did Zhang Deng and his ex-wife not have children? In the end, they couldn't stay together. If they had managed to continue, Zhao Wan wouldn't have any issues. Zhao Wan also realized what Su Mujin was implying. Her expression stiffened, and she glared at Su Mujin. Su Mujin, who used to be quiet and reserved, didn't talk much and seemed easy to bully. But now, her words were so sharp. Knowing she couldn't win the argument, Zhao Wan didn't want to leave just yet. After turning her eyes around, Zhao Wan changed the subject. By the way, that night, it was you who helped Li Hong. You were busy cleaning her wounds, but she didn't even say thank you. So, all your effort was in vain. Whether it was in vain or not, that's my business. It's getting late. Sister-in-law, aren't you going home with the child?
Su Muin replied calmly.
Seeing Su Mujin like this, Zhao Wan felt like hitting cotton. Her words couldn't reach her. No matter what she said, Su Mujin ignored her. Even if she felt resentful inside, Zhao Wan could only hold her child and leave. A few steps after Zhao Wan left, she heard the sound of a car. Turning around, she saw a car parked at the Song family's gate. Song Qinian got out, walked quickly home, and was carrying a lot of things. Soon, gentle voices of Song Qinian could be heard from the yard. Zhao Wan's face darkened further, and she stomped her feet hard as she walked. Back home, she saw Zhang Deng lying leisurely on the calm, a traditional bed, which made Zhao Wan furious. All children from the big courtyard. Why didn't you want to join the army back then? Look at Song Qinian, now he comes and goes with cars picking him up and dropping him off. And look at yourself. Zhang Deng was dozing off with his eyes half closed when he suddenly heard Zhao Wan's series of dismissive words and slowly opened his eyes. If I really joined the army and ended up like Song Qinian, I would definitely marry someone like Su Mujin. Do you think you stand a chance? Someone like Su Mujin? Zhao Wan raised her voice. What kind of person is Su Mujin? What am I worse than her? Worse? Much worse. Zhang Deng sneered. In this cold winter, wearing that thick cotton coat, you look like a bear from any angle. Look at him. No matter how thick he dresses, his waist and legs are still his, and his face is so pretty. Even married, she still looks like a young girl. Not only is she pretty, but she's also in college. She'll probably become a doctor in the future. And look at you, illiterate and uneducated. Third update. Listening to Zhang Deng's words, Zhao Wan's face grew uglier. Although Zhang Deng saw her unhappy expression, he acted as if he hadn't noticed and kept talking. With someone like you, being able to marry me should make you happy. But no, you're never satisfied, always criticizing me. If you keep nagging, I swear I'll divorce you. Thou Juan es nere, divorce me? Do you think I'll be a bachelor if you leave me? Zhang Deng changed his position and even lazily crossed his legs. That's where you're wrong. I'm a man. What's wrong with being a man? Zhao Wan looked at Zhang Deng in confusion, not understanding what he meant. What's wrong with being a man? You say, what's wrong with a man? If a man loses his wife, he can remarry. Didn't I already divorce one before? And I married you, a young girl. Without you, I could still marry a fresh, young girl. Zhang Deng boasted proudly. But you're different. You're a married woman and a mother. If I really divorced you, most second marriage women wouldn't even consider you. So, if you don't want me to divorce you, you'd better behave and take good care of me. Otherwise, you'll regret it someday. Zhao Wan got angrier the more she listened. She threw the child onto the bed and, with claws and teeth, lunged at Zhang Deng. Zhang Deng, when you wanted to marry me, you promised more than singing. Now that I've had a child, and you think you can control me, you don't treat me like a person anymore. I will tell you, you're dreaming. I am not that soft person from before. If you say you want a divorce, then just do it. If you want to leave me, there's no way. If you really dare to do that, I will take a knife and first hurt you, then make you pay for it. Zhao Wan kept cursing and kept hitting him all over, as if she wanted to beat him to death. Zhang Deng originally wanted to fight back, but when he heard Zhao Wan say she wanted to die with him, his confidence suddenly weakened. He stopped fighting and just raised his hands to protect his head. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. I was just joking. Why are you taking it seriously?
We are married now.
You're a first-time bride, and if you don't mind that I've been married before and still want to marry me, that's my luck. I am content, and don't think about others. I was just joking around, teasing you. Look, you're still angry. Zhao Wan gasped for breath and stopped. Only you know what you're really thinking. But Zhang Deng, today I want to tell you this. I am not someone you can bully easily. If you think that having a child means you can control me, you're wrong. At this point, Zhao Wan suddenly smiled. I cook every day. If you really make me angry, aren't you afraid I might put something in your food? If I kill you, I'll just pay for it. But if you think I will accept being treated unfairly, I tell you, that's impossible. Hearing this, Zhang Deng was so scared his heart was trembling. When he first liked Zhao Wan, it was because she was young and pretty, and because Zhao Wan was different from his previous partner. His former partner was gentle and soft, like clay, with no personality. But Zhao Wan was different. She was fiery and lively, able to talk and laugh. He used to think Zhao Wan was interesting, but now he couldn't even smile. Zhao Wan kept saying she wanted to hurt him. He wasn't ready to die yet. Zhang Deng was about to cry, and he couldn't even eat his lunch that day. His lunch was made by Zhao Wan. It was braised pork. He used to love eating braised pork with rice. He could eat 2 big bowls. But today, looking at the fragrant braised pork and white rice, Zhang Deng didn't dare to eat a bite. He was afraid Zhao Wan might still be angry. Even if she didn't put poison in the food, she might add something bitter or spicy, and that would be terrible. Seeing Zhang Deng just sitting there, staring without eating, Wu Chuanxia looked very confused. Boss, what are you looking at? Eat up. Can you really be full just by watching with your eyes open? Zhang Deng was speechless, unable to say anything. Zhao Wan didn't dare to scold Zhang Deng. She not only ate herself, but also served meat to Yi. Although Yi wasn't her biological child, she was still part of their big family. After a few more bites, the second family's share would be smaller. Thinking about how the second family's portion would decrease made her feel happy. It's better when there are more people. More people mean more advantages. She needed to hurry and have another baby. This time it would be best if it was a boy. Then, even if it wasn't Zhang Deng, even if it was the elderly couple, she wouldn't care. Old Zheng's family now had 3 granddaughters, but no grandsons. Wu Chuanxia wasn't very biased against boys, but in this world, most grandparents liked grandsons. Zhao Wan thought to herself and looked at Zhang Deng again. Although Zhang Deng often acted silly, he was still in good health. As long as they both worked hard, they could definitely have a son. Zhang Deng was hungry, craving food but afraid to eat. Suddenly, Zhao Wan looked at him, making him feel a chill down his spine. What does this woman mean? Could she really be planning to harm her husband over a few words? Song Qinian carried some things and walked over to Su Mujin, quietly asking, "What is she here for?" Hearing Song Qinian's question, Su Mujin couldn't help but remember Zhao Wan's earlier words, and her expression turned strange. She's here to urge us to have a baby. Even Song Qinian, hearing this, looked confused and doubted himself, wondering if he had heard wrong. Why is she here? To push us to have a baby. Su Mujin explained with a suppressed smile. She said we've been married for so long, and I still haven't gotten pregnant. She asked if I have any health issues and told me not to hide anything. The more Su Mujin spoke, the more she wanted to laugh. She couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Seeing Su Mujin smiling so brightly, Song Qinian also started to laugh. Don't mind her. Having children is our business. She's just an outsider and has no right to interfere. Su Mujin nodded. I know. I don't take it to heart. If she really cared, she wouldn't be laughing so openly in front of Song Qinian. Zhao Wan was an outsider. She indeed had no say in whether they had children or not. But unexpectedly, not long after, old Master Song came over specifically to urge them to have a baby. It was already November now. The weather was getting colder, and the holiday was approaching. Old Master Song came after dinner, dressed in a thick cotton coat. As soon as he entered the living room, he sat down. Qinian, you're not young anymore, and your health has recovered. You two should hurry up and have a child. First update: Lianqing has gone to the countryside. Calculating the days, his wife should give birth around the new year. They probably won't be back for the holiday. I don't know when I'll see their child, but you two are at home, so you should be able to fulfill my wish to hold a great-grandchild, right? Old Master Song looked at Song Qinian eagerly. Song Qinian sat upright, his gaze steady and direct, looking straight at old Master Song. Grandpa, I don't plan to have children right now. What did you say? Old Master Song looked at Lianqing in disbelief, thinking he must have heard wrong. You just said you don't plan to have children for now? What does that mean? It means exactly that, Song Qinian said calmly, meeting his grandfather's eyes. Grandpa, I'm very busy now. I might be sent on a mission at any time. Old Master Song immediately smiled. Then go. If you need to go on a mission, go. You don't have to have children or take care of them, so it won't affect anything. No, it does affect, Song Qinian interrupted. Having children is a two-person matter. I can't share the pain of pregnancy and childbirth for my wife, and I won't be there with her during her pregnancy, right, Grandpa? What do you mean? Are you saying you two just won't have children at all? Of course not. We're just busy these past 2 years. We'll have children in a few years. Old Master Song's eyes widened, staring at Song Qinian without blinking, as if he wanted to ask if Song Qinian was joking. After a moment, old Master Song turned to Su Mujin. Mujin, Qinian is immature. You probably don't understand either, right? You're not young anymore. People your age already have 2 or 3 children. You can't fall behind. Hearing this, Su Mujin almost laughed out loud. What does it mean to fall behind? Is there a competition to have children? Even if there was such a contest, she would just drop out immediately. Though she was internally gutsao, complaining, she kept a gentle smile on her face. Grandpa, having children mainly depends on Qinian. I don't decide that. He doesn't listen to me. That's right, Su Mujin didn't plan to argue directly. She wanted to shift all the responsibility onto Song Qinian. This was a plan they had already agreed on. If Su Mujin said she didn't want to have children, she would definitely be criticized by old Master Song and gossiped about by the people in the courtyard. Even if Su Mujin didn't care about their words, it still affected her mood and her reputation. In a time when gossip could ruin someone, this was not a wise choice. But if the person unwilling to have children was Song Qinian, the situation would be very different. Old Master Song would not blame Su Mujin. Instead, he would treat her even better and help soothe Song Qinian. Others in the courtyard might feel sorry for her or even mock her, but they wouldn't blame her. People would only advise Song Qinian not to worry, without criticizing her. It wouldn't affect her life or work in any way. So for them, Song Chinian taking the blame for not wanting children was the best solution. That night, old Master Song talked to Song Chinian for half an hour. He reasoned with him kindly and emotionally. In the end, Song Chinian said it was getting late, and he had to go to the army the next day. Old Master Song had no choice but to stop talking, stand up, and go home. But Old Master Song was not someone who gave up easily. He went home that night but came back the next day to push for the baby again. At first, Su Mujin thought that since Old Master Song was so old and had limited energy, he wouldn't insist for long. But it turned out she underestimated him. Old Master Song was patient and very persistent. A month passed, and even after the school holidays started, he kept urging every day. His pressure to have a baby was like hunger, something he couldn't live without. He not only pressured Song Chinian but also tried to influence Song Huaimin and Chen Yuehua. He asked them to help persuade Song Chinian when they had free time. To do this, Su Mujin secretly asked Chen Yuehua what she thought about having children. Chen Yuehua's answer was to go with the flow. After all, Su Mujin and Song Chinian were still young, and not having children now was okay. They were both busy, and even if they had children, they might not have the energy to take care of them. But Chen Yuehua also said she was a person who liked to do nothing, and if Su Mujin and Song Chinian really had children but couldn't take care of them, she would do it for them. Hearing this, Su Mujin felt very relieved. She knew Chen Yuehua well. Chen Yuehua was definitely not someone who made empty promises. Since she said that, she will definitely take good care of the children. The children are entrusted to Chen Yuehua, and Su Mujin is not worried about them being spoiled. Just by looking at the temperaments of Song Chinian and Song Mushua, we can see that Chen Yuehua is good at teaching children. However, all of this did not change Su Mujin's mind about not wanting children. At least before she graduates, she will not have children. Old Master Song still wants to encourage having more children, but he soon lost that chance. Song Chinian has finished drawing his new design. This is a new weapon he designed based on books and weapons in the space, combined with the current situation. It is more complex than before, but if it can be made, it will be much more useful. However, it will also take more time. This time, he will be gone for at least half a year, possibly a year. When Old Master Song heard this news, he almost fainted. But once he realized that this project would succeed and the impact it would have on the Song family, he had no other thoughts, only excitement. If it works, it will be a great achievement. The status of the Song family will rise even more. He, the old master of the Song family, will also be respected and honored. Thinking of this, Old Master Song's face turned red with happiness. Chinian, you just focus on your work, do what you need to do, and don't worry about the family. Mushin, you don't need to worry either. Isn't it vacation now? Just continue to follow Dr. Huang. Mushin is learning quickly, and in a year she will be able to take her graduation exam. If you come back late, maybe by the time you return, Mushin will already be a doctor at the military district hospital. This sounds like it's speaking to Song Chinian, but everyone present can tell it's actually directed at Su Mushin. Men are gone for half a year or a year, and Old Master Song is worried that Su Mushin might be unhappy. Talking about graduation and becoming a doctor is just a way to reassure Su Mushin and make her wait patiently for Song Chinian to return. Su Mushin and Song Chinian exchange glances, both full of smiles. Old Master Song's reaction now is exactly what they hoped for. Su Mushin looks at Old Master Song with a firm expression. Grandpa, don't worry. I won't hold back Chinian. I know Chinian has important things to do. I can't help much, so I can only support him silently. Similarly, I will work hard like Chinian. I will follow Dr. Huang to learn diligently and strive to become a doctor at the military hospital soon, to serve the soldiers and the people. Su Mujin's voice was soft, gentle, and pleasant to hear. However, her words made Old Master Song feel very emotional. His eyes were a bit moist and he kept nodding, saying, "Good, good, good. You are a good girl. I knew you were a good girl." After comforting Old Master Song, no one in the family urged her to give birth anymore. Su Mujin's ears could finally be quiet for at least half a year or a year. Based on her previous experience, Neither she nor Qi Nian felt sad about parting this time. They both understood that every separation was for a better reunion. Not only would their next meeting be better, but their country would also become better because of it. Although they didn't feel sad, there was still some reluctance. This reluctance was not spoken aloud, but showed in their actions. Su Mujin's body had been well nourished by spiritual spring water, but it still couldn't compare to Qi Nian's. That night, she didn't know when she fell asleep. Anyway, when she woke up, her body was very sore and weak, and opening her eyes was difficult. Even drinking some spiritual spring water didn't help much. Luckily, she didn't have to go to school. Otherwise, she would probably have to ask for leave. Thinking about having to take leave and skip school because of this made Su Mujin feel embarrassed. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Vacation time. Su Mujin leaned against the head of the bed, watching Qi Nian pack his luggage. His clothes were simple, mostly in military green or black and white. No need to pack much, just a few change of clothes. But since it was winter, the clothes were thick, so he packed 2 large bags. After everything was packed, Qi Nian sat down by the bed and hugged Su Mujin. "Honey, when I'm not at home, take good care of yourself. If anything happens, don't hold it in, talk to mom and dad. They will support you." "I know," Su Mujin replied, pulling out the pendant around Qi Nian's neck. She looked carefully. The spiritual spring water inside was still there. But she opened it anyway, poured the water onto the land in her space, and refilled it with new spiritual spring water. Although the spring water wouldn't expire or spoil, she still felt uneasy. Replacing it with new water made her feel more at ease. She carefully hid the necklace back inside Song Qinian's clothes. Su Mujin's hand slowly moved up, gently touching Song Qinian's face. "Be sure to stay safe. I'm still waiting for you to come back home." "I will. I'll try to come back early. Don't work too hard either. Research isn't so easy, especially when working on something so important. It's easy to make mistakes, so we must be very careful." She'd rather he come back a little later than risk anything happening. She just wanted him to remember that safety comes first. Song Qinian gently touched Su Mujin's face and seriously promised, "I know. I will be very careful." They shared a tender moment, but time was short, and the morning was passing quickly. Soon, there was a knock on the door. It was Manhwa calling them to breakfast. Song Qinian had to leave for a long trip, and both Su Mujin and Manhwa, Song Huaimin, and Song Mushue all felt sad about his departure. The breakfast was rich, but the mood was a bit heavy. Before they could say more, Song Qinian's car arrived. When they helped him get into the car, Old Master Song and the second branch members were there to see him off. After watching the car drive away, Old Master Song turned to Su Mujin and said, "Mujin, I've already talked to Dr.
Huang.
You can go today or tomorrow, whatever works for you." Su Mujin had almost fully recovered and was just at home relaxing, so she decided to go to the hospital.
Thank you, Grandpa.
"I'll go in a little while." Old Master Song looked at her with pride. "Good, I knew you're hardworking. Go ahead. But remember to take care of your health and don't overwork yourself." Su Xiaoying covered her mouth and smiled. Mujin doesn't have to worry about pregnancy or childbirth, so she's free. Su Mujin smiled and looked at Su Xiaoying. "Auntie, you're right. Pregnancy and childbirth are really hard. If I think about it, I guess my sister-in-law is about 8 months pregnant now. In 1 or 2 months, she'll have the baby. Auntie, this is your first grandchild. Aren't you worried?" Her words touched Su Xiaoying's heart. "Of course I worry. I can't eat or sleep well because I'm so worried." "Then why don't you go see her?"
Su Mujin asked. "Huh?"
Su Xiaoying looked at Su Mujin with some confusion, not quite understanding what she meant. "Since we're on holiday now, Man doesn't need to go to school. She can stay at home, cook, take care of her husband and second uncle. As for Grandpa, he can come stay with us. Since second Anne is worried about her grandson, why not go directly there and stay for a month or 2? After the baby is born, she can come back. Isn't that a good idea? Grandpa, what do you think of my idea?" In Old Master Song's mind, his grandson and great-grandson were more important than anything else. When he heard Su Mushin's suggestion, old Master Song thought carefully and nodded in agreement. I think Mushin's idea is good. You, the second daughter-in-law, pack your things and leave tomorrow. After you arrive, look after Lianqing and his wife. When the baby is born or after the first month, you can come back. Since old Master Song said so, if Su Zhaoying refused, it would seem like she didn't care about her son and grandson. Even for the sake of reputation and old Master Song's opinion, Su Zhaoying had to agree reluctantly. Although she agreed, her eyes looked like she wanted to kill Su Mushin. She cared about her son, but she didn't want to go to the countryside or stay there for months. Just then, the mailman arrived riding a bicycle and stopped beside them. Old Master Song, there's a letter from your family from the northeast. It should be from Lianqing. Old Master Song hurriedly took it and opened it eagerly. It was 2 pages of letter paper, but he read very quickly. At first, he was smiling happily. By the end, his smile froze on his face. Su Zhaoying looked worried. Dad, what's wrong? Did Lianqing have an accident? Old Master Song handed her the letter. Lianqing's wife lost the baby. Su Zhaoying suddenly felt overjoyed. Then I don't have to go. Third update, old Master Song immediately looked at Su Zhaoying with a very unhappy face. Su Zhaoying realized what was happening and looked a bit embarrassed. Dad. She wanted to explain, I didn't mean that, No one interrupted her, but she couldn't finish her sentence. Her daughter-in-law had a miscarriage. As a mother-in-law, she wasn't worried about her daughter-in-law's health, nor sad about the unborn child, nor curious about how the baby died. Her first reaction was that she didn't need to go to the countryside. This was only because Su Malia wasn't here. If Su Malia were here and saw Su Zhaoying's reaction, she would definitely get up from the bed and argue fiercely with her. Su Zhaoying hesitated for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Old Master Song didn't want to listen either. His expression was colder than before, and his words left no room for anyone to argue. Since that's not what you mean, pack your things and leave. I'll have someone buy you a ticket. Leave? Su Zhaoying was stunned. Where to? Actually, she had a guess in her heart, but she didn't want to admit it. Old Master Song looked at Su Zhaoying coldly. Where else? Of course, to see your daughter-in-law. Those 2 young people are unfamiliar with the area, and she just had a miscarriage. Now is the time they need support. Shouldn't you go and take care of her? Hearing this, Su Zhaoying felt very anxious.
Dad, it's not that I don't want to.
Since you don't mind, then you are willing.
Go now.
Before she could say anything else, old Master Song interrupted her directly. If you don't go, don't call me Dad. After saying this, he didn't care about Su Zhaoying's reaction. He turned around and strode into the yard. Su Zhaoying hurried to look at her husband, but Song Huaimin turned his head away. I should go now. You better pack your things and get ready. Not only did Song Huaimin leave, but he also called Song Huaiyan. Big brother, let's go together. Song Huaiyan also smiled. Sure. Seeing them leave, Su Zhaoying looked longingly at sister-in-law Chen Yuehua. Sister-in-law, can you help me? Chen Yuehua blinked. Help you?
How?
Help you pack your luggage? Second sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to, but I really don't know what you want to take. Maybe Man can help you.
No.
Su Zhaoying quickly shook her head. It's not to help me pack. I want you to talk to Dad to stop me from going. Before she finished, Chen Yuehua immediately refused. No way. Chen Yuehua refused firmly. I know Dad's temper, and you do too. Once Dad makes a decision, I can't change it just by persuading him. Second sister-in-law, she is your daughter-in-law after all. You should go and see her. Besides, Lianqing has been gone for so long. Don't you miss him? This is a perfect chance to visit him. Anyway, you better go back and pack your things. I'm going home to do the dishes. Mujin, Mushua, let's go and pack too. Su Mujin and Song Mushua looked at each other silently and smiled. They followed Chen Yuehua back home. Su Zhaoying stood there, watching the 3 of them enter the yard and close the gate. Then she spat fiercely. It's all Su Mushin's fault. If she hadn't suggested that she go take care of Su Malia, she wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Of course, she wanted to see her son, and also wanted to visit. But what kind of person is Su Malia? Before they were married, she looked down on Su Malia and didn't agree to their marriage. Since Su Malia came into the family, things have never been good. One unlucky event after another. Now, not only has Song Lianqing been sent to the countryside, but she also has to go there. Why live with such troublemakers? If she can't protect her own children, why not just die together? Su Xiaoying cursed fiercely in her heart, her expression twisting with anger. Song Manman watched everything and felt extremely happy inside. Her child was gone, but Su Malia was pregnant. Now, Su Malia's child is also gone. Serves her right. Song Manman laughed wildly in her heart, but kept a tight lid on her feelings. After taking a few deep breaths, Song Manman finally walked over to Su Xiaoying, hugging her arm. Mom, Grandpa insists you go take care of sister-in-law. What are you going to do? Su Xiaoying clenched her teeth and said, I'll go. Old Master Song is the backbone of the Song family. No one dares ignore his words. Most importantly, Song Lianqing can't stay in the countryside forever. To get him back to the city sooner, she needs Old Master Song's help. Under these circumstances, she absolutely can't offend Old Master Song or hold her son back. Su Xiaoying's eyes flickered, and she sneered. However, I can't go alone. Song Manman looked at Su Xiaoying with surprise. Can't go alone? Mom, what do you mean? Do you want Dad to go with you? Song Huaimin probably wouldn't agree, right? Su Xiaoying shook her head. If I go alone, Su Malia should be grateful. Does she deserve to have your dad go? I want to bring Su Malia's real mother along. Su Malia is her biological daughter. Haven't they always been close? Isn't there a deep mother-daughter bond? Now that Su Malia had a miscarriage, I, as her mother-in-law, have to go take care of her. It's unreasonable for her biological mother not to visit. Before Song Manman could answer, Su Xiaoying continued, All right, Manman, go inside and help me pack some things, clothes, and so on. I'm going to find Su Malia's real mother. After saying that, Su Xiaoying hurriedly left. Song Manman stood there, watching Su Xiaoying walk away, her eyes flickering with mixed feelings. Next to him, Chen Jigang sighed. Wife, Mom is already so old and still has to go to the countryside. She also needs to take care of her sister-in-law. It's really too hard for her. Song Manman smiled slightly. Jigang, you're right. Mom is going so far away. She must bring good things. Hurry up and go to work. I'll help Mom pack her things. Okay, but don't tire yourself out, wife. I know. You go now. Chen Jigang looked back at Song Manman with reluctance. After a few more words of encouragement from her, he turned and left. On this short road, Chen Jigang kept looking back as he walked. Only after turning a corner did he stop looking back and strode confidently toward the outside of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, he got on the bus. His expression changed. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, full of sarcasm. First update half an hour later, Chen Jigang, who should have been at work, appeared at the Chen family. Chen Granny looked at him with a big smile. Jigang, how have you been doing at Song's house lately? When will that plan you mentioned be finished? Chen Jigang sat cross-legged, looking proud. Mom, why are you in such a hurry? Look at me now, I already have a job. I came today to tell you something else. Song Manman's sister-in-law had a miscarriage. Her mother is going to take care of her, and she probably won't come back for the new year. During this time, you can show off a bit. How should I show off? Granny looked puzzled. How else? Of course, make some good food for Song Manman and send it over. Ask about her well-being. Song Manman is spoiled and doesn't do any work. The only worker in their family is her mother. Now that her mother has left, no one is working at home. This is my chance to show my worth. Later, you also make some delicious food and send it over, help with chores, and I'll praise you in front of her. Win over Old Man Song and Song Huaimin. Our mother and son work well together. Soon, we can take over their whole family. When that happens, Old Man Song will arrange jobs for our family easily. Granny listened carefully and finally gave Chen Jigang a big thumbs up. You're still my clever son. You can come up with such a good idea. I knew listening to my son was right. Chun Jigang snorted. Now you see my idea is good, right? You previously said you would not agree to anything. Isn't it because I was worried you'd suffer losses or be wronged? Granny Chun looked distressed. Being a son-in-law isn't easy. Besides, Song Man can't have children now. If you marry her, you won't have your own children in the future, and that. At this point, Granny Chen's eyes turned red. She's her son. How could she not feel sad? Chun Jigang smiled indifferently and kept tapping his leg. Mom, you're mistaken. When the children are born doesn't matter right now. Is having children the most important thing now? The most important thing now is for everyone in our family to have jobs. Granny Chun was confused. When the children are born, when will they be here? What do you mean? Can Song Man still have children? If she can't have children, can I find someone else to have them for me? As long as I have money, it's easy to find someone else. When the baby is born, I'll tell Song Man she can't have children. Then I'll suggest she adopt. At that time, my child will still be my own, and maybe they can inherit everything from the second branch of the Song family. Inherit everything from the second branch? Granny Chun was shocked again, her heart pounding loudly. What does that mean? Isn't there still Song Lianqing in the second branch?
Song Lianqing.
Chun Jigang chewed on these words but didn't say anything else. Let's talk about other things later. Mom, just remember what I just told you. Granny Chun nodded repeatedly. My son is the smartest. I'm not as clever as you. I'll do whatever you tell me to. Just tell me what to do. Good. Chun Jigang stood up. I need to go to work now. He finally got a job, and he must do well. He can't lose it. Su Zhaoying stormed off to the cotton spinning factory. But the gatekeeper stopped her outside the main entrance. Not everyone can just enter the cotton factory. Su Zhaoying begged and pleaded until the gatekeeper finally got up and called Wang Xiuqin to come out. Wang Xiuqin was at work. When she saw Su Zhaoying, she frowned instinctively. But since her work transfers were arranged by the Song family, she had to be patient and forced a smile. Mother-in-law, why are you here? What brought you here? Is there something you need? Wang Xiuqin's smile was bright, but Su Zhaoying couldn't smile no matter what. I came here because I have something to tell you. Wang Xiuqin nodded and said, okay, mother-in-law, you speak. Lianqing wrote today, saying that Moli's baby was lost. Lost the baby? Wang Xiuqin was momentarily confused. What does that mean? Can't you understand? It means she had a miscarriage. The baby is gone. Su Zhaoying said impatiently. Our family's old master said that this is her first pregnancy, and she lost the baby at such a late stage. She's far away, and he's worried Lianqing can't take care of her alone, so he asked me to go help. That's great. Wang Xiuqin immediately praised. Old Master Song is such a kind person. Mother-in-law, it's very kind of you to help take care of Moli. When are you leaving? I'll buy some food and supplies now, and you can bring them along. Su Zhaoying rolled her eyes and said, I haven't even finished talking, and you're so eager to interrupt. I came to see you, not to ask you to prepare things. Then what? I want you to go with me. Su Zhaoying explained her purpose. Moli is your daughter-in-law, so it's right for you to help. Grandma can't compare to a mother. I definitely can't take as good care of her as you can. With your help, Moli won't suffer. Don't you think? Wang Xiuqin was stunned. She really didn't expect that Su Zhaoying came rushing over for this reason. But how could she go? Mother-in-law, I don't mean not to go, but I really can't leave right now. You might not know, but my daughter-in-law is pregnant and has severe morning sickness. I make special meals for her every day, and she's lost a lot of weight. How can I leave her now? Su Zhaoying paused but quickly said, is the daughter-in-law more important, or the daughter-in-law's mother more important? That's not a good question, Wang Xiuqin said seriously. Both are important. But right now my daughter-in-law is pregnant and very sick. I need to stay home to take care of her. Mother-in-law, you don't work and your daughter is on holiday at home. She's not pregnant, so she can go. Let's agree then. You're not leaving today? I'll buy the things tonight and bring them to you so you won't miss the train tomorrow. As for Moli, please take good care of her. Mother-in-law, let's think about it. Molly married into our family, so she's part of us. You must take care of her. Learn from me. I always do my best to help and care for my daughter-in-law. I'll set an example for you. Let's both strive to be the best in-laws. Second update, Su Zhaoying was stunned when she heard this. The best in-laws? Why does she want to be the best mother-in-law? Su Zhaoying was about to speak again, but Wang Xiujin cut her off directly. Mother-in-law, look at me, I'm still working. I've only been out for a little while, so it's okay. But if I stay longer, I'll probably get my wages cut. I need to go back now. Wang Xiujin hurriedly turned and ran away. Su Zhaoying wanted to stop her but missed her chance and could only watch her run into the cotton factory. She wanted to chase after her, but it wasn't possible. The gatekeeper let her in. Before, Su Zhaoying just felt a bit frustrated, but now she felt like she was going to explode with anger. When she got home, Song Mushiwa looked at Chen Yuehua curiously. Mom, why does Grandpa insist that second aunt go? Chen Yuehua sighed. Actually, normally, if Su Malia had a miscarriage, Grandpa wouldn't force second aunt to go. But second aunt was too happy and reckless. Grandpa cares about his reputation. When your sister-in-law and Qin Jigang are around, he doesn't want to admit that second aunt is unkind, so he forces her to go. Song Mushiwa blinked her eyes. Isn't that just lying to oneself? Everyone had already seen Su Zhaoying's reactions and actions. Now they were forcing her to go, but what she said and did couldn't be changed anymore. Chen Yuehua looked at Song Mushiwa with a scolding expression. Girl, don't you know the saying seeing through but not saying? Even if Grandpa is fooling himself, as long as second aunt goes, no one can use this against her. Su Mushi nodded in agreement. This is called judging by appearance, not by heart. No one is perfect in heart. Everyone only sees what others do, not what they think.
Oh,
Chen Yuehua exclaimed. See, studying really is useful. Mushiwa, listen to how well your sister-in-law speaks. After Chen Yuehua praised her, Su Mushin's face turned red. Mom, I didn't say that. I read it in a book. But you saw it, and others didn't. I didn't know this before. If it weren't for you, I'd never have known. Not everyone reads books, after all. I haven't heard anyone say that either. The more seriously Chen Yuehua praised, the red Su Mujin's face became. She didn't read that in a book. She saw it online. Even if she didn't read books, just browsing the internet often gave her such clever sayings she could say out loud. But these words could only stay in her heart. She could never really say them to the two of them. Su Mujin could only grit her teeth and change the subject with a smile. Time is getting late. Mom, Mushiwa, I need to tidy up and then go to the hospital. Chen Yuehua nodded quickly. All right, go quickly. That's the important thing. As for joking about the neighbor's second house, that was just something to do when bored, not something to delay important matters. Su Mujin didn't leave immediately. She looked at Song Mushiwa. Mushiwa, your brother left a few books for you before he left, so you can read them well during this winter break. I'll bring them to you now. When Song Mushiwa heard this, she got very excited. My brother actually left me books? That's wonderful. I almost tore up all the books I had before. Many people nowadays don't take studying seriously. Talking about reading, some think it's just for dowries, or they find it headache-inducing. Someone like Song Mushiwa, who loves reading, is quite rare. Su Mujin was very pleased with her attitude. With this attitude, she could handle anything. Su Mujin first went back to her room, took out the prepared books, and handed them to Song Mushiwa. She also told Chen Yuehua before riding her bike out. When she arrived at the hospital, there were already many patients. Dr. Huang was busy and overwhelmed. When he saw Su Mujin, he waved to her eagerly. Mujin, your grandpa called me early this morning saying you were coming. I've been waiting for you. Come help out quickly.
Shumuhin smiled shyly.
Something at home delayed me. I'm coming now. Having worked here all summer, Su Mujin knew what needed to be done and immediately got to work. Having an experienced person join was like a blessing for Dr. Huang. In the cold winter, he was working so hard he broke into a sweat. But he didn't have time to wipe it off. Now, with Su Mujin's help, he finally had a moment to wipe his sweat. He had heard before that in winter, their hospital often saw patients with falls, broken bones, or injuries from ice chunks. At that time, I wondered if Dr. Huang was exaggerating, but now Su Muxin realizes that Dr. Huang was not exaggerating at all. Most of the patients that morning came because of this reason. Dr. Huang had previously focused on developing Su Muxin's skills in this area, which made their teamwork very smooth and efficient. By noon, they finally finished seeing all the patients. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, someone rushed into the room again. This time, a woman entered. Her hair was messy, her face full of worry, and her clothes were stained with blood. She was holding a 5 or 6-year-old child in her arms. The child's face was bruised and cut in several places. There was blood around her mouth, indicating she had vomited blood earlier. Her clothes were dirty, torn, and covered with mud and blood. Seeing the scene, both Dr. Huang and Su Muxin were startled. They quickly stood up and helped the woman place the child on the bed. While checking the child, Su Muxin also asked the woman about her situation. What happened to the child? Why is she so badly hurt? The woman looked panicked. She hesitated before slowly saying, She fell accidentally. Hearing this, Dr. Huang paused for a moment. Both of them looked at the woman. The woman, feeling uneasy under their gaze, hurriedly said, What are you two looking at me for? Hurry up and help. If anything happens to the child, it's your fault. Hearing this, Su Muxin sneered inwardly. But now is not the time to argue. She could only help Dr. Huang examine the girl and treat her wounds. Third part, the woman had been standing nearby, watching. When she saw Su Muxin about to unbutton the girl's clothes, she immediately got anxious and rushed over. What are you trying to do? I'm right here. If you want to hurt my child, that's really disrespectful. Hearing her words, Su Muxin frowned and looked at her. This woman was suspicious. Just now, she felt something was strange about her, and now hearing her speak, she seemed even more suspicious. This is a hospital. Both she and Dr. Huang are doctors, and the child's mother was present. The little girl was injured, so they took off her coat to treat her. This is a normal thing to do. But why does this woman think badly of it? Is she too worried about the girl, or does she have past experiences that make her suspicious? Su Muxin looked at Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang, please go next door and find Dr. Zhu to help. Dr. Zhu is a female doctor. Although Dr. Huang also thought the woman was acting strangely, he agreed and quickly called Dr. Zhu over. Dr. Zhu is in her 30s, gentle in manner. When she saw the girl's condition, she was shocked. Without hesitation, she pulled the curtain closed and was about to remove the girl's clothes to treat her. At this moment, the woman rushed over again. What are you doing? Why are you pulling the curtain? We're not going to treat her anymore. I'll take her home right now. She wanted to take the girl away. Maybe she couldn't leave, but she wasn't the one in charge. Dr. Huang stepped forward and pulled the woman aside. What's wrong with you? Is this your child? I just checked her briefly, and she's badly hurt, possibly even broken bones. Not only are you refusing to treat her, but you also want to take her away. What kind of mother would do that? Could she have been kidnapped by you? The more Dr. Huang spoke, the more serious his expression became. Hearing the suspicion, the woman's body trembled with fear. She shook her head quickly.
No, no, no.
She's not kidnapped. I am her real mother. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Kidnapping a child is a serious crime. If caught, it could mean the death penalty.
She didn't want to die.
She wasn't ready to be executed. If you're her real mother, then stay nearby and wait, Dr. Huang said coldly. Seeing Dr. Huang suddenly become stern, the woman looked scared but didn't dare cause trouble anymore. At this moment, the woman fully showed her fear of the weak and her respect for the strong. Su Muxin didn't turn around or see the woman's expression directly, but just thinking about it made her more disgusted and suspicious of her. This woman was definitely up to something. Su Muxin thought to herself, but her hands kept working. Even though it was her first time working with Dr. Zhu, they made no mistakes. As they expected, the girl had many injuries. But not all of these injuries were recent. In fact, Many were old wounds. A small, innocent body was covered with many scars of different sizes. These scars crisscrossed each other, looking very shocking. When she saw these wounds, Su Mujin felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart tightly, making her breathe quickly. Next to her, Dr. Zhu was not in much better condition. He had been a doctor for many years and had treated many wounds. But this kind of situation was the first he had ever seen. Dr. Zhu carefully examined the little girl, speaking gently so as not to scare her with a loud voice. After all the checks, he and Su Mujin helped the girl put on her clothes. They pulled back the curtain, and Dr. Zhu looked at the woman with a blank expression. I've just examined her carefully. She has many injuries, whip marks, burns, cigarette scars, and soft tissue bruises. These injuries definitely did not happen today. Tell me, what is really going on? The woman looked very nervous, constantly glancing around and avoiding eye contact with Dr.
Zhu.
Why should I tell you? She asked. You're just a doctor. Just treat her, and that's enough. Why ask so many questions? Why are you so nosy? I've paid what I owe. That's all. Are you finished here? If so, I'm taking the child home now. Dr. Zhu reached out to stop the woman from holding the girl. She was surprised at first, but quickly became angry. Why are you stopping me? We came for treatment, not because we don't want to pay. Why won't you let us leave? Are you trying to use the crowd to bully us, mother and daughter? If you don't let go, I'll shout for help. Let's see what happens if it really gets loud. What good would that do you? The woman grew more confident. Let go of me. Let us go. I'm a grown-up, and I won't stoop to your level. If you don't let go again, do you believe I will? How are you? Dr. Zhu sneered. Are you planning to call the police? Before the woman could answer, Dr. Zhu turned to Su Mujin. Mujin, call the police now. Tell them we've caught a human trafficker and ask them to come and check the situation. Okay, I'll call right away, Su Mujin said and walked toward the phone. The woman saw the situation and immediately became anxious. She screamed and tried to run towards Su Mujin. However, Dr. Huang was standing right beside her, watching her reaction carefully. Before she could run away, Dr. Huang grabbed her arm. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free and could only watch helplessly as Su Mujin made a phone call. Su Mujin didn't explain the situation in detail on the phone. She only followed Dr. Zhu's advice and told the police that they might have caught a human trafficker. When the police heard this, they asked for the address carefully and said they would arrive as soon as possible. After hanging up, Su Mujin looked at the woman and saw her face full of panic. From her expression, Su Mujin knew there was definitely something she wasn't telling. Today, she had to find out the truth. The woman kept struggling but soon realized it was useless. She changed her strategy and started begging for mercy. Please, let us go. I swear I'm not a trafficker. I am her real mother. Don't believe me? Ask her. I have another, younger child at home. I really can't leave him alone. I need to go back and take care of him. First update as she spoke, the woman started crying, looking very pitiful. But when she was scared, she kept secretly glancing at Su Mujin and the others, trying to gauge their reactions. Each time she was caught, the three of them had no mercy from the start. Even if they had softened their hearts, seeing her like this would harden them again. Seeing that softening didn't work, the woman began to curse loudly. It was lunchtime, so there were no patients around, and most doctors were out eating. Even if some doctors heard the noise and came over, they just stood nearby and didn't ask her what was wrong, as she had expected. She caused a fuss for a long time, exhausting herself. In the cold weather, others shivered from the cold, but she kept herself busy, sweating all over, her face flushed, with beads of sweat on her forehead. She suddenly looked pained, covering her stomach with one hand. Let me go. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom. Hearing this, Dr. Huang looked speechless. Seeing that Dr. Huang still didn't let go, she shouted even louder.
Hey!
My stomach hurts so badly, I need to go to the bathroom. Please let me go quickly. If you don't let me go, I will have to go right here. Dr. Huang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the woman. He had never seen anyone so disgusting. Going to the bathroom in public. How could she even say that? Su Muxin smiled and stepped forward, tightly grabbing the woman's wrist. Dr. Huang, let go now. Dr. Huang hesitated but finally released her, silently stepping back a few paces. The woman looked at Su Muxin. If you're not satisfied, then come with me to the bathroom. I really need to go. Go ahead and go. Su Muxin said casually. Now, the woman looked shocked.
What?
What did you say?
Su Muxin smiled slightly.
You just said you wanted to go in front of everyone, right? I've never seen someone so big do that in public. Today is a good chance. Go ahead, hurry up. Every time Su Muxin urged her, the woman's face looked worse. She didn't want to go to the bathroom at all. She only said she would to take the chance to run away. Even if she wanted to go, as an adult, she wouldn't do that in front of so many people.
Why?
Why won't you just leave me alone? The woman gritted her teeth. You're just a young girl, so young. Why are you so stubborn? You. Before she finished her rambling, 3 people rode up on bicycles. They looked to be in their 30s, all wearing uniforms. They got off their bikes and strode inside. Who called the police? What exactly is going on? Can anyone tell me? Seeing the 3 police officers, the woman looked like she saw a savior, tears in her eyes. Police officers, you're finally here. If you didn't come, they would have killed me. I was just here with my daughter for a checkup. We've finished and got the medicine, but they won't let me leave.
What should I do now?
Please help me. The 3 police officers looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? This was completely different from the report they received earlier. Su Muxin wouldn't let the woman speak alone, so she stepped forward. Officers, I made the call just now. Here's what happened. This woman came with her child, saying the child was hurt from a fall. But look at the child's face. Does it look like a fall injury? 3 police officers heard this and immediately looked at the young girl. They had been police officers for many years, though they were not doctors and had little medical knowledge. But they had a lot of work experience. Just by glancing at the girl's face, they agreed with what Su Muxin said. That's right. These injuries clearly look like they were caused by being hit. They probably aren't from falling. The woman initially thought that when the police arrived, she would be the first to speak and that they would believe her. But now, what is happening? Why do the police easily believe Su Muxin's words? Feeling confused and panicked, she suddenly spoke without thinking. Just because it looks like she was hit? How can you tell?
I don't see it that way.
Maybe you're all in this together. The 3 police officers were hot-tempered. Hearing her accusations and such unreasonable questions, they immediately became angry.
What do you mean by that?
Are you doubting us? Although the woman regretted her words, she had already said them, and it was too late to take them back. She could only force herself to speak firmly. I told you, this is our family's private matter. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you holding me here? Su Muxin quickly said, there are fresh injuries on this girl, but also many old scars. All of them are from being hit. Just on her arm, there are several burn scars from cigarettes. Really? The 3 police officers asked in disbelief. Yes, Dr. Zhu, and I saw it ourselves. The 3 waved their hands. All right, we understand. The man standing in the middle took a step forward. He was very muscular. Since it was winter, he was wearing thick clothes, and combined with his strong build, he looked like a tall, sturdy mountain. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the woman without blinking.
Tell me, he said. Tell. What?
The woman lowered her head even more. Tell me how these injuries on the child happened. Did you hit her? This time, the woman was truly frightened. Her face turned pale as paper, and her body trembled like a leaf.
What are you talking about?
The injuries on this child, and those cigarette burns, where did they come from? If you don't say anything, it means you caused them. That's child abuse, and you could be sentenced. How can this be? The woman's voice was sharp, full of disbelief. She's my child. Everything should be under my control. I just hit a few times, it's not a big deal. Why do you all make such a fuss? Don't you hit your children too? So, you admit that the injuries on the child are caused by you alone. If that's the case, just take him back.
No.
The woman struggled desperately. I won't go. Let me go. Second update, who hasn't touched you yet? Why are you crying? At this moment, the woman suddenly burst into tears, crying out, It wasn't me who hit him. It wasn't me. Don't arrest me. I don't want to go to jail. Hearing her contradictory words, everyone in the office felt speechless.
Sumujin tiktenet her grip slightly.
The woman winced in pain and let out a small cry, then quieted down. Taking this opportunity, the man quickly asked, You said you hit him just now, but now you say you didn't. What's really going on? If you don't tell me, we'll go back and talk. Many people in the world naturally respect the police. Having this respect is a good thing. At least out of fear, most things are honestly told. Like this woman in front of them, who trembled a little and finally spoke tremblingly. It was my husband who hit him. Her voice was soft, but suddenly grew louder. But he didn't mean to. There's no man who doesn't hit his children, right? Men are like that when they're angry. They hit the kids, hit their wives, that's normal. You can't take him away. Su Mujin looked seriously at the woman, trying to see if her expression was genuine. She looked again and finally had to admit that the woman truly believed what she was saying. She really thought that men hitting children and wives was natural and justified. Realizing this, Su Mujin felt deep sadness. Dr. Huang angrily said, Nonsense. Who says men can hit their wives and children whenever they want? Men are human too. Hitting wives and children casually, even to the point of hurting them. Those are animals. Dr. Zhu, with a cold face, said coldly, She has wounds from being whipped and burns. That clearly shows they prepared things in advance. It wasn't something done on a whim. The woman's eyes flickered again, and her voice was uncertain. Well, I just used whatever was nearby. It was convenient. What a convenient excuse. If you can say such things, it shows that this woman is not a good person. Maybe she has also lost her temper before. The three police officers looked at the woman angrily. Are you the child's real mother? Is that man the child's real father? I am the child's real mother. He is not this girl's father. Men usually don't have much patience, and since he's not the father, and he still has to take care of this girl, it's normal for me to be upset and vent my anger on him sometimes. Today, the girl suddenly fainted. I was a bit scared, so I brought her to the hospital. If I had known, I wouldn't have come, and there wouldn't be so many problems. Enough. The police interrupted her again. Just answer what we ask. Why did she faint today? Did she get hit again? Yes, the woman replied straightforwardly, thinking it wasn't a big deal. Today, my husband was upset outside. He saw the girl not taking care of her little brother properly and got angry. He kicked her, and she lost her balance and fell, hitting her head. That has nothing to do with my husband. Hearing her defend the man, Su Mujin tightened her grip on her wrist. If there weren't so many people around, she really wanted to give this woman a good punch. What kind of beast could say such things? Not even a stepmother, most of whom are better than her. By now, everything was pretty clear. Let's go, the police said impatiently. The woman looked surprised. Can I go home now? You're the one taking us to your house. The woman's smile disappeared, and she looked guarded.
Why?
Why do you want to go to my house? To arrest someone?
No.
The woman immediately refused. That's my husband. Why do you want to arrest him? This child is mine. I'm willing to let him be disciplined. What does that have to do with you? Although she had already realized that she couldn't get anything good from this woman's words, hearing this made Su Mujin feel even angrier. The police finally lost all patience at this moment. Say no, and it's no? We follow the law. If you don't take us there, we can find the place ourselves. It's just a matter of time. Don't think it's just him. Don't expect to come out unscathed either. I advise you to honestly take us there. Maybe you can even earn some credit and reduce your sentence. If you keep talking nonsense here, you don't know what will happen in the end. This woman clearly hasn't read many books. When she heard this, she was instantly frightened. Her first reaction was to glare fiercely at the little girl. It's all your fault, you bad luck charm. It was just a few hits on you. Now you're causing me and your dad to get caught. Just you wait. The little girl's expression remained blank and emotionless, doing whatever she was told. When others spoke to her, she sat quietly, as if she didn't exist. Now, hearing the woman's words, the little girl's body trembled constantly, and her young face was full of fear. Mom, I was wrong.
Hit me if you want.
Let Dad hit me too. I won't dare to make mistakes anymore. Can you please stop arresting my mom and dad? Hearing the innocent voice of the little girl, Su Mujin and others felt a pang of sadness, and their eyes started to sting. How many times had she been hit to react like this? Dr. Zhu, also a mother with 2 middle school children, felt heartbroken seeing her reaction. She quickly walked over and gently patted the girl's shoulder. Don't be afraid. They can't hit you anymore. They are bad people. Bad people must be punished when they do bad things. It's not your fault you got hit. They are the ones who are wrong. The little girl slowly looked up, her eyes full of doubt, as she looked at Dr. Zhu. Can I really stop getting hit now? She had been beaten every day for a long time and had forgotten what it felt like not to be hit. Seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, Dr. Zhu's nose tingled, and tears quickly slid down her cheeks. She nodded firmly. Yes, you won't be hit anymore. She would no longer give these bad people the chance to bully the girl. The woman looked at this scene with hatred. You little brat, you've learned to climb high now, huh? Third part, the woman cursed fiercely, then quickly stepped forward and reached out to slap the little girl's face. The girl's face turned pale from fear, but she didn't dodge. She instinctively covered her head. Su Mujin reached out quickly and grabbed the woman's wrist. How dare you hit her in front of the police? It shows you often beat her. What's wrong? She's my own child. I want to hit her, so I do. Do you have any opinions? Her life was given by me. What's wrong if I hit her a few times? Honestly, you people are just busybodies. Always eating and doing nothing. Why do you interfere in our family matters? Hearing her words, Su Mujin's eyes turned completely cold. That man was hateful, and this woman was even more so. Although she knew long ago that not all mothers love their children, she still felt angry when faced with such situations. The 3 police officers had lost patience and could no longer watch. 2 of them helped the woman and took her out. Without the woman, the entire office became quiet. The burly police officer spoke again. Hello, we didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves earlier. My name is Lu Chong. How is this young girl doing now? Does she need to stay in the hospital? Dr. Zhu shook his head. She has many injuries, but she doesn't need to stay in the hospital. Lu Chong looked worried. Her mother can't go back for now. Her family doesn't seem to have other relatives, and it's not convenient for her to stay at the police station. Before Lu Chong could finish, Su Mujin and the others understood what he meant. Lu Chong wanted to find a temporary place for the girl to stay. Dr. Zhu and Dr. Huang were both kind-hearted, but their homes couldn't accommodate the girl. They both had elderly parents and children, so there was no space for her. Before they could speak, Su Mujin said directly, Lu police officer, if you're worried, she can stay with me for now. We have space at home. My mom is there, and she likes children. She can take care of her. Dr. Huang quickly said, Lu police officer, this comrade is Su Mujin. Her husband is in the military and recently went on a mission. They live in the military compound. Su is kind and good-hearted, and her family is nice. There won't be any problems if the girl stays with her. In this era, people naturally have a good impression of soldiers. Lu Chong, being a police officer himself, felt close to soldiers even though they were different systems. He had initially thought Su Mujin was young, with 2 braids and a naive face, and assumed she wasn't married yet. Now, although a bit surprised, he felt mostly happy. Li Chan turned to face Sima Hui and said, Comrade Su, thank you for taking her in. Don't worry, we will find out what happened quickly and find someone to care for her, so we can take her away soon. I trust the police officers, but there's no need to rush. Don't work too hard. After polite words, Li Chong left quickly. After seeing Li Chong off, Sima Hui looked at Dr. Huang and said, Dr. Huang, I want to take her to my house now. I have to stay busy this afternoon, and I can't let this child stay in the office. Dr. Huang agreed and felt relieved. Okay, you take her home first. She's hurt and quite scared. She's more familiar with you now and probably depends on you. So you don't need to come this afternoon. Come back tomorrow. Sumuhui thought for a moment and agreed, feeling that Dr. Huang's words made sense. She looked at the little girl but didn't reach out to hug her. Instead, she smiled and asked, "What's your name? Would you like to go to Annie's house?" I'm called Smelly Girl," she said, then lowered her head, her cheeks turning red. A 5- or 6-year-old child already understood things and knew what shyness was. Her name made her embarrassed to say. Sumuhui secretly cursed the woman earlier, but her face stayed calm. "How about I call you Yaya?" Yaya looked up at Sumuhui, surprised. It was the first time she realized her name could sound so nice.
Yaya.
Okay. Yaya nodded hard, her voice trembling with tears. Seeing her crying and her red eyes, Sumuhui and the others felt very sad. This child was truly so pitiful. Sumuhui gently picked up Yaya, but as soon as she did, she frowned. Yaya had been nervously watching Sumuhui, and when she saw her frown, she became even more nervous and helpless.
Auntie
Is Yaya too heavy? Yaya can walk by herself. It wasn't too heavy, it was too light. Even though Sumuhui had never raised a child before, she was a doctor. A child this size couldn't possibly weigh so little. It was winter, and her clothes added some weight too. When she checked Yaya earlier, she thought she was too thin. But now, holding her in her arms, she realized just how extremely thin she was. It's not that she's too heavy, she's too light. In the future, Yaya should eat well so she can grow taller.
Sumuyin spoke seriously.
Yaya finally relaxed, glad that she wasn't being disliked. "Dr. Huang, Dr. Zhu, I will take Yaya and leave now." Su Mujin said goodbye to them and carried Yaya out of the office. She placed Yaya on the back of her bicycle. "When I ride, hold on to my clothes with both hands. I'll go slowly, so don't be afraid. You won't fall." "I understand, Auntie. Don't worry, I will hold on to your clothes tightly." Yaya answered obediently. Seeing how well-behaved she was, Su Mujin felt very sad for her. On the way back, Su Mujin tried to ride more slowly. The slower pace made the trip longer, but luckily, the distance wasn't far. Soon, they arrived at the big courtyard. Although it was cold, there were always people who didn't mind the cold. Inside the courtyard, some people were chatting together, some holding bowls of food, eating and talking. When they saw Su Mujin riding her bike with a little girl, many looked curious and asked who she was. Su Mujin didn't want Yaya's sad past to become gossip, so she gave a vague answer and hurried towards the Song family before anyone asked again. Watching Su Mujin ride away, someone pursed their lips and said, "Guess why she was so vague?"
Why? Because.
Maybe she's the child's mother. First update, what? No way.
Why not?
If she isn't the mother, then maybe she's a relative or a friend's child. She could just say so. Why be so vague? Now that you mention it, that does make some sense. Exactly. I was just telling the truth. But some people still doubted it. I think it probably isn't true. The little girl looks at least 5 or 6 years old. How old is Su Mujin? She's only 20 this year. If she had that child, wouldn't she have been pregnant at 14? Why not? You all know that girls who look good and have nice figures are very popular at school. They have many boys paying attention to them. Maybe she couldn't resist and, then she got pregnant, I guess. You tell it so clearly. It's like you saw it with your own eyes. I didn't see it myself, but you're honest about it. Do you think I'm wrong?
Fine.
Even if she was pregnant at 14, where has the child been all these years? Why bring the kid here suddenly? That must be with the child's father. The reason they brought her here now is simple. Didn't you see just now? The girl's face is bruised and purple in places, clearly from being hit. Maybe she found out she was married and was upset. She brought her daughter here because she cares. When she found out, she felt sad and decided to take the child in. You make it sound like it might really be that way. But the old Song family isn't foolish. If she really brought her first child here, would they suffer such a big loss? Would they agree? If they don't want to, what can they do? Su Mujin saved Song Qinyan's life. That's a big favor. Can Song Qinyan forget it? Su Mujin probably thought the same, so she brought the child here now. She wants to force the old Song family to accept such a cheap granddaughter. That's bad luck for the Song family.
What are you talking about?
I think it's a good thing. They've been forced to take in a granddaughter. And you call that good? You don't understand. Look at the past 6 months. 2 grandchildren from the main family have passed away. Song Qinyan and Su Mujin have been married for over half a year, but Su Mujin's belly is still flat. She's had children before, so there shouldn't be a problem. So, who do you think has the issue? Of course, it's Song Qinyan. Maybe he was injured before and accidentally hurt himself down there. That's why he can't have children. The old Song family seems to have no luck with children. Now they have this granddaughter by chance. Maybe it can change their luck. Maybe they'll have children in the future.
You're right. How do you know so much?
What else do you know? Can you tell us more? The woman surrounded by everyone smiled proudly, her eyes full of confidence. Su Mujin, who had taken Yaya home, didn't know that a storm of rumors about her was quietly brewing. Right now, she was holding Yaya from her bicycle and walking inside, holding her hand. Inside, Chinyuehua heard the noise and came out of the kitchen, looking puzzled. Upstairs, Song Mushue also saw the situation on the first floor through the window and hurried down. Chinyuehua was probably washing dishes, wearing an apron around her waist, with water still on her hands. But now, Chinyuehua couldn't care about that. She looked at Su Mujin with curiosity. Mujin, why are you back at this time? Whose child is this? Why does her face look hurt? Song Mushue also looked at Su Mujin with curiosity. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Mom, Mushue, this is Yaya.
She's a patient I saw this morning.
Her situation is a bit special, and she has nowhere to go now. I brought her back first. Mom, I'll tell you more later. Is there any food at home? Yaya and I haven't eaten yet. Oh, dear. Chinyuehua sighed and patted her head in frustration. I thought you wouldn't be back for lunch, and your dad also said he wouldn't come home, so I didn't cook much. Mushue and I finished everything. Su Mujin wanted to speak, but Song Mushue quickly said, Mom, isn't there some dried noodles at home? Plus eggs and meat. Let's cook some noodles for sister-in-law and Yaya.
Yes, yes.
Chinyuehua hurriedly agreed. Without you saying, I forgot we still have dried noodles. It's the fine, white kind your sister-in-law bought earlier, perfect for kids. Mujin, wait in the living room for a bit. I'll be done soon. Before she finished speaking, she rushed into the kitchen in a hurry. Cooking noodles is quick, and Chinyuehua was quick and skillful, so it didn't take long. Soon, Su Mujin smelled the delicious aroma and involuntarily swallowed. She had been busy all morning and hadn't had a single sip of water, let alone eaten. Thinking about drinking water, Su Mujin quickly got up and poured 2 glasses. The water in the thermos was steaming hot. She carefully held her cup and drank, but didn't dare let Yaya drink such hot water. Instead, she carried the cup outside the living room. Although it was noon, the temperature outside was quite low, and it was still very cold. She stood outside for a while, and the hot water cooled down. Su Mujin carried the enamel cup back inside and saw Song Mushue smiling happily, softly talking to Yaya. Song Mushue was still young, with a simple and lively personality. Even with a 5 or 6-year-old, she could chat easily. Not only could she talk with her, but she could also make her smile happily. Mujin walked over and handed a water cup to Yaya. Yaya, the water isn't hot anymore. Drink some water first. Yaya took the cup with both hands and smiled at Mujin. Auntie, I'm not afraid of the heat. Uncle burned me with a cigarette, but I didn't cry or say it hurt. She spoke proudly, straightening her small body a bit. Mujin felt a sharp pain in her heart. How many times had Yaya been burned to become like this? Even an adult would feel pain and cry if burned with a cigarette. How could Yaya not feel pain or be afraid of heat? It must be because if she cried or said it hurt, she would be punished more harshly, so she forced herself to endure. Those two bad people are really not human. Second update, Song Mu-shue was stunned when she heard Yaya's words. She looked suspicious, as if she was doubting herself. Sister-in-law? Mu Jin gave Song Mu-shue a look, signaling her not to ask further, then sat down on the other side of Yaya. Yaya, Mu Jin said seriously, we are all human. Whether you're an adult or a child, being afraid of pain or heat is normal. The uncle, burning you with a cigarette, was wrong. Not letting you cry when it hurt was also wrong. In the future, don't force yourself not to be afraid of heat, okay? Don't eat very hot food or drink very hot water. If someone dares to burn you on purpose, that person is a bad person. You must tell me, tell others around you. We will ask the police to catch that person. Do you understand? You looked very nervous. But, will that cause trouble for Auntie? Mom said if I hide or cry, I will trouble her. She already has a lot of trouble taking care of me. It won't, Mu Jin replied firmly. It won't trouble me. If you don't tell, I will think it's a problem. If your mom thinks it's a problem, it's because she's not good at taking care of you. She's not a good mom. Mu Jin had already made up her mind. No matter what happens to those two people in the end, she would never let Yaya go back to that woman. Doing so would be like letting Yaya die. What's the difference from a murder? At this moment, Chen Yuhua had also cooked noodles and placed 2 bowls, one large and one small, on the table. Mu Jin, come quickly and eat.
Coming.
Mu Jin agreed, and took Yaya's hand to walk over. The meal was short and the preparation was not enough, but Chen Yuhua's noodles still smelled very good. Next to her, Chen Yuhua explained, she has an injury on her face, so I didn't dare add soy sauce, but the taste is still good. If you think it's not flavorful enough, you can add some chili and vinegar. Mom's noodles are definitely delicious, Su Mujin said with a smile. After saying that, she picked up a chopstick, blew on it, and then put it in her mouth. Just as Chen Yuhua said, the noodles tasted very good. Su Mujin had already eaten 2 bites when she suddenly noticed that Yaya, beside her, hadn't even picked up her chopsticks. Yaya, what's wrong? Is it because you're in pain and can't eat? Su Mujin quickly asked. Yaya shook her head. Auntie, I don't dare to eat. Why don't you dare to eat? Mom said that the plain white noodles are for Dad and my little brother. I don't deserve to eat them. If I dare to sneak a bite, I will be punished. Your mom is talking nonsense, Chen Yuhua immediately said. Yaya is so cute. How could she not deserve to eat? We're at Grandma's house. Grandma said Yaya can eat, so Yaya can eat. If your mom dares to say anything else, let her come find me. I'll talk to her properly. Su Mujin also added, yes, Yaya, don't worry. Yaya finally nodded and picked up her chopsticks. She only picked 1 noodle, carefully tasted it, and then softly said it was delicious. If it's tasty, eat more, Chen Yuhua said tenderly. There's still more, if you're hungry. Finish that boiled egg too. Kids should eat more eggs to grow tall and strong. Thank you, Grandma. Yaya's voice choked again, and big tears rolled down her face. Her bowl of noodles was now a tear-stained mess. Su Mujin understood that Yaya had suffered a lot before. Suddenly feeling this care, she thought it was normal for Yaya to cry. Cry if you want. Once you're done, the noodles will have cooled down, and you can enjoy them properly, Su Mujin said softly, gently patting Yaya's shoulder. Yaya probably hadn't eaten enough for a long time. As she started eating, she ate faster and became more eager. The bowl was not small, and it contained 2 eggs, all of which she finished completely. Even the soup in the bowl was drunk up. From her expression, Su Mujin could tell she was still wanting more and wasn't satisfied. Yaya, we won't eat any more at noon. There will be other delicious food tonight, so let's save some room in your stomach. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat much tonight, Su Mujin gently comforted her. Yaya shyly smiled and obediently agreed. At such a young age, she experienced so many things in one day. Now that she's relaxed and has just eaten and drunk well, she is starting to feel sleepy. Seeing her sleepy, Su Mujin told her to take off her outer clothes and laid her on her bed. When she was asleep, Su Mujin quietly left the room and gently closed the door. In the living room, Chen Yuehua and Song Mushue looked over at the same time. Chen Yuehua softly asked, "Is she asleep?"
Yes.
Su Mujin went over, sat beside them, and told them everything about Yi from start to finish. Both Chen Yuehua and Song Mushue had tears in their eyes while listening. They felt sad for Yi, but also very angry. Those two, they are not human. Chen Yuehua cursed fiercely. They are so cruel to such a young child. They should be shot immediately. Su Mujin sighed. Executing them was definitely not possible, but she hoped the punishment could be a bit harsher. Song Mushue wiped her tears and asked, "If they are released soon, will Yi still be bullied by them?" This was exactly what Su Mujin wanted to discuss with them. She sat up straight and said, "Seriously, Mom, I want to keep Yi." "Keep her?" Chen Yuehua answered without hesitation. "As long as her grandparents and father can't take care of her, she should stay with us." "Mujin, if her grandparents or father come to take her away, we can't force her to stay." Su Mujin understood this and nodded. "Mom, I understand. Let's wait for the police to give us news. We can't just wait around," Chen Yuehua said as she stood up. "I see that Yi's clothes don't fit and aren't warm. We can't just make clothes now. I'll go get some cotton and fabric, send it to the Liu family, and exchange for a set of clothes for Manhwa. They're about the same age. She can wear that first, and I'll slowly make her new clothes." "You're so thoughtful, Mom," Su Mujin praised with a smile. "I never thought of such careful planning. No wonder people say, having an elder at home is like having a treasure." Chen Yuehua, smiling happily because of Su Mujin, deliberately kept a serious face and said, "Are you saying I'm old?" Su Mujin quickly hugged Chen Yuehua's arm.
No, Mom.
"How could you be old? You're still young and beautiful. If you, me, and Mushue go out together, people will think we are sisters."
Mushue, right?
"Third part, you're just talking nonsense." Chen Yuehua scolded with a frown at Su Mujin, but her face was already softening. Her mouth was almost stretched to her ears. "All right, you two sit here. I'll go upstairs to get some fabric and cotton." Su Mujin often brought back some fabric from time to time. She chose common fabrics of this era, a few yards each time. A little each time, the quantity wasn't much, but over time, it added up to quite a lot. Besides fabric, Su Mujin also always brought back cotton and yarn. Knowing that Su Mujin had special skills and channels to buy more fabric, cotton, and yarn, Chen Yuehua would give her all the fabric and cotton vouchers each month for her to buy. After a few months, the accumulated amount was very impressive. An upstairs wardrobe that was originally empty was now completely full. Every time Chen Yuehua opened it to take something, she was surprised. It looked even more full than the fabric counters at a department store. Mujin was truly very talented. Feeling amazed, Chen Yuehua quickly took out a certain amount of fabric and cotton from the wardrobe. These materials were enough to make 2 sets of new cotton clothes for a 56-year-old child. Seeing Chen Yuehua come down holding the things, Song Mushue hurriedly stood up. "Mom, I'll go with you." Since no one should be left at home, and since Song Mushue wanted to go, Su Mujin naturally stayed at home. She watched Chen Yuehua and Song Mushue leave with the things, but Su Mujin didn't stay idle. She closed her eyes and searched in the basement of her space. When she bought things before, she basically bought whatever she saw. She also checked online for a post-apocalyptic shopping list, what to buy for the end of the world, and liked whatever was on it. There were so many of these items, filling the large basement completely. At first, she didn't think much of it. She thought having so much supplies was a good thing. No matter what she wanted, it would immediately appear in her hands. But now, if she wanted to find something useful for Yi without attracting suspicion, it was quite tricky. If others were around, they would see Su Mujin sitting there, occasionally producing some items in her hands, but almost instantly, those items would vanish. It was even more impressive than the most skilled magician. Until she heard footsteps outside, Su Mujin finally stopped searching for something and looked toward the door with a smile. "Mom," before she could finish speaking, she saw Su Zhaoying walk in with a stern face. Seeing Su Zhaoying, Su Mujin was a bit surprised. but only a little surprised. Auntie, why are you here? Is there something you need? Su Muxin asked softly. Su Xiaoying looked very upset and strode quickly to Su Muxin. Muxin, did you just bring a child home? Hearing Su Xiaoying's question, Su Muxin was surprised. But she quickly understood. Even though there's no internet or phones now, news spreads very fast. When she brought Yaya back just now, many people saw, so it's normal that the news would spread. What surprised Su Muxin most was why Su Xiaoying specifically came to ask her about this. She looked angry, as if someone owed her a lot of money. Su Xiaoying's attitude was bad, but Su Muxin didn't bother to be polite. She just nodded casually. Yes. Did you come all this way just to ask about this? Everyone in the big yard is saying that the child is yours, Su Xiaoying said coldly. Su Muxin felt her mind was getting tangled. What? Did she hear that right? She knew many rumors in the world were ridiculous, but she never thought they could be this absurd. Even if she didn't know exactly how old Yaya was, anyone with eyes could tell she was about 5 or 6 years old. She's only 20 years old. How could she have a daughter that old? Auntie, you probably shouldn't believe such nonsense, Su Muxin asked back. Su Xiaoying paused for a moment, but still told the truth. That kind of talk is clearly nonsense. I wouldn't believe it. She answered so straightforwardly, and she still believed her? Su Muxin looked at Su Xiaoying, feeling strange. What is Su Xiaoying really trying to do? Why does she seem more confusing than before? Feeling puzzled, Su Muxin didn't beat around the bush. She directly asked her doubt. Did you come all this way just to tell me these ridiculous rumors? Thank you very much, then. Although she said this, her real feelings were quite different. Could Su Xiaoying be that kind-hearted? Was she really that kind? It's not that Su Muxin sees people with tinted glasses, but that she only recently caused Su Xiaoying to go to the countryside to take care of Su Malia. Su Xiaoying is probably furious now. How could she be so kind-hearted? Sure enough, after Su Muxin finished thanking her, she saw Su Xiaoying's expression stiffen for a moment. But soon, Su Xiaoying adjusted her face and spoke again. Muxin, who exactly is that child? Once again asked, Su Muxin didn't hide anything. She's the child who came to the hospital this morning. Her situation is special, and no one can take care of her, so I brought her home first. As for other details, Su Muxin didn't say, and didn't think it was necessary. Su Xiaoying clearly didn't want to know the specifics either. Su Muxin's answer was enough for her. Muxin, I'm not trying to criticize you as your second aunt, but what you did isn't right. Why isn't it right? Su Muxin looked at Su Xiaoying with confusion. This little girl is just a patient from the hospital. Why bring her home to care for her? She has no one to look after her. What does that have to do with you? Your biological sister just lost a child, just had a miscarriage, and she needs careful care now. Why aren't you thinking about taking care of her? Su Muxin slowly raised a question mark. Su Xiaoying kept talking on and on. Her child has natural parents to care for her. As an outsider, you shouldn't worry about it. Pack your things quickly, and tomorrow, come with me to the countryside. We'll go together to look after Malia. When Su Xiaoying said this, her tone was unquestionable. After Wang Xiujin refused, Su Xiaoying grew more angry. When she got home, she still couldn't stop feeling upset. First update: just when Su Xiaoying didn't know what to do, someone she still got along with in the big yard came to her house. As soon as they arrived, they mentioned Su Muxin bringing a child home, and with curiosity asked if that was her own child. When she first heard the news, Su Xiaoying thought it was unbelievable. Even if she didn't like Su Muxin, she understood that Su Muxin wouldn't do something so outrageous. But soon, Su Xiaoying thought of something else. If Su Muxin is willing to care for other people's children, how could she not care for her own sister? Wang Xiujin didn't want to go to the countryside, that was fine, but she wanted to bring Su Muxin along. After having this thought in her mind, Su Xiaoying immediately came in fiercely. Su Xiaoying felt she was right now, and Su Muxin completely ignored her, so she could only listen. As long as she could take Su Muxin to the countryside to live for a few months, she would accept it. Thinking this way, Su Xiaoying looked at Su Muxin with a proud expression. All of this was Su Mujin's own fault, because Su Mujin caused her to go to the countryside. Feeling happy inside, she calmed down a bit and then realized that Su Mujin hadn't spoken at all since earlier. What does Su Mujin mean? Does she think that not talking means everything is fine? Su Xiaoying couldn't wait and urged her, Mujin, why aren't you talking? It's okay if you don't say anything. Hurry up and pack your things. We have an early train tomorrow morning. Seeing Su Xiaoying talking to herself, Su Mujin chuckled softly, second aunt. What are you talking about? When did I say I would go to the countryside with you? You're not going? Su Xiaoying was stunned. How can you not go? Why should I go? Su Mujin asked back with a smile, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Su Xiaoying was angry at Su Mujin's question. Why not go? You'd rather take care of a child who isn't even related to you than take care of your own sister? Do you think that's reasonable? What's unreasonable about that? Su Mujin asked back. I am me, and Su Malya is Su Malya. We only share the same father and mother, but we don't have any feelings. Why should I go to the countryside to take care of her? Mujin is right. Chen Yuehua's voice came from the door. Su Mujin and Su Xiaoying looked toward the door at the same time, seeing Chen Yuehua and Song Mushue walking in one after the other. Both looked at Su Xiaoying with frowns and displeasure. After Chen Yuehua came over, she directly said, Su Xiaoying, what's in your mind?
Su Malya is your daughter-in-law.
Your daughter-in-law is on her maternity leave, and you're not going to take care of her? And you want my daughter-in-law to do it? Don't talk to me about sisterhood or not. When your sister or sister-in-law had a miscarriage or gave birth, someone had to take care of them closely. Why didn't you go then? You. Chen Yuehua interrupted Su Xiaoying again. I used to think that even though we've separated our households, we're still sisters-in-law, and we've been sisters-in-law for so many years. Sometimes I thought I should give you some face. But I didn't expect that you would lose your face yourself. Today's matter is the first and the last time. If you come to our house again to say such inappropriate things, don't blame me for losing my temper. Su Xiaoying was left speechless by Chen Yuehua's words. Chen Yuehua glared sharply at Su Xiaoying. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can leave. We are busy here.
You.
Su Xiaoying looked angrily at Chen Yuehua. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the clothes in Chen Yuehua's arms. What are you holding those clothes for? These are all children's clothes. Could they be for that wild girl? Su Xiaoying spoke, her eyes wide with disbelief. Nonsense. Chen Yuehua scowled at Su Xiaoying. In our house, the children belong to us. I want to prepare clothes for our children. What does that have to do with you? You. Su Xiaoying pointed at Chen Yuehua, unable to find words after being rebuffed. Chen Yuehua raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with me? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Do you have anything else to say? If not, go back to your house quickly. You're leaving tomorrow, right? I suggest you pack your things early, so you won't be in a rush tomorrow. After saying this, Su Xiaoying was so angry she almost lost her mind. But she couldn't win against Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua alone, not to mention Song Mushue standing nearby, eager to speak. In the end, Su Xiaoying could only shake her head in frustration and storm out angrily. In the next room, Lu Chunhua, who was friendly with Su Xiaoying, was watching eagerly. When she saw Su Xiaoying come back, she immediately asked, How did it go? What do you mean, how did it go? Su Xiaoying asked irritably. It's about that child. Lu Chunhua hurriedly asked. Did you find out if that child is really Su Muxin's?
Su Xiaoying Frauen.
When did she say she was investigating? Besides, did she need to investigate? Everyone knows that child can't be Su Muxin's. She was about to say these words, but suddenly realized something was wrong. That's not right. Su Muxin had caused her so much trouble. Why should she help explain for Su Muxin? Thinking this, Su Xiaoying's eyes flickered, and her words changed. That child. Sai, you'd better not ask. It's not a good situation anyway. Later, you should also tell everyone and ask them not to spread rumors. It's not good for Mujin. This sounds like she's defending Su Mujin, but if you think carefully, you can see there's a deeper meaning. Although Lu Chunhua only went to school for a couple of years and knows very few characters, she is very quick to understand things like this. Almost instantly, she understood what Su Zhaoying meant. Su Zhaoying was clearly saying that the child belonged to Su Mujin and that she shouldn't tell anyone. Although she had heard similar words before, Lu Chunhua didn't believe it was true because of Su Mujin's age. That's why she came to ask Su Zhaoying to find out the truth. Now, hearing this answer from Su Zhaoying, she is sure that the child is Su Mujin's.
There's no doubt now.
Su Mujin really had a child before marriage. She was only 13 or 14 when she gave birth. Such a big secret was kept so tightly hidden until now. Su Mujin is really impressive. Second update, Lu Chunhua was full of excitement. After saying a few words to Su Zhaoying, she hurriedly left. Watching Lu Chunhua's figure disappear, Su Zhaoying's lips curled into a happy smile. Lu Chunhua is someone she knows well. She's famous for being a big mouth in the neighborhood. Once Lu Chunhua finds out something, it won't take long before everyone in the neighborhood knows. Thinking about how soon everyone will learn that Su Mujin was pregnant before marriage, had a daughter at a young age, and is now bringing her into her in-laws' house, Su Zhaoying feels very pleased. Even if she explains what really happened later, Su Mujin's reputation will be ruined. Old Master Song cares most about his reputation. If he finds out Su Mujin has damaged the family's name, he will be furious. In the future, Old Master Song probably won't like Su Mujin anymore. The more Su Zhaoying thought about it, the more proud she felt. Her mood improved a lot. After feeling happy, she immediately started packing her things. This matter will definitely be clarified in the end, but she must not be involved. The rumors were spread by Lu Chunhua, and she had already left by then. No one can blame her for this. Su Zhaoying's plan was very good, but she didn't realize that in this world, plans are always slower than changes. By late afternoon, everyone in the neighborhood had already heard the news. When the Women's Federation heard about this, they all took it very seriously. Song Chinian was on a mission now. Although they didn't know what the mission was, Song Chinian was a good and dedicated comrade. While Song Chinian was busy with important work, a big problem happened at home. Since they knew about it, they couldn't pretend they didn't. They had to find out what was going on and help Song Chinian solve the problem so he could focus on his work without worries. Only when the situation at home was stable could Song Chinian give his full attention to his tasks. After some discussion, everyone agreed it was better to act sooner rather than later. By around 5 or 6 o'clock, a group of people went directly to the main house of Song's family. Suddenly, so many people arrived, including Su Mujin. Everyone looked shocked and confused about what was happening. Old Song had already returned. Seeing all these people, he also looked puzzled. Many people in the courtyard heard the news and came over to see what would happen. Lu Chunhua was among the crowd, full of excitement and anticipation. Old Master Song and others also heard the commotion and came over. Su Zhaoying followed behind, feeling nervous but mostly hopeful. She thought that the matter might not be settled until tomorrow, maybe even after she left on the train. But she never expected that there would be a result today. Although surprised, she thought it wasn't a bad thing. Before she left, she was happy to see Su Mujin having a hard time. Just thinking about it made her feel even better. But that smile quickly disappeared from her face. Su Zhaoying quickly composed herself, not daring to let anyone see her worry. Old Master Song led the way, looking serious. What exactly is going on? No one answered immediately. Suddenly, behind the crowd, someone spoke with confusion. What's happening? Why are there so many people here? Su Mujin immediately recognized the voice. It was Dr. Huang's. Make way. Make way. We are police. That was Lu Chang's voice. Su Mujin felt a bit strange and surprised, and she looked toward the back of the crowd. She saw Lu Chang leading 2 other police officers. Behind them were Dr. Huang and Dr. Zhu. When people heard Lu Chang say they were police, everyone's surprise grew even more. It was just about an unplanned pregnancy, so why had the police come? Could it be that Su Mujin had done something else? Suddenly, Everyone's eyes on Su Muxin changed. Despite being stared at so intensely, Su Muxin remained calm and untroubled. Li Chong didn't know what these people were gathering here for. He could only look at Su Muxin and ask Comrade Su, "Where is Yaya?" "She's inside. My sister is with her," Su Muxin explained. Outside, things were so noisy that Su Muxin was worried about scaring Yaya, so she asked Song Muxiue to stay inside with her.
Likian Mudda.
Yaya's parents have already been questioned. Today, we came to tell you that Yaya might stay here with you for a few more days. Old Master Song, being able to sit where he is now, was clearly very smart. After hearing their conversation, he quickly realized there might be some hidden issues. He asked Comrade Police, "Is the Yaya you mentioned the little girl Mujin brought back?" Li Chong nodded. "Yes. Today at noon, Yaya's mother took her to the hospital. Dr. Huang, Comrade Su, and Dr. Zhu were all there for the checkup. Yaya was badly hurt because her biological mother and stepfather mistreated her. Both of them have been called to the police station. Since Yaya has no one to care for her, Comrade Su volunteered to take her in." He continued, "We came here mainly to thank Comrade Su and also because we felt a bit embarrassed. We hope you can take care of Yaya for a few more days." At this moment, someone noticed that Li Chong and the others were holding things, food and useful items. Li Chong, being a police officer, along with Dr. Huang and Dr. Zhu, confirmed that these were genuine. Old Master Song was surprised but mostly happy. Li Chong looked at Old Master Song politely and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Dr. Huang quickly stepped forward, smiling as he introduced, "This is Old Master Song, Su Mujin's grandfather." Li Chong immediately understood. This was Su Mujin's husband's grandfather. Being called Old Master Song was a sign of respect, and since he held a good opinion of Su Mujin, they were even more polite. "So, this is Old Master Song. Comrade Su is really impressive. I'm sure your influence played a part," he said. Old Master Song had been praised many times over the years. But as he got older, he enjoyed hearing kind words even more. Now, being praised in front of so many people made him very happy. "That's what I should do. Protecting the people is everyone's duty."
Mujin was just doing her part, he replied.
Li Chong and Old Master Song exchanged a few words before going inside to see Yaya. They didn't stay long. Soon Li Chong, Dr. Huang, and the others left. Throughout the visit, they never asked what the others were planning to do. After Lu Chong and the others left, Old Master Song made a strong move and looked at everyone. He asked, "So many people coming to the Song family with such a fierce attitude, what do you want?" Hearing this, everyone instinctively avoided his gaze. This made it hard for them to answer. Third update: unable to answer. Everyone chuckled nervously and prepared to leave. But they didn't want to leave so easily. "Wait a moment." Mujin stopped everyone and looked at each face. "I heard that today, everyone is saying that Yaya is my illegitimate daughter." Hearing Mujin say this, their faces became a bit awkward. Talking behind someone's back is one thing, but discussing in front of the main person is another. They came here to force Mujin to give them an explanation, but before they could do anything, Lu Chong and Dr. Huang appeared suddenly and embarrassed them. Now Mujin was questioning them like this. Everyone looked at each other, all feeling embarrassed and unsure how to respond. Seeing they wouldn't speak, Mujin didn't mind and spoke again. "I'm curious. Who's the first to say this? And how did they find out?" The people, who just looked embarrassed and even wanted to find a hole to hide in, suddenly became excited after hearing this. Yes, they only heard it from others. They were deceived too. They were victims. Thinking this way, no one panicked anymore. Some even felt a bit excited. They definitely wanted to work together to find out who said it and give Mujin justice. "I heard it from Sister Chen." Someone spoke first. Sister Chen quickly said, "I heard it from Sister Zhu. But I heard it from Auntie Su. I heard it from the daughter-in-law of the Liu family." Everyone pointed fingers at each other, and the scene almost turned into chaos. "I heard it from Liu Chunhua." All eyes turned to Liu Chunhua. Under everyone's gaze, Liu Chunhua felt uncomfortable all over.
Why are you all looking at me?
I also heard it from others. Then, who did you hear it from? Yeah, who told you?
Just say who it was.
Hurry up and tell us. Everyone kept urging Lu Chunhua. Meanwhile, Su Zhaoying quietly stepped back after seeing the scene. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Lu Chunhua felt nervous and flustered, almost losing control of her words. It wasn't until she saw Su Zhaoying trying to run that she quickly shouted, "It's her. It's Su Zhaoying. She's the one who told me." Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise.
What?
It was Su Zhaoying who said it? But isn't Su Zhaoying part of the Song family? Su Muxin was even about to call her second aunt too. Even if there were some disagreements between the two branches of the Song family and occasional arguments, those were private matters. In serious issues, they would always stand united publicly. So, what is Su Zhaoying doing? As a second aunt, she's personally speaking ill of her niece-in-law, and such outrageous words. Fortunately, this was clarified early, or else Su Muxin's reputation would be ruined. If Su Zhaoying could be so harsh with her own family, she would be even more vicious to outsiders. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other in shock, hurriedly recalling if they had ever offended Su Zhaoying. If they had, they quickly apologized. Otherwise, they might die not knowing how they died. At the same time, everyone secretly warned themselves to stay away from Su Zhaoying in the future. Such a person should never be trusted deeply. Feeling the gazes and whispers around her, Su Zhaoying felt terrible. You. Su Zhaoying pointed at Lu Chunhua. You're talking nonsense. Lu Chunhua crossed her hands on her hips, jumped 3 feet high, and leaned forward as if she was about to rush at Su Zhaoying and fight. Talking nonsense? I didn't say anything wrong. I just heard about this and came to ask you for confirmation. You said you didn't know and needed to ask Su Muxin. I was waiting for you at your house. After you returned, I asked you again and you told me that the child was born to Su Muxin and asked me not to spread it. Su Zhaoying looked at Lu Chunhua angrily, so I told you not to spread it. But why did you still spread it? Lu Chunhua forcefully clapped her hands. Everyone heard it. She admitted it. She told me herself.
Su Zhaoying.
Old Master Song. Old Master Song closed his eyes, unwilling to look at Su Zhaoying anymore. He used to think she wasn't so foolish, but now he realized she was truly stupid. How could there be such a foolish person in the world? Su Muxin looked at Su Zhaoying with disbelief and deep hurt. Second aunt, I know you don't like me, but how could you say such things about me? When you came to my house, I told you that Yaya was not born by me. I brought her back from the hospital. How could you still talk nonsense after you left? This is not just about me. It also concerns the reputation of the Song family. Even if you don't care about me, you shouldn't ignore the honor of the Song family. As Su Muxin spoke, her eyes turned red, and her voice became choked with emotion. Everyone listened and nodded in agreement. Yes. Even as elders, how can you do such things? She's the daughter-in-law of the Song family. Calling her second aunt is too much. Making Muxin ashamed is like making the Song family ashamed. What are you thinking? Probably not thinking clearly. Her poor judgment has even been passed to her son, Song Lianqing. Otherwise, how could she ruin a good hand? With each comment, old Master Song's face grew darker. He looked sternly at Su Zhaoying. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to Muxin. Su Zhaoying's face darkened further at the gossip, and she looked even more upset after hearing old Master Song's words.
Dad.
You want me to apologize to her? She is Su Muxin's second aunt. She is an elder. How could she apologize voluntarily? Old Master Song snorted coldly. What? Are you feeling wronged about apologizing? If you don't apologize now, don't blame me for being rude. Su Zhaoying trembled and dared not oppose old Master Song. Old Master Song was not a kind person in his youth, and even now, his temper is not good. The second branch has already disappointed old Master Song greatly over the past 6 months, and he absolutely cannot be more disappointed. Su Zhaoying took a deep breath. I was wrong, second aunt. Su Muxin interrupted her. Whether you said it wrong or intentionally, Those are completely different things. Su Xiaoying wanted to brush it off, but she needed her agreement. Before she finished speaking, old Master Song's cold gaze turned toward her. Just that look told Su Mujin that old Master Song was unhappy with her aggressive attitude. First update, but old Master Song was unhappy. What did that have to do with her? Since Su Xiaoying had provoked her, she should pay the price. If doing bad things doesn't cost anything, then the cost of wrongdoing is too low. Wouldn't that make people more reckless in doing bad? Su Mujuan was about to speak to old Master Song when Chen Yuehua came over and stood in front of her. Su Xiaoying apologized to Mujuan. Apologize properly. You didn't just make a mistake. You said it on purpose. Trying to brush it off. No way. As Chen Yuehua spoke, her eyes fixed firmly on Su Xiaoying. Seeing this, old Master Song's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. It was one thing for Su Mujuan to be aggressive, but how could Chen Yuehua, as the mother-in-law, be so unreasonable? Causing a scene in front of so many people. Doesn't that make everyone laugh? But before old Master Song could say anything, others started shouting for Su Xiaoying to apologize. Hearing the crowd's urging, Su Xiaoying's face grew paler. Why were all these people on Mujuan's side? Are they crazy? If Mujuan knew what Su Xiaoying was thinking, she would definitely tell her that these people weren't on her side, but just watching the fun and making trouble. Although Su Xiaoying was reluctant, both Chen Yuehua and Su Mujuan were glaring at her fiercely, and the onlookers nearby were urging her on. No matter what she thought, she could only speak and apologize. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have spoken nonsense. I won't do it again in the future. Are you satisfied now? Su Xiaoying, already in her 50s, spoke these words with her eyes red from anger. She was so mad. Su Mujuan looked at her and said sincerely, "Second aunt, today is just me. We are family. I won't hold this against you. If it were someone else, they wouldn't forgive you so easily. In the future, you must not do such things again." When she said this, everyone nodded in agreement and started pointing at Su Xiaoying. Many people in this world like to act as teachers and moral guides. Opportunities to openly criticize others are rare, so they should be cherished. Su Xiaoying was already very angry, and now she was even more annoyed. She glared hatefully at Su Mujuan, then turned and strode out of the crowd. With Su Xiaoying gone, the lively scene was over. Old Master Song chuckled, "Everyone go back soon. It's getting late, and it's time for dinner." The crowd gradually left in small groups. Soon, the courtyard, which had been crowded, became empty. Old Master Song turned around and looked at Su Mujuan with bright eyes. "Mujuan, you're still young. Sometimes youthful impulsiveness is understandable. As your grandfather, I want to remind you that it's better to be forgiving and understanding. If you push people too hard, it won't help you. Remember, even a rabbit can bite when it's scared." Su Mujin smiled slightly. "Grandpa, even if a rabbit bites, it's still just a rabbit. Why keep a biting rabbit? Just kill it and eat it, right?" Upon hearing this, old Mr. Song's expression instantly changed. Su Mujin blinked in confusion. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Why did your face suddenly change? Did I say something wrong? If I said something that made you upset, tell me and I will change." Su Mujin spoke seriously, but old Mr. Song's face didn't improve at all. He snorted coldly, then turned and strode away. Chen Yuehua looked worried. "Mujin, your second aunt isn't very capable. If she offends someone, it's her own fault. But offending your grandpa, that's not wise." Su Mujin held Chen Yuehua's hand. "Mom, Grandpa isn't stupid. Over the past 6 months, the second house has been declining. Everyone is unreliable. Today, second aunt lost someone important, and Grandpa will just dislike her more. Although I argued with Grandpa just now, he knows that whether it's me, Chinian, or the main family, we are all capable. Only we can help the Song family rise higher. Grandpa might be angry now, but he won't truly distance himself from us. When I see him tomorrow and give him a way out, he will naturally come around." Chen Yuehua listened to Su Mujin and sighed with emotion. "Mujin, you're so clever. I've known Grandpa for so many years, and you've only been with him for half a year, but I feel like you understand him better than I do.
شما إسماعيل.
That's because you're kind, Mom. You don't like to overthink people. You just enjoy good food. Just this one remark made Chinyuahua smile happily. All right, I admit you're right, Chinyuahua said, pulling Su Mujin toward the house. Let's go inside quickly. After all that commotion outside, we don't want Yaya to get scared again. Hearing Chinyuahua, Su Mujin also felt a bit worried, so she hurried to follow her inside. As they reached the door of the room, they saw Yaya looking at them. Yaya's eyes were big, black, and shiny. Even though the room was dimly lit with yellowish light, Su Mujin could still clearly see the nervousness and unease in Yaya's eyes. Su Mujin smiled and walked over. Yaya, what's wrong? Are you hungry? Chinyuahua quickly said. She must be hungry. I'll cook some food. We'll eat soon. Let me help. Song Mushue said, standing up from the sofa and heading to the kitchen with Chinyuahua.
Sumuyin sat beside Yaya.
Auntie, am I bothering you? Maybe you should send me away. I don't want to trouble you. As soon as she finished speaking, Yaya's eyes turned red and big tears fell down her face, making people feel sad. Yaya hurriedly wiped her tears with her hand, saying, I didn't mean to cry. I don't want to cry. But the tears won't listen. Seeing her anxious, but unsure what to do, Su Mujin's nose also felt sore. What a good girl. Even after suffering so much, she is still so cute. Su Mujin hugged Yaya in her arms. It's okay. If you want to cry, just cry. It's normal for children to cry. Don't worry. I just chase the bad people away. No one can bully us. I will protect you. Hearing Su Mujin's gentle yet firm voice, Yaya looked up at her face. She really wished she could become like her auntie. Second part. Not long after, Song Hwayan also came back. Seeing Yaya, Song Hwayan was a bit surprised, but he didn't ask much, and gently helped Yaya serve food. It was clear that Song Hwayan also liked children very much. After dinner, while washing dishes in the kitchen, Chinyuahua quietly told Song Hwayan about Yaya. Song Hwayan frowned and said, How can someone like that be a parent? Tomorrow, I will go to the police station to ask about her. Since you and Mujin like her, and if Yaya is willing, we can keep her at our home. Having one more little girl just means one more person to feed, and our family can still afford it. That night, Yaya slept with Su Mujin. There was an empty bedroom upstairs, but since Yaya had just arrived, and Su Mujin was worried she might be scared, she didn't let her sleep alone. After a few days, once everything settled down, they could prepare a room for Yaya. Su Mujin thought this matter would just pass quietly in the neighborhood. After all, people tend to forget. New things happen every day, drawing people's attention away. What Su Mujin didn't expect was that early the next morning, people kept coming to their house. These people didn't come empty-handed. Some carried shirts, others brought pants, and some brought shoes. The clothes were suitable for children around 5 or 6 years old. Although they had patches, the overall condition of the clothes was quite good. In this special time, people valued frugality. Even new clothes were often sewn with patches to avoid attracting attention. The clothes sent over were at least half new and fit perfectly. After politely seeing the visitors off, Chinyuahua sighed to Su Mujin. They're worried we might hold a grudge about yesterday, so they brought some gifts to show goodwill. Su Mujin understood this and nodded with a smile. I understand. Even if they hadn't sent anything, I wouldn't hold a grudge against them. It's just a group of people echoing each other's words, and a few casual remarks aren't a big deal. They all live in the same large courtyard, with family members in the army. They see each other often, so there's no serious conflict just over this. But since they took the initiative to send gifts and admitted their mistake, it shows they are softening and making amends. This is only better for Su Mujin. Hearing Su Mujin's words, Chinyuahua felt relieved. She was worried that Su Mujin, being young and spirited, might clash with so many people. But now it seemed that Mujin was smart and didn't need her to worry so much. After breakfast in the morning, Su Mujin was about to go to work. Before leaving, she squatted in front of Yaya. Yaya, I'm going to work at the hospital. You, Grandma, and Auntie stay at home. If anything happens, just tell Grandma and Auntie, okay? Yaya obediently nodded. I understand. Auntie, don't worry. I'll be good.
Sumuin petted Yaya's head.
She actually wanted to say she didn't need to be so obedient. But Yaya's situation was special, and everything had to be done step by step, without rushing. So in the end, Su Mujin said nothing and waved goodbye to the three of them, then rode her bicycle away. After Su Mujin left, Chen Yuehua closed the courtyard gate and took Yaya inside. Mu Shui, go read your book. I'll take Yaya. Chen Yuehua knew how much Song Mu Shui loved reading. To give her more time to read, Song Mu Shui went to bed late and got up early, studying very diligently. Chen Yuehua didn't want to delay Song Mu Shui's reading time. Song Mu Shui gently patted Yaya's head. Yaya, Annie is going upstairs to read a book. I'll play with you again at noon. When Yaya heard the word reading, her eyes changed a little. Although the change wasn't very obvious, Chen Yuehua noticed it. Feeling a bit moved, Chen Yuehua guessed, Yaya, do you want to read too? Yaya's face turned a little red. I don't know how to read. Let me teach Yaya how to recognize words. Yaya's eyes brightened. Really? Of course. Why not? Yaya pursed her lips. Mommy says girls don't need to go to school or learn to read. That's not true, Chen Yuehua said, hugging Yaya. Look at your auntie. Because she can read and study well, she can work as a doctor at the hospital. That's how she met you and saved you. Your older cousin is also in high school and plans to go to college. She reads very impressive books every day. Once she finishes and learns well, she can do even greater things. As long as you study and learn, you can be just like them. With each word, Yaya's eyes shone brighter. She nodded firmly. I will study hard. Then I'll go get some paper and a pen. Today, let's learn 10 words. Chen Yuehua had taught Song Qinian and Song Mushui this way before. Even though it had been over 10 years, she still remembered how to teach easily and confidently. At the Song family's second house, old Master Song sat in the living room with a cold face. He said to Chen Jigang, Jigang, I already called and arranged for you to take leave. Later, you take your mother to the train station, watch her board the train, and then go to work. Old Master Song's words felt like a slap in Su Zhaoying's face. Not only did he arrange for her to go to the train station, but he also wanted her to watch the train leave. It seemed he was worried she might sneak away. Although Su Zhaoying looked a bit upset, she didn't dare say anything. Yesterday's incident made old Master Song very angry, and he had been unfriendly to her ever since. If he got even angrier now, it wouldn't be good for her at all. She thought, just go to the countryside. Spending some time in the countryside might make everyone forget about this matter. Thinking this, Su Zhaoying packed her luggage and left with Chen Jigang. At the train station, she reminded Chen Jigang to take good care of the family with Song Man. Chen Jigang listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Seeing Chen Jigang's obedient look, Su Zhaoying finally felt a bit more relaxed. Chen Jigang's family isn't much, but at least he has some skills, works hard, and listens well. That's pretty good. Su Zhaoying got on the train, and a few minutes later, the train started moving. Chen Jigang watched the train go away, and his expression slowly changed. Let's go. Everyone, let's leave. When you return, the situation at the Song family will be completely different. Chen Jigang went back to the Chen family and found Grandma Chen. Mom, I remember you said that my cousin's husband passed away. Has my cousin found someone new? Grandma Chen looked puzzled. Why are you asking? She hasn't found anyone yet. What? Do you want to introduce someone to your cousin? Third update, Chen Jigang nodded. Yes, I want to introduce someone to my cousin. Hearing Chen Jigang's answer, Grandma Chen didn't speak for a long time. But her eyes showed a complicated look when she looked at Chen Jigang. I've only heard of elders arranging marriages for younger family members, never the other way around. Chen Jigang is really going above and beyond.
Mom.
Chen Jigang called helplessly. Don't look at me like that. Let me finish talking. Grandma Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, then sat opposite Chen Jigang. All right, go ahead, I'm listening. Chen Jigang then said, Yesterday, Song Manman's mother. He recounted what happened yesterday. Even Grandma Chen, who had lived most of her life, was stunned by such an event. But after hearing it, she still looked puzzled. What does this have to do with my cousin? It has everything to do with her. Chen Jigang smiled proudly. Before, I thought that after Su Zhaoying left, you could go occasionally to deliver some gifts, so Song Huaimin and Old Master Song would see us in a better light, strengthen the relationship, and help arrange jobs for our family. But now I have a better idea. What idea? Grandma Chen hurriedly asked. If my cousin becomes Song Huaimin's wife, her influence would be even more effective, right? Grandma Chen stared at Chen Jigang in shock. Jigang you, but Song Huaimin has a wife. Su Zhaoying just went to the countryside to take care of her daughter-in-law, not to the underworld. It won't be long before Su Zhaoying returns. I know Song Huaimin has a wife, but Su Zhaoying isn't at home. The old master said she should come back after the new year. As long as my cousin can win over Song Huaimin during this time, he will divorce Su Zhaoying. I'm not bragging, but my cousin is much more beautiful than Su Zhaoying. When talking about her sister's looks, Grandma Chen immediately felt proud. Is that even a question? Your cousin is famous for being very beautiful. But how can we get her to meet Song Huaimin? It's simple. Song Manman can't cook or do laundry, so she definitely can't take care of the house. I'll talk to her about it, and we'll hire a nanny. My cousin can be the nanny and live at their house. Mom, tell my cousin about the situation. I think she will agree. No doubt, she will agree once she hears. Your cousin is very agreeable. Grandma Chen sighed. All right, I'll leave this to you. I need to go to work now. Let my cousin come to our house and wait. In a couple of days, she can go to Song's house as a nanny.
Got it.
You can rest assured. Grandma Chen quickly agreed. After Chen Jigang left, Grandma Chen repeated the plan in her mind, her expression becoming more excited. She didn't stay idle. She immediately left the house. An hour later, she arrived at her cousin Jiang Rong's home. Jiang Rong is 38 years old. Although she is 38, she looks no different from someone in their early 30s. She is not only fair-skinned and beautiful, but also has an excellent figure. Even in the cold winter, wearing thick cotton clothes, her curves are still visible. Her eyes are not only clear and bright, but also sparkling with life. When she looks at someone, it feels like she can see right into their heart. With a gentle blink, her curled eyelashes flutter like tiny fans, softly brushing the heart, making people feel a little restless. Even Grandma Chen, a woman nearly 50, felt her heart beat faster when she saw this. She is her cousin, and they get along well. If it were any other woman she didn't know, she would definitely scold her silently in her mind. Jiang Rong is so beautiful that she must have married long ago, and her marriage is quite good. Since getting married, her husband has been very kind to her. But she doesn't understand why they haven't had children after so long. Her husband has never complained about it and still treats Jiang Rong with great care. Their life was pretty good, but 6 months ago, Jiang Rong's husband accidentally died in a fall at work. He died while working, and the factory gave a compensation, and they also arranged a job for Jiang Rong. However, Jiang Rong's husband's parents, younger brother, younger sister-in-law, and even aunts and uncles all came out at this time. Jiang Rong alone couldn't fight against such a large group. In the end, not only did she lose the compensation money, but she also lost her job and was even kicked out of her husband's family home. This was because the couple had no children. If they had a child, Jiang Rong wouldn't be so passive. After returning home, some people introduced potential partners to Jiang Rong. Although Jiang Rong was quite beautiful, she was already of a certain age. Finding someone who met all her standards was very difficult. Jiang Rong didn't care if the man was widowed or his age, but she had one main requirement. He must have a good job, a high salary, and good benefits. Since getting married, Jiang Rong hadn't worked even for a day. Not only did she not work, but she also didn't do household chores. Her daily routine was eating, drinking, and dressing up. She was not overly extravagant, but compared to her peers, or even those 10 years younger, she looked very refined. While working or cooking, She often looked tired and her skin appeared dull and yellow. But Jiang Rong's skin was always bright and clear, almost shining in the sunlight. To stay looking this good forever, she needed someone to support her financially. Jiang Rong had high standards, and after several months, she still hadn't found a suitable match. At this moment, Jiang Rong was combing her hair with a wooden comb and curiously looked at Anchen sitting opposite her. "Older cousin, why are you here now? Do you have something to tell me?" Anchen was cheerful and straightforward. Since she was talking to her own family, she didn't beat around the bush and immediately explained her purpose. "I'm here today to tell you some good news." "What's the good news?" "I'm introducing you to be a nanny." Jiang Rong looked puzzled. She carefully observed Aunt Chen, thinking she must be crazy. In the past 10 years of marriage, she hadn't cooked a single meal for her husband. Her hands, which were delicate and white, looked fragile and soft. Now, her own cousin was suggesting she become a nanny for someone else? Jiang Rong put down her comb, raised her hand to show Aunt Chen, and asked, "Cousin, do you think these hands are for cooking for others?" Aunt Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry yet, I haven't finished. The family I want to introduce you to lives in the military district. The man there holds a high position, earning over 150 yuan a month." First update. Just hearing this, Jiang Rong's expression changed. A month's salary is more than 150 yuan? Her previous man took half a year to earn that much. Seeing Jiang Rong's change in expression, Aunt Chen knew there was hope and chuckled softly. Her son was really clever, understanding his cousin-in-law so well. Indeed, hearing this, a person would feel tempted. Aunt Chen let Jiang Rong digest the information for a moment. When Jiang Rong looked back at her, she spoke again. "This man is only in his early 40s, about 1.8 meters tall, in great shape, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. If you didn't know his age, you'd think he's in his 30s. Jiang Rong's eyes flickered. She was a bit tempted, but Jiang Rong was not foolish. Such a good man at this age, he couldn't be single. Is this man's wife dead? How many children does he have? Jiang Rong didn't mind marrying someone who had been married twice. After all, she was also remarried. Most importantly, at her current age, if she wanted to marry someone who was marrying for the first time, he would probably be a lazy, unsuccessful person. Only such a person would still be unmarried in his 30s or 40s. He has 2 children, a son and a daughter. The son is married and has moved to the countryside with his wife. As for the daughter, she married your nephew. Jiang Rong blinked and took a moment to understand what Aunt Chen meant. Once she understood, her face turned red with anger. "Cousin, what do you mean? Are you here early in the morning just to tease me?" After all, the person she was talking about was Chun Jigang's father-in-law. Chun Jigang's father-in-law was a good man, but he also had a wife. Jiang Rong was angry, so she hurriedly sped up her words. "Don't be angry, I'll tell you." Aunt Chen explained about Su Zhaoying and also shared Chun Jigang's plans. "Think about it. How much better are you than Su Zhaoying? If you make a move, can Song Huaiman resist? You're so good-looking. If you get over 150 yuan a month and have endless tickets, you can spend them however you want. Think again. It's been several months. How many unsuitable people have you seen? Can you look down on those? Besides his wife, does Song Huaiman meet all your requirements? If you miss this chance, it'll be hard to find someone as good as this again." Grandmother Chen spoke earnestly, and Jiang Rong listened carefully. I have to say, she was moved. Song Huaiman's conditions are just too good. It's also because things haven't been going well lately. She has been living at her parents' house, and after such a long time, her brother and sister-in-law have their opinions. If she could really marry Song Huaiman, she wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. Jiang Rong clenched her teeth and asked, "When can I go?" Hearing this, Grandma Chen immediately smiled happily.
"Pack your things now.
Stay at her house first. Zhigang said it will be just a couple of days, and he can arrange everything for you." "Okay, I'll go pack now." After Mu Jin arrived at the hospital, she worked with Dr. Huang all morning. It was really tiring, but Mu Jin felt very fulfilled. Seeing patients in person is very different from just reading books. To be precise, these are 2 completely different feelings. If you only read books, no matter how much theory you master, it's just talk on paper. Only by dealing with many patients and treating various illnesses and injuries can you truly apply what you've learned and make it your own skill. They finished working through the morning, and until the last patient left, Mujin and Dr. Huang finally relaxed. Before they could say anything, Dr. Zhu came in. Mujin, how is Yaya? Hearing Dr. Zhu's question, Mujin didn't feel any displeasure. She knew that Dr. Zhu's question wasn't because he didn't trust her, but because he cared about Yaya's current condition. Yaya has lacked care and help since she was young. Now that someone is willing to help and care for her, Mujin was naturally happy. Mujin smiled at Dr. Zhu. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Zhu. Yaya is doing well. My mom is with her. My mom is very good at taking care of children. As soon as Mujin finished speaking, she received Dr. Huang's approval. Mujin, what you said is right. Just looking at Qinian and Mushua, you can see how outstanding they are. Dr. Zhu also nodded with a smile, clearly knowing a bit about the Song family's situation. That's good. Dr. Zhu sighed. Yaya is really too pitiful. I don't know what she will do in the future. Dr. Huang also looked worried, but as doctors, they could only treat illnesses and save lives. Seeing the worried expressions of the two, Mujin didn't want to reveal her plans directly, especially since the police hadn't given any results yet. She decided to wait until everything was settled before saying anything. Su Muqin could only offer a few symbolic words of comfort to the two people, then said goodbye and rode her bicycle home. Dr. Zhu watched Su Muqin leave quickly and said to Dr. Huang, I think Muqin really likes children. She's genuinely caring about Yaya, not just pretending. Dr. Huang strongly agreed, I think so too. Dr. Zhu looked puzzled and asked, Muqin looks healthy and is of marriageable age. They've been married for over half a year, so why hasn't she gotten pregnant? Dr. Huang sighed. If she hasn't gotten pregnant, it might be because of Qin Yan. He was injured before, especially his lower body. Although he can walk now, we can't be sure if it affects his ability to have children. It's better not to talk about this in front of Muqin, so she doesn't feel bad. You can be sure I won't say anything in front of her, Dr. Zhu replied. They chatted for a while longer, and then each went home for dinner. Back at home, Su Muqin knew nothing about their conversation. Even if she had known, she wouldn't have explained. Letting people misunderstand her like this was actually okay. At least for her, it was fine. As soon as Su Muqin got home, Yaya ran over holding a small notebook. Auntie, I learned how to write. Seeing Yaya's bright eyes and big smile, Su Muqin immediately smiled widely. Really? Yaya is so amazing. Do you know some words? Can you show Auntie? Yaya eagerly handed over the notebook like a treasure. Su Muqin took it and looked carefully. Yaya, just learning to write, didn't write very well, but it was clear she was very serious and worked hard. Each was strong. Second part, Su Muqin carefully examined each character and sincerely praised Yaya. Yaya wanted praise very much, but was also shy. After hearing Su Muqin's compliments, her face turned red. It wasn't until Qinyuehua came out of the kitchen and said dinner was ready that they went over. Since Song Huayan didn't come back for lunch, the four of them ate together. They didn't follow strict rules about not talking during meals. They occasionally chatted, making the atmosphere relaxed and happy. Another day passed quickly. There was finally news from the police station. Yaya's mother and stepfather were suspected of long-term abuse and beating the child, and they were ultimately sentenced. Although only a few months have passed, it is truly a happy moment. They have a son who is just over a year old, being cared for by the man's parents. The police also found Yaya's biological father. However, Yaya's father has remarried and said that they had already agreed not to raise Yaya at that time, and now he is even less willing to take her in. Neither Yaya's grandparents nor her maternal grandparents want to raise her. Yaya has become someone everyone dislikes and avoids. Although Su Muqin dislikes these people's coldness, she feels relieved about this outcome. Since they don't want to raise Yaya, she can stay with the Song family. But she definitely cannot leave without a clear explanation. In front of the police and the Women's Federation, all of Yaya's direct relatives gathered, and everything was written clearly, stamped, signed, and fingerprinted. The Song family adopted the homeless Yaya and could give her a new household registration. Since she was getting a new household registration, she needed a new name. At this moment, Yaya's so-called relatives had already left. Su Mushin, Chen Yuehua, Song Huayan, and Song Mushue all gathered around Yaya, quietly discussing her new name. Yaya, I thought of 2 names for you. You can choose the one you like, Su Mushin asked with a smile. Yaya nodded, okay. One is Yan Shu, and the other is Bo Yao. Yaya was young and didn't understand the meanings of the names, so Su Mushin carefully explained them to her. Yan Shu means someone with good looks and temperament, who loves reading and is knowledgeable. Bo Yao symbolizes someone with broad knowledge, lofty thoughts, dreams in their heart, and great ambitions. These are good names I thought of after flipping through dictionaries all night. Which one do you like? Yaya hesitated for a moment and then chose. I want Bo Yao. Both names have good meanings, but their styles are different. Yaya choosing Bo Yao was unexpected, but after thinking about it, it felt reasonable. Okay, from now on, your name will be Song Bo Yao, Su Mushin said, about to take Yaya to handle the paperwork. But Yaya didn't move. Feeling Yaya's resistance, Su Mushin found it strange. Yaya, what's wrong? Yaya tightly pressed her lips together, hesitant, but finally spoke. I want to keep the surname Su. Is that okay? She whispered softly, looking at Su Mushin eagerly, as if afraid she would be refused. Hearing Yaya's words, Simujin was a bit surprised, and Chen Yuehua and the others also looked surprised. Yaya hadn't received an answer for a long time and looked more nervous. Is that not okay? Simujin snapped back to her senses, smiled, and crouched down. Of course it's okay. Whatever surname you want, just use that. You can call yourself Su Boyo. It sounds nice too. After getting a positive answer, Yaya's smile became even brighter. Thank you, Auntie. Simujin never intended for Yaya to call her mother. To be precise, Yaya could call her whatever she wanted. She didn't really mind. As long as Yaya was happy, that was enough. The paperwork was almost done. After confirming the name, it took another 10 minutes to finish everything completely. Seeing the new name in the household register, Simujin and the others felt relieved. This matter was finally settled. The family happily took the household register and went home, planning to cook something delicious to celebrate. As they passed by the second courtyard gate, they saw a woman coming out who they had never seen before. The woman had shiny black hair braided into a large plait hanging behind her. Her forehead was clear, with no stray hairs, and her beautiful face was fully visible. When she looked over, her eyes seemed to shimmer with moisture. Seeing such a pretty woman unexpectedly, Simujin and the others felt a bit surprised. Chen Yuehua even asked instinctively, "Who are you?" Jiang Rong frowned but didn't answer. Instead, she asked back, "Who are you?" Just as Chen Yuehua was about to speak, Chen Jigang hurried out of the yard, smiling and calling out, "Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie Mushue, this is our new housemaid. She just arrived today and hasn't met you all yet, so she doesn't know you." Jiang Rong was a bit surprised. She didn't expect these people to be from the Song family's main house. Although surprised, she quickly adjusted her expression. "Oh, I see. We're family, huh? I'm the new housemaid. My name is Jiang Rong." Chen Yuehua nodded. "Hello." After saying that, Chen Yuehua didn't know what else to say and simply invited Simujin and the others to go home. Until they entered their own living room, Chen Yuehua frowned and said, "Is she really a housemaid? She doesn't look like one." There was nothing wrong with her good looks. Chen Yuehua had no prejudice against attractive people. But her hands were pale, soft, delicate, and seemingly fragile, completely unlike someone who did physical work. Even Song Mushue occasionally helps with chores. She still writes many words every day, which causes some deformation and calluses on her hands. But Jiang Rong's hands are truly beautiful. If it weren't for careful daily protection, keeping her fingers from touching water, she wouldn't be able to maintain such good care. A woman who keeps her hands so well would come out to be a nanny? Su Mujin also noticed something was wrong, but she didn't want to investigate further. "Mom, why bother about them? We don't even pay them as long as Grandpa and second uncle are happy. Chun Yuehua nodded in agreement. You're right. Those things aren't our concern anyway. Jiang Rong glanced at the main courtyard. Seeing the gate was closed, she whispered, they probably can't see anything, right? I don't think they look very happy. Chun Jigang didn't care at all. Auntie, you don't need to worry about them. The two families have already split. They tend not to interfere in others' affairs. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't ask questions. Jiang Rong instinctively looked at the neighboring yard, still feeling that the eyes of those people earlier were a bit off. But Chun Jigang had already spoken, so she didn't want to leave just yet. She finally nodded. All right, I understand. Don't worry about it. Chun Jigang was still a bit uneasy and reminded her again, Auntie, remember what's most important when you come over. Everything else is secondary. It's about time. Song Huimin will be back soon. Are you ready? Jiang Rong rolled her eyes at Chun Jigang. Are you doubting me? I know men better than you do. Thinking about how Jiang Rong had tightly controlled her previous husband over the years, Chun Jigang quietly relaxed. There shouldn't be any problem. After waiting for over half an hour, Song Huimin returned. Chun Jigang immediately greeted him with a smile. Dad, you're back. Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. But Song Huimin didn't look very happy. He knew his daughter, Man, very well. She wouldn't cook well at all. If she managed to cook the rice today, that would be good enough. The taste, of course, was not worth thinking about. Song Huimin quickly went to wash his hands. If Man can't cook well, I can just bring food from the cafeteria in the future. As he spoke, he headed toward the dining room. As soon as I approached the restaurant, I smelled the aroma of food. This smell is even more delicious than what Su Zhaoying makes. Song Huimin doubted his nose a little and took a deep breath. It really smells very good. It's the smell of the food. Song Huimin looked at Chun Jigang beside him. Did you buy today's meal from the state-run restaurant? No way. Chun Jigang quickly shook his head. If I bought it every day, others might not say anything openly, but secretly they would gossip about Dad. I definitely can't do that. Song Huimin felt satisfied, but was still curious.
Not bought?
Could it be made by you? Don't tell me it's made by Man. I know her better. She can't do this. Dad, you try it first and see if it's good or not. If you're satisfied, I'll tell you later who made it. After spending some time together, and with Chun Jigang trying to please him on purpose, Song Huimin and Chun Jigang got along pretty well. At this moment, hearing Chun Jigang's playful words, Song Huimin wasn't angry. He just raised his hand and helplessly pointed at Chun Jigang. They both entered the dining room and immediately saw the food on the table. There were 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and soup, along with steamed rice. Although the meat in the 2 meat dishes wasn't much, and the rice was mixed grain rice, for some reason, it looked very comforting, and the aroma was especially tempting, making people's mouths water. Song Huimin walked over and sat down. Old Master Song and Song Man were already sitting there. Seeing Chun Jigang not sit down, Song Huimin hurriedly called him. Jigang, what are you standing for? Sit down quickly. Chun Jigang sat down on the other side of Song Huimin. Dad, come on.
All right.
Song Huimin agreed and picked up his chopsticks. He tried each dish and also drank the soup Chun Jigang served him. Chun Jigang had been watching Song Huimin eagerly, and only then did he ask, Dad, how is it? Song Huimin nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Delicious. Even better than your mom's cooking. Old Master Song and Song Man also nodded in agreement. It's really good. Song Huimin took a few more bites, then put down his chopsticks, smiling as he looked at Chun Jigang. Now can you tell us? Who made this? Dad, I asked before, but he wouldn't say. He insisted that Man and I wait upstairs, saying he wanted to give us a surprise, and that he'd tell us after you come back. Song Man's words sounded like a complaint, but her smile was full of pride. Anyone could tell she was showing off. Chun Jigang smiled shyly and then said, It's not that I don't want to tell you early, but it's not easy to say. I thought Ming can't cook, and I can't either. Dad and Grandpa definitely can't. We can't eat at the state-run restaurant every day, and it's not good to trouble Auntie either. So I thought, let's just find a nanny. I don't feel comfortable letting a stranger live in the house, so I thought of my cousin's wife. My cousin's husband died in an accident over half a year ago when he was working. After that, his family bullied my cousin's wife, took away the compensation and the money from the factory, and sent her back home. She doesn't want to rely on a man anymore. She wants to use her skills to earn her own money and support herself. Our family needs someone to do laundry and cook, and since she can do those things, I asked her to come. She prepared a table of food first, so you all can see her cooking skills. Hearing Chun Jigang's words, Old Master Song nodded with satisfaction. You've thought this through carefully. Not bad. Your cousin's wife is also a good person and she cooks well. I have no objections. Second son, what do you think? Since Old Master Song said he had no objections, Song Huaimin naturally had none either. Dad, I have no objections either. Chun Jigang looked at Song Man Man. Man Man, what about you? Song Man Man smiled sweetly at Chun Jigang. Of course I have no objections. Your cousin's wife is my cousin's wife. She cooks really well. Where is she? Let her come out and eat with us. Old Master Song looked pleased. Man Man is becoming more sensible. Jigang, ask your cousin's wife to come out so we can eat together. If anyone asks, just say she's here visiting relatives and helping with cooking and laundry. Don't say she's a nanny. Even though everyone knew there was an extra person doing laundry and cooking at home, they wouldn't say it aloud. No matter who asked, they would say she was a relative. This had become an unspoken understanding in the courtyard. Chun Jigang nodded seriously. Dad, Grandpa, I understand. I'll go call my cousin's wife. She's in the kitchen. He stood up and quickly walked into the kitchen. Inside, Jiang Rong was already waiting. When she saw Chun Jigang come in, she quickly adjusted her expression. Seeing him nod, she carried her bowl and followed him out. Song Huaimin's seat was directly facing the kitchen door. He was also curious about what kind of person Chun Jigang's cousin was, so he looked up toward the kitchen. Jiang Rong had just come out when she made eye contact with Song Huaimin. Her fair cheeks instantly turned red, and her eyes looked a bit nervous. She quickly looked away. Song Huaimin's breathing quickened for a moment, but he quickly calmed himself and looked away calmly. First update, Grandpa, Dad, Mon, this is my cousin's aunt. Old Master Song looked up and, after recognizing Jiang Rong's appearance, frowned instinctively. Is she Chun Jigang's cousin's aunt? People who didn't know might think she was Chun Jigang's older sister. The two stood together like siblings. Song Mon was very surprised, but she didn't think about anything else.
Wow.
Mon exclaimed, Jigang, our cousin's aunt is really pretty. Chun Jigang smiled at Mon, right? I think so too. She's very pretty. Not only is she pretty, but she also cooks really well. Mon didn't hold back her praise. Song Huaimin subtly looked at Jiang Rong again, then said to Mon, all right, Mon, say a few words and let's eat. Old Master Song saw that Song Huaimin was acting normally and speaking normally, so his frown eased a little. Okay, let's sit down and eat, he said. Jiang Rong said thank you and sat down. She didn't dare to lift her head the whole time, looking a bit nervous. After eating, Jiang Rong immediately started tidying up the dishes. She wiped the table, swept the floor, washed the dishes, and cleaned the kitchen. All these tasks she did quickly and efficiently. Old Master Song kept watching Jiang Rong. Seeing that she really knew how to do these things and was quick, his last bit of suspicion and caution disappeared. It's good if she's serious about her work. He was just worried she might have other intentions. But now it seemed she was just good-looking and probably had a good heart. Old Master Song finally relaxed. Since Jiang Rong was staying to be a nanny, it was settled. Jiang Rong quietly let out a breath of relief. She was finally staying. Although she had been pampered all these years, it didn't mean she couldn't do anything. She just didn't want to do it, not that she couldn't. When she was at her family's home, she had done these things many times. Even recently, while staying at her family's house, she cooked, washed dishes, and tidied up every day. Otherwise, my older brother and sister-in-law would definitely have opinions about her, and I can't let her stay at home for so long for nothing. Instead of being a useless person at home, it's better to work as a nanny at the Song family. After all, she can't be a nanny forever at the Song family. That Song Hwaimin, although they haven't spoken a word to each other, just the previous eye contact made Jong Rong sure that Song Hwaimin had feelings for her. Over the years, she has been living off men, and has figured them out well. If you can't see this clearly, she wouldn't agree to be a nanny at the Song family. At night, Jong Rong cooked some delicious food again, different from lunch, but just as tasty. Old Master Song is getting old, so he naturally prefers soft, tasty foods. When he's happy eating, his mood gets better too. After dinner, Old Master Song said to Song Hwaimin, second brother, from now on, give the money and tickets from selling vegetables at home to Jong Rong. Song Hwaimin immediately agreed. Okay, Dad, I understand. Jong Rong smiled shyly and went back to the kitchen. Soon, she brought out a basin of hot water. Old Master, soak your feet in hot water. You'll sleep better tonight. Hearing this, Old Master Song was a bit surprised. But after the surprise, he felt very pleased. Su Xiaoying wouldn't bother to prepare foot-washing water for him. Jong Rong had only been here for a day, and she already knew to bring him foot-washing water. Truly a kind and capable girl. Old Master Song soaked his feet in hot water, and soon he felt sleepy. After drying his feet, he went back to his room to sleep. Song Man and Qin Jigang had already gone back to their rooms too. For a moment, only Jong Rong and Song Hwaimin remained in the living room. Jong Rong poured out the foot-washing water, and when she brought another basin of hot water, she didn't see Song Hwaimin in the living room. She smiled slightly, turned off the living room light, and carried the hot water upstairs to Song Hwaimin's room. The door was slightly open. Song Hwaimin was sitting at the desk, doing something unknown. Jong Rong didn't go in directly, but softly said, I brought the foot-washing water. Second brother, do you want to soak your feet? Hearing her calling him second brother, Song Hwaimin's heart trembled. He slowly turned around and looked at Jong Rong with intense eyes. Okay. Jong Rong entered the room with the hot water and placed it in front of Song Hwaimin. Then, second brother, when you're done, just pour out the water. I'll go back to sleep now. Tomorrow I have to get up early to cook. What do you want to eat in the morning? You're good at cooking, everything you make is delicious. Just decide what to eat. Jong Rong smiled as she looked at Song Hwaimin, then turned and left. Song Hwaimin kept watching her back until she was completely out of sight, and he still didn't want to look away.
That's
women. Su Xiaoying had been on a train for 2 days and 1 night, and finally arrived. When she got off the train, it was almost dark. Carrying 2 bags of luggage, feeling light and heavy at the same time, she stepped down from the train, and everything around her was pitch black. She had forgotten the last time she took such a long train ride. Before leaving, she sent a telegram to Song Lianqing. He should come to pick her up, right? She thought this, but deep down, she wasn't very confident. Just as she was thinking, she heard a familiar voice. Following the sound, she saw Song Lianqing. Her heart eased, and she hurriedly walked toward him. Lianqing. As soon as she called his name, her voice choked with emotion. Mom, don't cry. It's too cold outside. Let's go back first. We'll be traveling for a while to get there. It was indeed very cold here. Not only was there thick snow on the ground, but snowflakes were falling from the sky. A gust of wind blew, making her clothes feel soaked through, and the cold wind seeped into her bones. Song Lianqing took her luggage and strode ahead. Su Xiaoying didn't dare say anything and could only jog behind him. She wondered if they would have to walk like this all the way. She'd be exhausted. When they left the train station, she saw Song Lianqing walking toward a bullock cart and placing all the luggage on it. Mom, get on. We need to hurry back. Su Xiaoying felt reluctant. When had she ever ridden in a bullock cart? But no matter how much she disliked it, it was better than walking on her own. After walking for a little while, she felt her legs and feet almost frozen stiff. She got on the cart, and Song Lianqing sat beside her. An old man was driving the cart, waving his whip, and the cart slowly moved forward. They traveled through wind and snow for over an hour, and it was completely dark. Finally, They arrived at their destination. Su Xiaoying was almost frozen and felt a bit dazed when she heard they had arrived. Just as she tried to stand up, she found her body frozen stiff. With Song Lianqing's help, she managed to get off the cart. Song Lianqing thanked the old man, paid him, then carried her luggage in one hand and supported Su Xiaoying as they walked into the yard. Second update, it was already very dark outside. The situation in the yard was unclear, and Su Xiaoying wasn't interested in looking. Her only thought was to get inside quickly to warm up. Once inside, Su Xiaoying finally relaxed. The room was much warmer than outside. Not only was there a heated Kong bed, but also a stove was burning. On top of the stove was a pot. Although the lid was on, steam was escaping from the edges, and the smell was very fragrant. Su Xiaoying took a deep breath. Is that chicken soup? Song Lianqing had already put down his luggage and went over directly. He took a bowl, filled it with chicken soup, and placed it on the table. Yes, it's chicken soup. I cooked it before I left, and now it's just right to drink. Mom, try some quickly. Be careful when you drink. Don't drink too fast, or you might burn your throat. Su Xiaoying agreed but couldn't wait and took a spoonful to taste. The flavor was really good. After drinking a bowl of chicken soup, she felt warm all over. Her previously frozen limbs finally regained feeling. Su Xiaoying slowly finished the bowl, feeling revived, and looked at Song Lianqing. He was also drinking chicken soup and holding a pancake. Seeing Su Xiaoying look over, Song Lianqing put down his spoon and pancake, then scooped a generous portion of chicken meat and half a bowl of soup into her bowl. He also handed her a pancake. Mom, eat quickly. After you finish, you can sleep well. Su Xiaoying was truly hungry and started eating right away. Only after she was full and comfortable did she remember her original purpose. Where's Malia? She asked. Since she entered, she hadn't seen Su Malia. The calm was empty, and no one was there. She's in the inner room, Song Lianqing said, continuing to eat meat and soup, with no intention of standing up. His tone was cold. Su Xiaoying sensed something was wrong, and quickly stood up, heading toward the door on the east wall. She pushed the door open and entered. Her first feeling was cold. It wasn't that there was no heated Kong, but compared to this room, it was still a bit colder. Probably it was time to add firewood to the Kong hole. The room was very dark. Su Xiaoying touched the wall and finally found the light switch. With a click, the light turned on. Under the orange-yellow glow, Su Xiaoying saw a bump on the Kong bed, which was probably Su Malia. M-O-L-I-E? Su Xiaoying called out and walked toward the Kong bed. As she approached, she kept calling, but there was no response from Su Malia. She peeked in and was startled. Although thin, Su Malia had gained some weight after pregnancy. But now, Su Malia's small face was no bigger than her palm. Even under the dim yellow light, it was clear that Su Malia's complexion was pale and yellowish, her lips very pale, cracked, and peeling. It seemed she hadn't drunk water for a long time. If she hadn't felt her breathing and seen her eyelids move, Su Xiaoying almost thought she was dead. But even if she was alive, she was breathing very little and taking in little air. What's going on? Malia? Su Xiaoying called repeatedly, but Su Malia didn't even open her eyelids. She knew Su Malia didn't want to open her eyes, but she couldn't. Lianqing? Lianqing? Su Xiaoying called several times before Song Lianqing strolled in calmly. Looking at Song Lianqing, Su Xiaoying pointed at Su Malia on the bed and asked, Lianqing, what's going on? Why does she look like this? Song Lianqing shrugged indifferently. She had a miscarriage. Since then, she can't eat or sleep well, and she's been bleeding heavily. The doctor said she doesn't have much time left and told me to prepare.
What?
Su Xiaoying's voice suddenly rose sharply. Not much time left? Why didn't you take her to the hospital? Why leave her at home? Anyway, she doesn't have much time left. What's the point of taking her to the hospital? Song Lianqing said matter-of-factly. She married me with so much effort. Before she dies, she probably wants to stay with me. She definitely wouldn't want to die in a cold, impersonal hospital. Su Xiaoying wasn't stupid. Hearing this, she realized something was wrong. Song Lianqing was trying to let Su Malia die. Realizing this, Su Zhaoying's eyes were full of disbelief. Lianqing, you. Before she could finish, Song Lianqing interrupted her. Mom, you don't want to come either, right? Once she's gone, you can go back. Just endure a few more days. Su Zhaoying really didn't want to come, and she didn't like Su Malia as her daughter-in-law.
But
She never thought about letting Su Malia die. She was a living person. Lianqing, I feel like you've changed. Song Lianqing smiled. No need to feel. I have changed. By the way, Mom, I found a new daughter-in-law for you. If you're not in a hurry to leave, wait until we get married, and then go back.
what?
Su Zhaoying's voice suddenly rose sharply, almost as if it cut off the roof. Su Malia was still lying on the Kong bed, alive, yet Song Lianqing had already found the next person. What's going on? Song Lianqing, what exactly is happening? Su Zhaoying finally couldn't hold back. This wife of yours is the one you wanted to marry, and she's still alive. You already found the next one. Are you? Mom. Song Lianqing interrupted, his face no longer smiling. This is my matter. You don't need to worry. His eyes were dark and cold, like ink. Seeing Song Lianqing like this, Su Zhaoying suddenly didn't dare to speak. She felt that if she kept talking, she might end up like Su Malia, lying on the bed waiting to die. Although this thought was very unreasonable, Su Zhaoying believed it. She bit her lip and finally said, I'm tired. I want to sleep. Song Lianqing smiled satisfactorily. Then go outside and sleep. You don't need to worry here. Mother and son left together. The inner room's light was turned off, and the door was closed. The room gradually grew colder. On this deep winter night, it was so cold it felt like an ice cellar. Lying on the Kong, Su Malia couldn't open her eyes, but her mind was still racing. She regretted it. She regretted it again. Before her death in her previous life, she regretted marrying that man and living a dull life. In this second chance, she married Song Lianqing with great effort, but her life was even more tragic than before. Why did Su Mujin live so well for 2 lifetimes?
Why?
If she had another chance, she would definitely go save Song Qinian. She wanted to marry Song Qinian. Now, she was in college and had a job. That was her. The next morning, when Su Zhaoying opened her eyes, she felt a bit dazed. But when she saw the unfamiliar ceiling, her memory finally returned, and she remembered where she was. She came to see Song Lianqing.
No.
To be precise, she came to take care of Su Malia.
Wait.
Where is Su Malia? Su Zhaoying shivered all over. She was lying in the quilt, but her body suddenly felt very cold. Without thinking, she quickly got out of bed and put on her clothes. There was only her in the room. Song Lianqing was nowhere to be seen. Su Zhaoying didn't care about Song Lianqing. After getting off the Kong, she ran into the inner room. As soon as she entered, she shivered from the cold. Last night, she already felt that the room was a bit cold. Now, the room feels even colder. It's almost like a freezer. A normal person, even in the middle of winter, sleeping in such a room could get sick. Su Malia, who recently had a miscarriage and is weak, sleeping here overnight, can she survive? Su Zhaoying, though often blunt, has never done anything truly harmful or unjust. At this moment, looking at the bump on the bed, her heart beats like a drum. She takes several deep breaths before daring to move forward. Although only a few meters away, she takes over a minute to reach the bed. She hesitates, not daring to look directly. Suddenly, she hears a breathing sound. Hearing this, Su Zhaoying isn't scared but feels relieved. Thank goodness. She's still alive. She thought someone had died. Quickly, she steps forward and looks at Su Malia's face. Su Malia just barely opens her eyes, but her gaze is changed. Malia, how are you? Su Malia struggles to open her eyes wider, Mom.
Ah.
It's me.
Su Zhaoying Zpen.
It's just a miscarriage. Why do you look like this? If Lianqing doesn't want to be with you anymore and wants a divorce, you could just agree. Why fight him and risk your life? Su Zhaoying keeps talking, but She doesn't hear a reply from Sumalia for a while. She knows Sumalia's condition isn't good right now. Thinking for a moment, Su Zhaoying says, "Wait here. I'll get you some hot water. Drink some first." She's not like Su Mujin, who can treat illnesses. The only thing she can do now is help Sumalia drink some hot water. But just as she turns around, she sees Song Lianqing standing at the door. Oh my goodness! Su Zhaoying jumps in surprise, quickly pats her chest, and looks at Song Lianqing with a bit of annoyance. "Lianqing, when did you come back? Why didn't you make a sound? Do you know that scaring people to death is dangerous? What if you scare your mom so badly she gets hurt?" Song Lianqing shows no expression. "Mom, have I told you not to worry about her?"
But
Su Zhaoying hesitates. This is a life, after all. It's different from a baby lost in the... If the baby isn't born, it's not considered a person. Although it can make people feel sad, once something is gone, it's gone. No one needs to take responsibility for it. But Sumalia is a person. "Lianqing, if you really dislike Sumalia and don't want to be with her anymore, just divorce her. When I go back, I will bring her home and let her return to the Su family. That way, if you want to find someone else, you can."
Mom. Song Lianchen interrupts Su Zhaoying.
Can't you understand what I'm saying? His eyes looked at her without any emotion, like he was looking at a stranger. "If you don't understand, I'll say it again, but only once. Sumalia is dying. Everyone knows that. She won't live much longer, do you understand? If you dare to talk nonsense or do anything reckless again, you'll end up like her. Do you understand? For your sake as my mother, I can forgive you once, but if it happens again, don't blame me." Hearing Song Lianqing's words, Su Zhaoying felt stunned, full of shock and fear.
What?
"What do you mean? Do you want me to die?" Song Lianqing shook his head. "Whether you die or not isn't up to me, but up to what you do. The decision is in your hands." Su Zhaoying's legs went weak, almost falling to the ground. Is this really her son? When did Song Lianqing become like this?
No.
She must leave. She's leaving right now. She wants to go back. Su Zhaoying didn't say a word, but from her expression, Song Lianqing could guess what she was thinking. "You want to leave?"
No.
"Your daughter-in-law is dying. You have to stay here and see to her funeral. After she dies for 10 or half a month, you'll come out and say you're worried about me being alone. You'll threaten me with your life, forcing me to remarry." Hearing this string of words, Su Zhaoying instinctively asked, "Marry who?" "Who you marry isn't your concern. You'll find out when the time comes. All right, come out now. It's time for breakfast." Song Lianqing turned and walked away. Su Zhaoying watched him leave, her heart finally easing a little. But just as she let out a breath, her legs went even weaker, almost collapsing to the ground. Song Lianqing is really crazy. He dares to threaten his own mother like that. Her normally good son. Why has he become like this? Su Zhaoying couldn't understand and didn't want to go outside. But seeing Sumalia lying half dead on the bed, she clenched her teeth and still decided to leave. She can no longer stay with Sumalia. Now, Song Lianqing makes her feel scared. If she continues to stay with Sumalia and makes Song Lianqing angry, she might end up like Sumalia. Su Zhaoying left the room. Song Lianqing had already prepared breakfast, with a slight smile on his face and a gentle voice, saying, "Mom, come and eat. After breakfast, I'll take you out to see where I live." Just moments ago, he seemed to hate his mother so much that he wanted to hurt her, but now he is kind and gentle. How could he change so quickly? Su Zhaoying was confused, but didn't dare disobey Song Lianqing's wishes. She hurried over, sat down silently, and ate her meal. Song Lianqing looked at Su Zhaoying with a smile and said, "Mom, you are very smart. You know what to do and what not to do." Without waiting for her to reply, he lowered his head and continued eating. Su Zhaoying held her bowl, sipping her porridge quietly, her eyes filling with tears. First update after the meal, Song Lianqing took the initiative to wash the dishes. Seeing this, Su Zhaoying was startled again. In the past, when they were at home, Song Lianqing never did such things. Now, He has become so frightening that she was afraid he would get angry if she tried to wash the dishes. Thinking this, Su Xiaoying decided to wash the dishes herself. But just as she reached out her hand, Song Lianqing looked at her with a fake smile. "Mom, have you forgotten what I just said? I told you to do what I ask, and not to have your own ideas." Su Xiaoying instinctively forced a smile. I just want to help you." Before she finished, she saw the cold look in Song Lianqing's eyes. Staring at her with such a gaze, Su Xiaoying dared not say anything more. She quickly withdrew her hand, sat quietly, and placed her hands obediently on her lap. She looked like a student in her first class, seeing her teacher for the first time. Seeing Su Xiaoying like this, Song Lianqing was very satisfied. That's right. After saying this, Song Lianqing went to wash the dishes. Su Xiaoying watched from the side until he finished cleaning all the dishes and utensils. Only then did she follow him out of the house. When they arrived yesterday, it was already dark outside, and she hadn't seen what the surroundings looked like. Now, walking outside with Song Lianqing, she could see clearly. They were in a courtyard with an east wing room. Besides their house, there is also an upper house and a west wing. Last night, neither the upper house nor the west wing had their lights on. She was tired and cold, just wanting to get inside without paying attention to her surroundings, so she didn't notice anything unusual. As she stared, she saw the curtain of the west wing being pulled aside, and a girl stepped out. The girl wore a floral cotton padded jacket, black cotton pants, and black cotton shoes. Her outfit looked like that of a rural person, and her clothes had patches. But upon closer look, you could see that all the clothes were brand new, and the patches were deliberately sewn on. However, these details are not the most important. The most important thing is that this girl's face was exposed, and her skin was snow white, with delicate features, very beautiful. If Su Xiaoying were to describe her, she could only say that the last person she saw as beautiful was Su Mujin. Su Mujin was beautiful, and so was this girl, but their beauty was different. Su Xiaoying had little formal education and knew few characters. Although she felt something, she couldn't quite put it into words. The girl's hair was shiny black, tied into a ponytail that swung back and forth as she moved. Soon she reached. No, she walked right up to Song Lianqing. "Lianqing." The girl's voice was clear, like a oriole bird. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, and a faint smile played on her lips. As Su Xiaoying got closer, she saw more clearly and felt more vividly. Whether in the big courtyard or elsewhere in the city, she had never seen a girl like this before. Her smile was simply too radiant. Standing there, she seemed to glow. She looked out of place in this yard and this era. Su Xiaoying kept staring at the girl until she looked over at her. "Madam, hello.
My name is Fuan."
Song Wan spoke while extending her hand. Su Xiaoying was stunned for a moment before hesitantly reaching out her hand to shake with the girl's. Fu Wan quickly withdrew her hand, but her smile didn't fade at all. "Lianqing, how is Molly? Is she feeling better?" Song Lianqing shook his head. "No, the hospital can't do anything. That's her fate." Fu Wan's smile finally disappeared, and she sighed. "She's still so young. Such a pity. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in the heavens," Song Lianqing said softly. "Everything is her choice, and others can't be blamed." Fu Wan nodded and said, "You're right. Choosing is very important." The two looked at each other and suddenly stopped talking. Su Xiaoying watched them from the side, feeling like there was something between them. She even thought that they might have already made some secret agreement. After dealing with Su Boyo's matters, Su Muxin's life became normal again. She went to work and back on time every day. When busy, she worked with Dr.
Huang.
When not busy, she learned clinical knowledge from Dr. Huang. Having clinical experience made reading books much easier. Many things became clear without much effort. At home, Su Boyo not only studied calligraphy and painting with Chen Yuehua, but also helped her with chores. Chen Yuehua initially didn't want Su Boyo to do housework, but she was very determined. Unable to persuade her, Chen Yuehua agreed. Su Boyo's insistence was not only about helping with chores. She also wanted everyone, including Su Mushin, to call her by her full name. She didn't want to be called Yaya, her childhood nickname. Su Mushin and others understood her insistence. For Su Boyo, the name Yaya carried too much pain from the past. Now that she finally had a new family, a new name, and a new life, she didn't want any old ties to remain. This was a good thing for her. They had already agreed that after the new year and school started, Su Boyo would go to first grade. She would be 6 years old by then, just the right age for first grade. A week passed quickly. Su Boyo had fully adapted to life at the Song family. After discussing with her, they decided to set up a separate bedroom for her on the second floor. Since Song Chinian was not home, she could sleep with Su Mushin. But Song Chinian would come back eventually. Instead of moving out temporarily later, it was better to prepare a room now, decorated according to her preferences, and let her get used to it gradually. The room was simply decorated, not overly fancy or luxurious. Given the current environment, overly decorated rooms wouldn't be practical. Simplicity and modesty were better for long-term living. However, the bed sheets and blankets were pink. The little girl loved this color and was very happy. That night, Su Mushin woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't fall back asleep. She quietly went upstairs to check on Su Boyo. As I just took the flashlight upstairs, I encountered Song Mushiwa, Chinyuehua, and Song Hwayan, who were coming out of their rooms. The four of us looked at each other and all silently smiled. It seemed we all had the same thought. In the end, the four of us quietly opened Su Boyo's room. Seeing she hadn't kicked off her blanket and was sleeping peacefully, we finally relaxed and each went back to our own rooms to rest. The next day was a day off. On days off, Old Master Song liked to gather the two families for a meal. Su Mushin didn't like these family gatherings that lacked nutrition, but she couldn't argue with Old Master Song. Since the two families lived so close, Old Master Song, being old, hoped everyone could sit together once a week for a meal. From any point of view, this request was reasonable. If Su Mushin refused to meet this simple request and didn't show respect to Old Master Song, others would say she was unfilial. To avoid being called unfilial, Su Mushin went to the neighboring yard with everyone the next noon. But she didn't go empty-handed. In the morning, Su Mushin specially rode her bike out. When she returned, she brought a roast chicken and some braised pork, all bought from a state-run restaurant, hot, fragrant, tender, and flavorful, with plenty to share. Besides, she also brought honey sesame sticks, peach cookies, and egg cakes, soft snacks perfect for sharing. Old Master Song was getting older, and his teeth weren't as good as they used to be. Hard snacks like rice stick treats weren't suitable for him anymore. Of course, besides Old Master Song, the others in the second household could eat rice stick treats. But why buy for the second household? Bringing something for Old Master Song was a sign of respect. Buying things just for the second household, that wasn't necessary at all. Su Mushin handed the bought items to Song Mushiwa and Chinyuehua. She held Su Boyo's hand, and Song Hwayan led the way at the front. They quickly entered the neighboring house. The living room was warm, with a stove burning and the chimney's smoke vented outside, so the room wasn't smoky. Old Master Song was sitting near the stove reading a book. There was tea on the table beside him. Seeing everyone come in, Old Master Song put down his book, smiled, and greeted them, inviting them to sit down. As soon as Song Mushiwa sat down, she took a deep breath and said, "The smell in this house is so good. It's fragrant and sweet. The more I smell, the hungrier I get." "Grandpa, what's that smell?" Old Master Song chuckled. "Isn't this the taste of apples and oranges?" Aunt Zhang's idea was to put orange and apple peels near the stove to dry. She said it makes the house smell nice. Hearing how Old Master Song called Jiangrong, Su Mujin felt a sudden thought. It seemed that Old Master Song was very pleased with the nanny, Jiangrong. Just as she was thinking this, Jiangrong came out of the kitchen, carrying a tray with several bowls. "Meal will be ready soon. I made some brown sugar rice wine. Mushiwa, Mujin, Boyo, big sister-in-law, try some." "Brother, do you want some?" Song Hwayan immediately shook his head. "I don't want any." Jiangrong's smile grew brighter. I knew men wouldn't want this. Old master doesn't want it either, second brother doesn't want it, and even Zhigang doesn't. That's why I didn't make it for you. Her tone was gentle as she said this. Whether in her clothes or her way of speaking and acting, Jiang Rong didn't seem like a nanny. She looked more like the lady of the house. This thought suddenly appeared in Su Mujin's mind, and she was surprised herself. Why was she thinking this? Before she could ponder further, Jiang Rong looked over and lifted a bowl, offering it to her. Mujin, what are you thinking? Hurry and eat. You're studying medicine, so tell us, does this brown sugar egg rice wine taste good? The bowl was already in front of her, and everyone in the room was watching. Su Mujin couldn't refuse, so she took it. It is pretty good, she said. But no matter what you eat, you should have it in moderation. Eating too much isn't good. Jiang Rong nodded repeatedly. Got it, I'll remember. Studying medicine is great, you know everything. You all eat first. I'll go to the kitchen and watch. We'll eat in half an hour. Chen Yuehua immediately stood up with her bowl. I'll go with you and take a look.
Great.
Sister-in-law, I heard second brother say your cooking is excellent. I wanted to ask you for some tips, and today's just the right chance. Jiang Rong was beautiful, and her smile was even more charming. Not only was she good-looking, but her voice was pleasant, and her friendly attitude made it hard for anyone to frown at her. Chen Yuehua happily followed Jiang Rong into the kitchen, and they chatted occasionally. As soon as they left, Song Huaimin came downstairs. Passing by the kitchen door, he looked inside with a big smile in his eyes. Su Mujuan is very busy every day. This week, she hasn't seen Song Huaimin at all. Suddenly seeing him now, she almost didn't recognize him. Is this really Song Huaimin? Not only is his face smiling, but even his expression looks very relaxed. He used to seem silent and tired, but now, just after a week, he looks radiant. If it weren't for his face and voice remaining the same, she might think he's a different person. Su Mujuan was surprised and watching closely when Song Mushue came over and lowered her voice, saying, Sister-in-law, do you feel that second uncle looks much younger now?
Yes. Shumuhuin nodded. I feel the same way. Why is that?
Song Mushue asked curiously. Did he use some method? I wonder if Dad tried it too. I think Dad has always looked quite young, Su Mujuan replied. Song Mushue looked back and forth at Song Huayan and Song Huaimin, nodding in agreement. It does seem like Dad is a bit younger. Su Boyo also nodded, saying, Auntie is right.
Oh.
Song Mushue rubbed Su Boyo's head. You also agree with me. But we can only talk about it secretly. We can't tell others. Su Boyo covered his mouth and nodded obediently and seriously. I know. I won't say anything. Half an hour later, everyone took their seats. Su Mujuan helped Su Boyo set up the stool before raising her head. When she looked up, she saw Jiang Rong and Song Huaimin sitting together across from her. They sat very close, shoulders touching. Song Huaimin didn't seem to notice or care. He was even smiling and talking to Song Huayan, saying, Big brother, try this. Little Rong's cooking is really good. Song Huayan wasn't stupid and was quick to realize something was off when he heard this. Second brother, he frowned at Song Huaimin. Aren't you being a bit too close with Jiang Rong? Big brother, Song Huaimin looked annoyed. What are you talking about? If this gets out, I, a man, am fine, but how can little Rong live if people think she's involved with me? You're a grown man. You should think before you speak, Song Huayan said. My relationship with little Rong is proper and honest. There's nothing to hide. Song Man nodded in agreement. Yes, uncle. My dad and Auntie Rong have nothing between them. If we start hiding things, isn't that like hiding a treasure? Third part Mujin looked at Song Man as she spoke. She wanted to see if Song Man was serious or just being sarcastic. But Song Man is truly straightforward. She's genuinely clueless sometimes. Whatever she thinks, it shows clearly on her face. Just by looking at Song Man's expression, Mujin knew she was serious about what she said. She really believed there was nothing to hide between Jiang Rong and Song Huaimin. Song Huayan looked at the father and daughter, then at old Master Song, who was silent, and immediately understood. They all thought there was no problem. If he kept saying there was an issue, he would be the troublemaker. Realizing this, Song Hwai decisively kept quiet and said nothing. Since they all thought everything was fine, why should he keep talking? After this small incident, everyone didn't speak much during the meal. After dinner, Song Hwai quickly took Mu Jin and the others back home. As soon as they arrived, Chen Yuehua sneered. They look like a real couple, but Song Man, that foolish girl, just doesn't see it. With a daughter like her, Su Zhaoying is truly lucky in her past life. Song Hwai frowned. Second brother is really getting out of line. If he gets involved with this woman and it gets out, he'll be the one to suffer. Discipline and rules are now enforced very strictly. Song Hwai knows this, but he doesn't care at all. Not only does he ignore it, he even risks himself. The older he gets, the more clueless he becomes. Seeing Song Hwai worried, Chen Yuehua was furious. Song Hwai, I tell you, what Song Hwai does has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere so much and don't speak up. You're just trying to help, but people might think you're causing trouble for no reason. Thinking about Song Hwai recent retort and old master Song's silence, Chen Yuehua felt even more annoyed. Song Hwai sighed helplessly. I want to say something, but they won't listen. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Hearing his promise, Chen Yuehua's mood slightly improved. Mu Jin listened quietly to their conversation and smiled silently. In troubled times, minding your own business is the best choice. After the Song family left, old Master Song went back to his room to rest. Chun Jigang also took Song Man with him, holding her back and not letting her go out. Jiang Rong returned to her own room and sat on the bed, wiping away tears. At that moment, the slightly open door was pushed open, and Song Hwai came in. He closed the door casually and walked toward Jiang Rong. Little Rong. Jiang Rong seemed to notice someone entering only then. She looked back and, upon seeing it was Song Hwai, hurriedly looked away and wiped her tears. Although she was quick, Song Hwai still saw her red eyes and tear-streaked face. This surprised him. What's wrong? He quickly stepped forward and sat on the edge of the bed. Little Rong, why are you crying? Jiang Rong became even more flustered, trying to wipe away her tears, but the more she wiped, the more tears fell. It's nothing. Her voice choked with emotion. As soon as she said this, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore and started crying loudly. Seeing this, Song Hwai became more worried and felt even more heartbroken. You're crying so much, and you say it's nothing? He asked anxiously. What happened? Tell me, I'll help you handle it. Jiang Rong took a deep breath, trying to suppress her tears. Second brother, I'll pack my things and leave soon. What? Song Hwai voice suddenly rose. Why are you leaving? Jiang Rong looked at him with red eyes. During dinner just now, what big brother said, you heard it too. He told us to avoid suspicion. I'm a widow, and it's not appropriate for me to stay here as a housekeeper. I don't want my presence to damage your reputation. Nonsense. Song Hwai interrupted her. When did I say your reputation would be damaged? Little Rong, don't go anywhere. I don't want you to leave. Jiang Rong looked at him with fixed eyes. Second brother. Seeing her delicate face and hearing her gentle voice, Song Hwai felt his heart soften completely. Su Zhaoying was a straightforward person, loud and often arguing when she spoke. Even in bed, she was never so gentle. Their intimacy was almost like a fight. Song Hwai had read books and seen women described as tender and gentle, but he had never truly felt it himself. I used to think that this was how my life would always be, but I never expected to meet Jiang Rong. Every smile and frown of Jiang Rong, every call for second brother, made me fall deeper, without control. Song Hwai gently touched Jiang Rong's face. Her skin was very fair and looked soft. I had always wondered what it would feel like to touch her face. Now I finally know. It's really soft, even softer than I imagined. Jiang Rong seemed surprised, her eyes wide open, but she didn't hide. Instead, she tilted her head and pressed her face completely against Song Hwai's palm. Second brother, you are really kind, but I can't. I should leave now. I can't let you make a mistake. Song Hwaimin raised his other hand and firmly pulled Jiang Rong's arm. Don't go. I'm not making a mistake. I really like you. Little Rong, we met too late. But because we met late, I don't want to miss you. Jiang Rong's eyes, like autumn water, looked straight at Song Hwaimin. But second brother, you have a wife. Song Hwaimin didn't hesitate. I will divorce her. After I divorce her, I will marry you. We will be together forever. Little Rong, do you want to be with me? I do, but... Before Jiang Rong could finish, Song Hwaimin hugged her. Will you marry me? Little Rong, will you marry me? That's wonderful. Don't worry, I will divorce Su Zhaoying soon. As soon as she comes back, I will divorce her. Jiang Rong pressed her face against Song Hwaimin's chest, her lips curling into a proud smile. It's only been a week, and she already took him in. Song Hwaimin really is good at winning people over. Su Muxin thought that after Song Hwaimin's reminder, whether or not there was really something going on, Song Hwaimin and Jiang Rong would avoid suspicion. But the truth surprised Su Muxin greatly. First update, Song Hwaimin and Jiang Rong not only avoided suspicion, but they even started going out together. When Song Hwaimin was resting, he would go shopping for vegetables and meet with Jiang Rong. Every time they bought things and returned home, Jiang Rong usually carried nothing, while Song Hwaimin carried big bags and small packages. They walked together on the street, talking and laughing. The men of the Song family are quite handsome. Song Hwaimin is now in his 40s, in his prime. In his past life, Su Muxin had heard the saying that a man at 41 is like a flower. Some men, as they get older, do not focus on exercising and cannot maintain their figure, which makes them look greasy. However, Song Hwaimin's special job keeps him running 5 kilometers every day. He doesn't care about looks, only about his body, and he looks no different from a young man. In fact, he's even stronger than most young people. His features are sharp, his lines are nice, and with a good body, he naturally looks younger. Jiang Rong is already pretty, almost 40, but she looks like she's in her 30s. They walk side by side, looking like a couple in their early 30s, very happy and loving. If other people saw such a couple walking together, they might feel jealous or envious. But now, the people in the big yard look at the happy couple with disdain. Song Hwaimin's wife has gone to the countryside to care for her sister-in-law who had a miscarriage, not that she has died. Why does Song Hwaimin seem to be involved with the housekeeper? Song Hwai knew about this and tried to be patient, but he couldn't hold back. He went to the neighbor's house with a serious face. Not long after, he came back cold and angry. Today, we won't go to the neighbors for dinner, Song Hwaimin said as he entered the house. We won't go anymore. Not until Jiang Rong returns. Chun Yuehua nodded happily, saying, It's better not to go. I didn't want to go either. I'm going to cook now. Song Muxue, worried that Song Hwaimin might get angry, quickly followed to the kitchen. Mom, I'll help you cook. Bo Yao, come on, you and Andy go together. Song Hwaimin sat there with a stern face, but didn't take out his anger on others. He just couldn't understand why the old master was so tolerant of a second house. Such things, he couldn't believe they were tolerated. Seeing Song Hwaimin full of anger, Su Mujin thought for a moment and finally spoke. Dad, you don't have to be so angry. Grandpa's indulgence of second uncle isn't good for him. Everyone in the yard is talking about this. I think second uncle will be called in for a talk by the leaders tomorrow. Song Hwaimin sighed deeply. I just hope after the talk, your second uncle will be more careful and not do such foolish things again. Su Mujin said nothing in response. Right now, Song Hwaimin is completely caught up in love and probably won't wake up. Song Man is also love-struck, and Song Hwaimin is the same. Love can really be hereditary. But inheritance is just a chance. At least, Song Liancheng is not love-struck. The next day, Song Hwaimin was called in for a talk. The leader's suggestion was for Song Hwaimin to send Jiang Rong away. Although it was called advice, Song Hwaimin knew in his heart that it was actually an order. Although he felt a bit reluctant, Song Hwaimin agreed. When he got home, he found Jiang Rong and told her about this matter. Xiao Rong, you should go back home tomorrow. Jiang Rong looked at Song Huaimin in disbelief, her eyes quickly turning red, almost crying. She had already given herself to Song Huaimin, but now he was acting as if nothing had happened? Song Huaimin wanted to pretend he didn't know her anymore, but it depended on whether she was willing. While Jiang Rong was thinking this, she heard Song Huaimin speak again. I'm not abandoning you, but the current situation isn't good for you. If you stay, others will gossip, which isn't good for your reputation or for us in the future. You should go home and wait for me. When Su Zhaoying returns, I will divorce her. After some time, we'll get married. That way, no one can say anything wrong. What do you think? Song Huaimin finished speaking urgently, looking at Jiang Rong eagerly. He was really worried she might misunderstand him and get angry. At first, Jiang Rong was truly angry, but after hearing Song Huaimin's plan and understanding his intentions, she immediately stopped being upset. Song Huaimin had thought everything through so carefully. What was there to be mad about? However, Jiang Rong still sighed. Now I'm staying at my parents' house, but my brother and sister-in-law still have opinions about me. They don't want me to eat and stay for free, or I wouldn't have left to be a nanny. Luckily, I met you, second brother. So that's what you're worried about. Song Huaimin smiled. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything for you. Prepared what? Food, drinks, and daily necessities. Take these back and tell them that in at most 3 or 5 months, you'll be married. During this time, give them 10 yuan and 20 pounds of grain coupons each month. They won't have any more objections. Besides what I give your brother and sister-in-law, I also have some money and coupons for you. Don't overwork yourself. Eat whatever you want, buy whatever you like. Hearing this, Jiang Rong felt completely at ease. Second brother, you are really too good to me, Jiang Rong said as she 主动抱住了宋怀民。
宋怀民反手抱住江荣，只会说傻话。我对你不好，谁对你不好？
They held each other tightly, enjoying their last night together. The next day, Jiang Rong was ready to leave. In front of the family, Song Huaimin couldn't show any reluctance, only remaining silent. However, Song Manman looked at Jiang Rong with full sadness, her eyes turning red. Aunt Rong, do you really have to leave? I can't bear to see you go. During Jiang Rong's stay, she ate well, slept well, and even helped her dress up and improve her relationship with Qin Jigang. Their relationship had become better, and their evenings were more peaceful. Song Manman truly didn't want Jiang Rong to leave. Jiang Rong smiled helplessly. Manman, although we all know that I am just a housekeeper here, doing only what a housekeeper should do, I have no other thoughts. But words can be scary. The more Song Manman listened, the angrier she became. Those people are just bored and meddlesome. They haven't even figured out their own affairs, yet they interfere in ours. Aunt Rong, don't worry. When my mom comes back, I will tell her to bring you back. With my mom here, no one will gossip anymore. While saying this, Song Manman was completely lost in her own thoughts, not noticing that Jiang Rong's eyes flickered after hearing her words. Second update coming back? She definitely has to come back. But when she returns again, whether Song Manman will still be so happy is uncertain. After Jiang Rong left, Old Master Song called the family to dinner again. At the table, both Song Manman and Song Huaimin looked unhappy. Old Master Song also looked serious and said, Big brother, our family's matters should be discussed privately. Isn't that right? This remark sounded a bit strange. Song Huain didn't understand immediately what it meant, but soon he realized. Realizing what Old Master Song truly meant, Song Huain's eyes widened.
Dad.
Are you saying that the incident with the second brother being summoned was my fault? Song Huaimin snorted coldly, isn't it? People are just bored and meddlesome. If they weren't, they wouldn't care about whether we have a housekeeper. You already said before that little Rong doesn't want to stay, so if not you, then who else could it be? Song Manman also looked at Song Huain with some dissatisfaction. Big uncle, even if you don't like Aunt Rong, you don't have to do such things. Now that Aunt Rong has left, who will cook in the future? Song Huain looked at the father and daughter, then at Old Master Song. He was angry at first, but soon his anger turned into something ridiculous. Fine. Since you have already decided that I am the one responsible, I have nothing more to say. From now on, I will not speak about your family matters again. Song Hwaimin snorted heavily. You better stick to that. Old Master Song looked at Song Hwaimin with some helplessness. Brother, I just casually said something to you. Are you so angry because of me? No, I didn't mean anything. Dad, hurry up and eat. Old Master Song wanted to say more, but seeing that Song Hwaimin didn't want to say anything, he finally said nothing, only showing some dissatisfaction in his eyes. This meal was eaten at the main house. After all, Shenrong had left and no one in the second house was cooking. After dinner, Song Hwaimin and the others stood up and left, without any intention of helping to clean up. Song Hwaimin didn't mind and tidied up himself. Su Mujin knew that after this incident, Song Hwaimin was even more disappointed with the second house and Old Master Song and would stay further away from them in the future. This was a good thing. Neither Song Hwaimin nor Song Lianqing was honest. Keeping a distance from them meant avoiding being involved. At night, Su Mujin closed her door and first read a book for a while. When the time was almost right, she turned off the light and entered her space. Life was too fulfilling, and with no worries about food and clothing, the supplies in the space were hardly used. Only when she occasionally entered the space would Su Mujin eat some snacks. Originally, herbs were planted in the field. Except for some rare ones still being grown, most had already been harvested. During this time, Su Mujin entered the space every night to prepare these medicinal herbs. After such a long busy period, everything was finally done, sorted, and stored in the basement. But looking at the land, 9/10 of which was empty, Su Mujin still felt that leaving it unused was a waste. After some thought, she decided to plant wheat and corn. There was still some space in the basement, so she wasn't worried about running out of room after harvesting. Having food in hand made her feel at ease. Planting more wheat and corn, even if not for eating, looked reassuring. Fortunately, she could plant by thought alone. With such a large area, Su Mujin just needed to think, and it was done. If she had to dig and plant by hand, she would have given up immediately. After planting the wheat and corn, it was already 10 p.m. Su Mujin left the space directly, changed her clothes, and lay on the bed. Calculating the time, Song Qinyan had already been gone for a month, and she didn't know if things were going smoothly. Now, it should be his busiest time. Similarly, Su Zhaoying has been gone for a month. Su Malia has been resting for a month after her confinement. Her body should be almost fully recovered. Thinking about all these things chaotically, Su Mushin didn't even realize when she fell asleep. The next morning, she woke up and lingered in bed for a while before getting up to dress and wash. Today is the Little New Year. In the north, the Little New Year involves making dumplings. From this day on, the New Year is considered to have arrived. Although due to the current environment, setting off firecrackers or offering sacrifices to the kitchen god is impossible, eating some dumplings is still fine. After breakfast, Chen Yuehua began preparing, chopping cabbage, mincing pickled vegetables, mincing meat filling, kneading dough. Making dumplings is really complicated and definitely not something one person can do alone. It requires the whole family to work together, doing what they can. While busy with the work, they chat casually, creating a very warm and happy atmosphere. Su Boyo is the youngest, but she is also the busiest. She keeps looking at this and that, running around the room with her small figure. Suddenly, someone outside calls out loudly. Someone is here. Su Boyo is very eager. I'll go. I want to see. Shouting happily, she runs outside. Su Mushin and the others watch with smiles and don't stop her. This is in the courtyard, so there's usually no danger. Soon, Su Boyo happily runs back holding an envelope. Auntie, someone wrote you a letter. Su Mushin puts down her knife and walks over curiously. Could it be Song Qinian writing? But when she sees the handwriting on the envelope, she feels disappointed. It's not Song Qinian's handwriting. Probably because he's in a secret place now. He definitely can't send letters freely. Su Mushin looks at the signature, but sees it's from Su Malia. Su Malia actually wrote her a letter? That's really amazing. It's written by Su Malia, Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua say, then take the letter and leave the kitchen. As they walk and open it, a thin piece of paper appears in Su Muxin's hand. There's no heading, no signature, only one sentence. She says she is the author. A sentence that's incomplete and crooked in handwriting. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't understand it. But the moment Su Muxin sees this sentence, her heart tightens. She says she is the author. Could she be the original writer? The original author has entered the story? Did Su Moli encounter her too? Su Muxin was feeling very confused when she suddenly heard noises in the yard again. Big sister-in-law. It was Chen Jigang's voice. As soon as the voice sounded, Chen Jigang had already run into the house. Big sister-in-law, Lianqing has sent a letter, he said. What did he say? Su Muxin asked in a calm voice. Chen Jigang swallowed hard. He said, Moli is dead. Su Moli is dead? When Su Muxin heard this news, she was stunned. She really didn't like Su Moli, didn't like the person who caused the original owner's death. Su Moli always owed the original owner a life. Now that Su Moli is dead, they are even. But before dying, Su Moli sent her a letter and wrote a few words. She still wanted to reply and ask about Su Moli's situation, but she didn't expect Su Moli to die like that. Chen Jigang waited for a while but didn't get a reply from Su Muxin, so he asked worriedly, Big sister-in-law, are you okay? Hearing Chen Jigang's voice, Su Muxin snapped out of her daze. The letter? Can I see it? Of course. Chen Jigang said, then immediately handed her the letter. Su Muxin took it and read it carefully from start to finish. The letter wasn't long. In this short letter, there was only one paragraph about Su Moli. In the letter, Song Lianqing said that after Su Moli had a miscarriage and bled heavily, she became very sad and refused to eat every day. Her health worsened, and in the end, there was no cure, so she passed away. Song Lianqing also mentioned that the place was too far away to bring Su Moli's body back, so she was buried there. Besides this, the rest of the letter was about himself and Su Zhaoying, asking about the health of old Master Song and others. Su Muxin carefully read the letter twice, but couldn't see Song Lianqing showing any sadness. It wasn't that Song Lianqing was acting well, but that he truly wasn't sad at all. Su Muxin returned the letter to Chen Jigang. Don't forget to inform the Su family. Huh. Chen Jigang looked at Su Muxin in surprise. Big sister-in-law, aren't you going to say something? No. Chen Jigang wanted to say more, but seeing Su Muxin's expressionless face, he finally nodded. All right, I understand. I'll go back first. Watching Chen Jigang leave, Su Muxin silently sneered. A good person, lively and healthy when they left, died not long after. Su Dafu and Wang Xuyan are not easygoing people. They knew this news would not be easily accepted. Informing the Su family about this matter is difficult and thankless, so she definitely wouldn't go. Both Old Master Song and Song Huaimin clearly understand this, which is why they asked Chen Jigang to come and tell her, simply to get her to go. Now she has refused directly. What will Old Master Song and Song Huaimin do next? Su Muxin was thinking about this when she heard footsteps behind her. She turned and saw Chen Yuehua coming out of the kitchen. Chen Yuehua looked worried. Muxin, what's wrong? Did something happen? Su Muxin looked at Chen Yuehua, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. Chen Jigang just came by and said that Song Lianqing wrote a letter. The letter said that Su Moli has died. What? Chen Yuehua was shocked. How did she die? Wasn't it a miscarriage? It said she had heavy bleeding after childbirth and she stopped eating and drinking. She just passed away. Chen Yuehua opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Who can believe such a reason? But the truth is far away, and the person is already dead. Even if she doesn't believe it, there's nothing she can do. Chen Yuehua quickly suppressed her thoughts and looked at Su Muxin with concern. Muxin, don't be too upset. People can't come back to life. Should I ask your dad to go with you to the Su family? Such a big matter should definitely be notified to the Su family, right? Su Muxin shook her head. I won't go. Mom, you don't understand the Su family, but I do. Whoever goes to deliver this news will be entangled. And she wasn't even sad. She isn't sick. How could she be sad about Sue Malya's death? She was just worried. Worried about that so-called author. Although she didn't know exactly what happened or who the author had become, Sue Mushin had a feeling that Sue Malya's death was definitely related to that author. Thinking of this, Sue Mushin felt heavy-hearted. She suppressed her complicated thoughts and smiled at Chen Yuehua. All right, Mom, let's go back and make dumplings. People have already died. She can't stop eating because of this. Chen Yuehua nodded first, then looked at Sue Mushin with concern. Mushin, are you really okay? Sue Mushin shook her head.
I'm fine.
Mom, you should also know I didn't have much feeling for Sue Malya. She has died. Although I feel a bit sad, I really don't consider it a big deal. When it comes to this kind of thing, Sue Mujin doesn't want to hide it from Chen Yuehua or anyone in the Song family. Sue Mujin is so straightforward because she knows that neither Chen Yuehua nor anyone else at home will think she's cold or indifferent. Sure enough, as soon as Sue Mujin finished speaking, she saw Chen Yuehua breathe a sigh of relief. I was worried you would be too upset just now, but now that I see you're not upset at all, I feel at ease. Come on, let's keep making dumplings. Next door in the yard, Chen Jigang walks into the living room holding a letter. Old Master Song and Song Huaimin are sitting there. Seeing Chen Jigang walk in alone, they glance behind him. After a while, no one else comes in, so Song Huaimin asks, "Where is Sue Mujin?" Chen Jigang shakes his head. She didn't come. She didn't come? Song Huaimin's voice suddenly rises. What do you mean she didn't come? I asked the eldest sister-in-law, and she said she wouldn't notify the Song family, so we have to go ourselves. Hearing this, Song Huaimin is instantly furious. Is Sue Mujin's mind okay? Her own sister has died, and she isn't anxious to report the funeral to the Sue family? She wants us to go ourselves? Is she crazy? Enough. Old Master Song gently scolds. Mujin and Malya haven't had a good relationship, and you know that. There's nothing to complain about. Song Huaimin still looks unhappy. No matter how bad their relationship is, they are still sisters. Now that she's dead, her debts are gone. She still holds a grudge against her sister, who has passed away. Why would Qinian marry such a petty wife? I think he should divorce her. Nonsense. Old Master Song straightens up and speaks angrily. She saved Qinian's life and helped heal his leg. If Qinian really divorces her, it would be ungrateful. How would the higher-ups see Qinian? I think you're the one with the problem. You dare to talk about divorce? Our old Song family has never divorced. If you dare to say such things again, don't blame me for being rude. First update. Hearing old Master Song's words, Song Huaimin's brow twitched sharply. Whether Song Qinian divorces Sue Mujin or not, what does it have to do with him? Just as the conversation turned to this topic, she wanted to take the chance to test the old man's attitude toward divorce. Now it seems the old man really does not allow anyone in the family to get divorced. How can that be okay? If he doesn't divorce Su Zhaoying, how can he be with Xiao Rong? Thinking of the gentle and kind Jiang Rong, Song Huaimin's heart felt a surge of warmth. No, this won't do. He absolutely can't give up. He must think of a way. What if Su Zhaoying voluntarily asks for a divorce? If he can find a way to make Su Zhaoying want to divorce him willingly, and if she refuses, he might resort to crying, making a fuss, or even threatening to harm himself. Would that mean he could get a divorce then? Even if the old man is very unwilling, facing an unreasonable person, he might finally agree. But how can he make Su Zhaoying willingly ask for a divorce? The more Song Huaimin thought about it, the more troubled he became, his brows furrowing tightly. Old Master Song waited for a while, but seeing that Song Huaimin didn't speak, he looked at him. When he saw Song Huaimin with a worried and troubled expression, he thought Song Huaimin was concerned about how to tell the Su family about this matter, so he softened his tone a bit. Since you haven't eaten yet, go to the Su family quickly and talk to them about this. It's a big matter, so the sooner the better. If we go late, the Su family will just find more reasons to argue. Song Huaimin hadn't yet figured out a solution to one problem, and now hearing this from old Master Song, he felt even more upset. But he couldn't get angry at old Master Song, so he suppressed his anger and replied, the couple from the Su family, are not good people. I heard about this, and they probably won't like it. What if they cause trouble? Old Master Song took a deep breath. That couple isn't good people, but they also don't love their daughter much. Bring some money and a ticket when you go. Bring more just in case. If they ask for something else, as long as it's not too much, agree. And if they ask for too much, then wait a bit before agreeing. As long as we can suppress this matter, it's fine. Since old Master Song said so, Song Huaiman couldn't say anything more. He nodded and went upstairs to his room. Not long after, Song Huaiman came back down, his pocket bulging with money and tickets, clearly holding a lot. He hurried all the way, and when he reached the Su family and knocked on the door, the family was just about to eat dumplings. It was Wang Xiuqin who came to open the door. Wang Xiuqin looked at Song Huaiman standing at the door and felt very surprised. But it was only a moment of surprise. Soon, a smile appeared on Wang Xiuqin's face. I thought someone was coming at this time, but it turns out to be my father-in-law. Father-in-law, why are you here now? Inside the house, Su Dafu heard Wang Xiuqin's words and also came over. Seeing Song Huaiman outside, he felt a bit surprised. However, Su Dafu didn't ask immediately why Song Huaiman came, and he tugged at Wang Xiuqin. Look at you. Is there something you can't talk about inside? How can you block the father-in-law at the door? Wang Xiuqin looked a bit embarrassed. Yes, you're right. I forgot. Sorry, father-in-law. Come in quickly. If there's anything, we can talk inside. Seeing the two, Su Dafu hesitated for a moment, but still stepped inside. If they started arguing outside, it wouldn't be good for him. Better to go in and talk. After sitting in the living room, Wang Xiuqin looked at Song Huaiman eagerly. Father-in-law, can you tell us now? What's the matter? You don't look very happy. Song Huaiman sighed deeply. I won't hide it from you. I came here because I have something to tell you about Molly. About Molly? Wang Xiuqin blinked. What happened to Molly? Didn't she just have a miscarriage not long ago? What's the new problem? Could she be pregnant again? That's so fast. Song Huaiman felt a bit guilty and avoided looking into Wang Xiuqin's eyes, speaking softly. Molly has died. Molly has died? So it's Molly? I thought it was something else. Wang Xiuqin suddenly stopped speaking, her eyes wide with disbelief, and her voice rose sharply, almost piercing the roof. What did you say? Molly is dead? How is that possible? Wang Xiuqin refused to believe it. Didn't she just have a miscarriage? How could she die? It's just a miscarriage. How could she die? Just because she's a woman, she had a miscarriage, but I haven't seen others die. After giving birth to Sumajin, she also lost a few children. Yet she's still alive and even gave birth to Sutianzi. How could Molly die? Hearing Wang Xiuqin's suddenly raised voice, Song Huaiman felt guilty and dared not meet her eyes. Lianqing thought to himself, it was after Jasmine's miscarriage that she had heavy bleeding and refused to eat or drink, which is why. Before Song Huaiman could finish speaking, Wang Xiuqin interrupted him directly. Is there a letter? Seeing Wang Xiuqin's almost fierce gaze, Song Huaiman didn't dare say anything more for a moment, nor did he want to delay. He immediately took out the letter. Wang Xiuqin could read, but her education was limited. She snatched the letter and carefully read through the contents. The more she read, the more shocked Wang Xiuqin became. At first, she didn't believe what Song Huaiman said, didn't believe that Su Malia was already dead. But now, after seeing the letter, she had to believe it. Jasmine, my Jasmine. Wang Xiuqin clutched the letter to her chest and cried uncontrollably. If she weren't sitting on the sofa, she might have already fallen to the ground. Seeing Wang Xiuqin like this, Song Huaiman didn't know what to do and could only try to comfort her. Mother-in-law, I know you're upset, but please don't be too sad. How could I not be sad? Wang Xiuqin cut him off sharply, her eyes almost fierce. That's my daughter, raised with so much effort. She married into your family less than a year ago, and now she's gone. How can I not be sad? We were both working in the countryside. Why is Song Lianqing fine, but my daughter is dead? If it had been Song Lianqing today, I'd tell you not to be sad, but could you really not be sad then? Second update, Wang Xiuqin's words were blunt, and Song Huaiman's expression changed after hearing them. Mother-in-law, I know you're upset, but no matter how sad you are, you shouldn't say such reckless things or curse Lianqing. Wang Xiuqin sneered. I was just making a comparison. You can't stand it. My daughter is gone, and you want me not to be sad? How is that possible? After a few seconds of eye contact, Song Huaiman quickly looked away. He used to think Wang Xiuqin was just greedy for money, but he didn't expect her to have such eloquence, making him speechless. Su Dafu, who hadn't spoken until now, slowly opened his mouth at this moment. Miscarriages don't usually cause death. I don't believe Jasmine just died like that. There must be another reason. A pang hit Song Huaiman's chest. Just as he was about to speak, Su Dafu continued. Call the police. I am going to report this to the police now. I want them to investigate thoroughly and find out how Jasmine really died. Hearing this, Song Huaiman almost fainted from shock. It seems that whatever he fears most is happening. Song Huaiman and Old Master Song are not fools. They don't believe Jasmine died just from a miscarriage. They can guess that there are other things involved, and those things are definitely related to Song Lianqing. But the truth is, the distance between them is too great. Even if they want to ask what really happened, they have no chance. The only thing they can do now is ask the Su family to accept this and not cause trouble. As long as this matter ends peacefully and doesn't affect Song Lianqing, that's enough. But now, Defu Su says he wants to report to the police. If he really reports it, Song Lianqing will be in danger. If they find something, Song Lianqing will definitely be doomed. If nothing is found, then Song Lianqing's reputation will be ruined. He is only Song Lianqing's son, and he doesn't want anything to happen to him. Even if his reputation is damaged, that's not acceptable. Song Huaiman stood up and grabbed Defu Su, who was about to leave. Defu Su was angry and struggled when pulled back, trying to break free from Song Huaiman's grip. But Song Huaiman is a former soldier. He has trained hard every day for years.
You wanted to hold Defu Su tightly, so Defu Su couldn't escape.
After struggling for a while, Defu Su couldn't break free and shouted with red eyes, Why are you holding me back? Why won't you let me report to the police? Do you also know that my daughter's death was unusual? Did my daughter's death really have something to do with Lianqing? Faced with Defu Su's accusations, Song Huaiman thought to himself that he was in big trouble. If he stopped Defu Su from reporting, it would seem like he's hiding something. But if he let him go, then Lianqing would be in danger. Song Huaiman felt overwhelmed and could only patiently say, The reason I'm stopping you isn't because Jasmine's death has anything to do with Lianqing. It's just that I don't want to cause trouble for the police. What trouble for the police?
Defu Su instantly got angry.
My daughter died, and I suspect there's something wrong. What's wrong with reporting to the police? Song Huaiman knew he had said the wrong thing out of panic and quickly tried to think of a way to explain himself. Defu, sit down first. Let's talk slowly and calmly about everything. Song Huaiman is quite strong. He used one hand to hold Su Defu and Wang Xiuqin down onto the sofa. Once both of them were seated, Song Huaiman finally relaxed and said, Listen to me. I know Jasmine is gone. You must feel upset, but the person who died is already gone. The living still have to go on. The countryside is behind us, with poorer conditions and colder weather than here. Jasmine was small and pregnant. After the accident, she didn't get proper medical help, so she died. None of us wanted to see that happen. Do you agree? But I understand how you feel. She was your daughter for over 20 years. Suddenly losing her, especially so far away, and not being able to see her one last time, that's very painful. I promise you, even if Jasmine is gone and they have no children, Qingling will still be your son. If anything happens, just find him. After saying so much, Song Huaiman felt his mouth dry. He swallowed and continued, Lianqing isn't here now, but I am. If you need anything, come to me. We are always family. He then took some money and a note from his pocket and handed them to Wang Xiuqin. This is a little gift from me. Please accept it. Don't be too sad. Wang Xiuqin held the money and note tightly, more emotional than before. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? I know your Song family is powerful and wealthy, but even so, you can't just ignore people's lives. My good daughter married into your family, and now she's gone. And you're giving me so much money and a note. You're clearly hiding something. This is proof. I'm going to report this to the police. Song Huaimin was stunned. Wang Xiuqin clenched the money and note tightly, and he thought she was no longer going to argue. But he didn't expect that. Wang Xiuqin actually meant it that way. Su Defu also said yes. Go to the police. Tiankai, go now, and bring the police here. Song Huaimin was again stunned. No matter how strong he was, he only had two hands. One hand holding Wang Xiuqin, the other holding Su Defu. He had reached his limit. Now, as Tiankai was about to stand up and leave, Song Huaimin hurriedly said, "Don't go. We can talk about everything. Whatever happens, we can discuss it." Wang Xiuqin and Su Defu looked at each other, then stopped Tiankai from leaving. A few people sat together and discussed for a long time. After gaining many benefits, Su Defu and Wang Xiuyun's attitudes softened. To prevent Song Huaimin from denying later, they also asked him to write a guarantee letter. After Song Huaimin left, Wang Xiuyun looked exhausted, her eyes blank as she leaned on the sofa. Seeing her like this, Su Defu sighed. Don't overthink it. He was right just now. The dead are gone, and the living must keep on living well. If Molly knew, she would understand us. Wang Xiuyun felt a lump in her throat. If I had known it would turn out like this, when Su Zhaoying came to see me and asked me to take care of Molly, I should have gone with her. Maybe things would be different if I had gone. Su Defu sighed again. There's no use talking about this now. The person is already gone. Instead of dwelling on it, we should think about how to get more from the Song family. We can't let Molly die in vain. Wang Xiuyun wiped her tears. Molly's death is such a big thing. Su Mujin must know. Why doesn't she come back to see us? I'll go look for her. Su Tianqi had been listening to their conversation. Hearing this, he quickly said, Mom, if you see Su Mujin, you must talk to her nicely. Her niece is about to be born in a few months. Tell her not to give money and tickets to outsiders. Tianqi is right. She can't have children herself, so she should help Tianqi's child. After all, Tianqi's child will call her aunt. She's the only aunt the child has now. As an aunt, she should act like one. Having money and tickets but not giving them to her family, instead giving to an adopted, unworthy person, I think she's got some problems in her head. When you see her, talk to her properly about this. Wang Xiuyun looked at Su Defu with annoyance. Do I need you to remind me of that? I already thought of it. Wasn't there no time before? When I see her today, I will definitely talk to her about it. Then eat a few dumplings quickly, and then go. Just as Su Mujin and the others finished eating dumplings and were about to clear the dishes, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Su Mujin frowned but still went outside. I'll see who's here. At the door, Su Mujin asked who it was while opening the gate. When she saw Wang Xiuqin standing outside, Su Mujin was still a bit surprised. Why are you here? Wang Xiuqin looked at Su Mujin with a bit of annoyance. Why do you think I came? Do you know about Molly's death? So she came because of that. Shouldn't she have gone to the neighbors instead? Su Mujin thought to herself and nodded. Yes, I know. No? Wang Xiuqin's voice suddenly rose. You know, and you didn't come back to tell me? I didn't tell you because you already knew, Su Mujin replied. Wang Xiuqin was clearly silenced by this. She stared at Su Mujin with wide eyes but didn't know what to say. After a while, Wang Xiuqin finally gathered her words again. Are you just talking to me outside? Won't you let me come in and sit? Knowing that Wang Xiuqin had something to say, Su Mujin also wanted to see what she was up to, so she moved aside to let Wang Xiuqin into the yard. As they walked into the living room one after the other, Chen Yuehua came out from the kitchen. Seeing Wang Xiuqin, Chen Yuehua was a bit surprised, but it was only for a moment. She quickly adjusted her expression. Mother-in-law is here. Please sit down. Wang Xiuqin sat down, but her eyes kept scanning around. Seeing this, Su Mujin was also a bit confused. What are you looking for? Where is the little girl you adopted? Wang Xiuqin asked directly. Wang Xiuqin asked what Su Boyo was doing? Sima Jin felt even more curious, but also more cautious. Before figuring out what Wang Xiuqin wanted to do, Sima Jin definitely wouldn't let Su Boyo come out. Is there something you want to ask her? Sima Jin asked directly. What can I ask her for? Wang Xiuqin said irritably. I just want to see what kind of girl she is. Why do you insist on adopting her? You can't have children yourself, but your brother's child will be born in a few months. If you want, you can just bring her over to raise. Why are you raising someone else's child? Are you just wasting money and resources? Hearing Wang Xiuqin's words, Sima Jin was too tired to get angry. Some people in this world have an overwhelming desire to possess others' money. Not hearing Sima Jin's answer, Wang Xiuqin grew even more dissatisfied. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Yes, I heard you. Good. Then that's enough. Wang Xiuqin finally showed a hint of satisfaction. So, when will you send that girl away? Originally, the girl was considered a burden, just a waste of money. It was understandable to raise her own daughter, but you even raise someone else's? You're really overdoing it. Su Muxin's face turned cold. A girl is a burden? Then what about you? What? Wang Xiuyan looked at Su Muxin in surprise. What did you say? You're a woman too. Do you think you're also a burden? Su Muxin asked again. Wang Xiuyan looked at Su Muxin in disbelief, never expecting her to dare say such a thing. Su Muxin didn't care what Wang Xiuyan was thinking or whether she responded. You used to be so kind to Su Malia. I thought you weren't a person who favored boys over girls. Now I see I was wrong. Basically, Wang Xiuyan still preferred boys over girls. But others openly showed favoritism, while Wang Xiuyan hid it better. I don't care what you think. Su Muxin stood up and saw her out. My affairs don't concern you. My money and my plans have nothing to do with you or the Su family. Dream of me helping Su Tianqi raise children? Not happening. Chen Yuehua immediately stepped in front of Su Muxin, blocking her, and looked coldly at Wang Xiuyan. This is the Song family, not your Su family. You don't get to decide. If you have nothing to do, then leave. After being confronted by Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua, Wang Xiuyan felt both angry and embarrassed. Fine. Now you've found a backing and don't consider me your real mother. Exactly. Su Muxin cut off Chen Yuehua directly. I found a backing, and I don't see you as my real mother. It's good that you realize that. Don't come to me with problems or bother me anymore. And don't point fingers at my home. Wang Xiuyan looked visibly angry, her expression changing repeatedly, more colorful than a painter's palette. Fine. Wang Xiuyan gritted her teeth. Su Muxin, don't regret this. I'm not your real mother. I won't spoil you. If I treat you well today, I might treat you badly tomorrow. Without your maternal family backing you up, when they start bullying you, you'll have nowhere to cry. Don't come home asking for help then. Don't worry, that day will never come. Wang Xiuyan was so angry she almost fell backward, but she didn't know what else to say, so she stormed off in anger. As she left, Wang Xiuyan kept muttering curses. Su Mugen didn't pay attention to her, but looked toward the kitchen. Sure enough, she saw Su Boyo standing there with red eyes. First update, Su Boyo clenched her fingers, lowered her head, and slowly walked towards Su Mugen. Auntie. Seeing little Su Boyo, Su Mugen's expression softened instantly. She squatted down gently and wiped away the tears on Su Boyo's face. Boyo, you don't need to worry about what she just said. I argued with her, but it's not your fault. The child's eyes are usually very bright. After crying just now, her eyes looked even darker and shinier. Su Boyo looked at Su Mugen with full of confusion, staring without blinking. Su Mugen continued to explain, she didn't like me to begin with. Even if you weren't here, she would find other reasons to pick a fight. So, you don't need to take her words seriously. Now that you're with me and have my surname, it means I live where you do. You can rest assured. No matter who comes, they won't be able to kick you out. Su Boyo nodded seriously, and her little face was no longer as tense as before. Auntie, I understand. But I still don't get it. Don't understand what? Don't understand why some people always say girls are just good for nothing. They are girls themselves, after all. This question surprised Su Mugen. She didn't know why those people said such things. Just like Wang Xiaoying earlier. She asked Wang Xiaoying, but Wang Xiaoying didn't give any answer. Although she couldn't understand, Su Mugen had one good trait. She wouldn't make things difficult for herself. Boyo, how others think doesn't matter. What's important is how you think. What kind of person you want to be, what you want to achieve if you succeed, what others say doesn't matter. Su Boyo looked thoughtful, as if she really listened to these words, and nodded obediently. Su Mugen didn't know exactly how much Su Boyo understood, but she was still too young. It's enough if she understands a little now. As she grows older, she'll naturally understand more. After comforting Su Boyo and letting her go play with Song Muxiue for a while, Su Mugen gratefully looked at Chen Yuehua. Mom, thank you for what happened earlier.
Chen Yuehua hugged Su Mugen's shoulder.
You're calling me mom now. No need to be polite with me. It's my duty to protect you. Su Mugen silently smiled at her. There is nothing in this world that is truly deserved. Wang Xiaoqin is still her biological mother, but after so many years, she hasn't done a single thing for her. However, these thoughts, Su Muxin just considers quietly in her mind and doesn't say much. Really, just keeping it in my heart is enough. There's no need to speak it out. Wang Xiaoqin angrily went home. As soon as she entered, Su Tianxi looked at her eagerly. Mom, did you talk to Su Muxin? Talked about what? Wang Xiaoqin replied irritably, plopping down on the sofa. Hearing her annoyed tone, Su Tianxi felt puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, he hurried over and sat beside her. Mom, what's wrong? Did Su Muxin upset you? Wang Xiaoqin sneered coldly. She didn't just upset me. She almost pointed at my nose and scolded me. What? Su Tianxi exclaimed in shock, almost furious. Is Su Muxin crazy? She dares to talk to you like that. I'm going to go find her and settle this. As he spoke, he hurriedly headed for the door, but then he heard a light cough. The cough wasn't loud, but at that moment, Su Tianxi's steps suddenly stopped. Wife. He turned to look at Tian, and his angry face was suddenly replaced with a smile. Aren't you resting inside? Why are you coming out? Tian smiled gently. Tianxi, where are you going? Tian is not only pretty, but also has a very sweet voice. Seeing her big eyes fixed on him, Su Tianxi's tone softened instantly. I'm going to confront Su Muxin. She dared to point at our mom's nose and scold her. She's gone too far. Does she think that marrying Song Qinian means she can do whatever she wants? Today, I will teach her a lesson. Su Tianxi's voice was not loud but full of emotion. If he weren't worried about Tian getting upset, he would have already rushed out. Tian walked over and hugged Su Tianxi's arm. Tianxi, there's no real grudge between children and parents. Mom is angry now, but once she calms down, and if you really hit your second sister, wouldn't Mom feel heartbroken? After saying this, Tian didn't wait for Su Tianxi's reply and looked at Wang Xiaoqin with a smile. Mom, based on what you said, your second sister is probably still angry. If Tianxi goes to find her and just hits her without saying a word, do you think she might call the police? If Tianxi were taken away, how would our family live? I don't want to tell my son that his father was taken by his aunt and the police. Seeing Tian block Su Tianxi, Wang Xiaoqin was initially a bit angry. In Wang Xiaoqin's view, Tian was stopping Su Tianxi from standing up for her. But after hearing Tian's words, Wang Xiaoqin suddenly realized the truth. Yes, Su Mugen is becoming more and more arrogant, even ignoring her own mother. If Su Tianxi really fought with Su Mugen and got into trouble, Su Mugen might call the police. Then, if Su Tianxi was taken away by the police, he might even lose his job. Thinking about this possibility, Wang Xiaoqin's face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, Tian was smart enough to stop it in time. or the consequences could have been terrible. After understanding this, Wang Xiuqin changed her earlier displeasure and smiled kindly at Tian Tian.
Oh.
Tian Tian, you're so clever. Your mind is even sharper than ours combined. Thank goodness you reminded us. Tian Ci, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help Tian Tian sit down so she doesn't get tired.
Ah?
Okay. Su Tian Ci carefully helped Tian Tian sit down. Once Tian Tian was seated, Su Tian Ci looked uncertainly at Wang Xiuqin. Mom, do I really not need to go find Su Mugen? But he still felt uneasy. Su Mugen was being too unreasonable now. Wang Xiuqin shook her head repeatedly.
No.
Don't look for her anymore. She's acting strange. Anyway, our life is pretty good now. Just pretend she's not a relative of ours. Don't lose a good life over small things. Now their family all had jobs. They also received some money from Song Huaimin and a promise guarantee letter. With these, they could live a good life. Second part, living such good days in the future. There's really no need to argue so much with Su Mugen. Seeing Wang Tian Ci silent, Wang Xiuqin hurriedly tried to persuade him. Su Mugen is now like a stubborn, rotten stone. If we really want to deal with her, we might get hurt ourselves. We still have good days ahead. In a few months, your baby will be born. If we fight with Su Mugen now, our good days will be gone. It's better to forget it. Although Su Tianxi still felt somewhat unwilling, he had to admit that Wang Xiuqin's words made a lot of sense. After a deep sigh, he obediently nodded. All right, I'll listen to my mother and wife. I won't argue with Su Muxin this time. If she continues to be so arrogant in the future, I definitely won't let her go easily. Tian Tian listened with a smile. Though she said nothing, a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. It seems Su Muxin is not someone who easily accepts pressure. But is she soft-hearted? Su Muxin had no idea she was being watched by Tian Tian. After the Lunar New Year, she still went to work at the hospital every day. However, the hospital had started a shift system. After all, doctors are also human with family and friends, and they need to celebrate the New Year too. Su Muxin was working with Dr. Huang. When Dr. Huang was on duty, she worked. When Dr. Huang was resting, she rested too. Time passed quickly, and it was already the 29th day of the lunar month. That day, Su Muxin still had to work, but luckily, the next day was New Year's Eve, and Dr. Huang didn't have to work that day. At this moment, in the office, Dr. Huang was sighing. Luckily, you worked with me this year. If it had been last year, we'd both be on duty here on New Year's Eve. Su Muxin listened with a smile. I follow the leader's arrangements. In her previous life, with the internet well developed, Su Muxin already knew that professions like doctors were more challenging than others. So even if she had to work on New Year's Eve, she didn't mind. Moreover, she was from a different time. Before her crossing, the New Year's atmosphere was already very faint. To be precise, few young people liked celebrating the New Year. During the holiday, it was busy, costly, and there were all kinds of relatives visiting only once a year. After her parents were gone, New Year's was even less something to look forward to. Now, she didn't feel much about celebrating either. Whether she stayed at home or in the hospital's duty room didn't matter much to her. Perhaps because it was the new year, the number of patients had decreased significantly recently. Today, hardly any patients came all day, making the two of them very free. As the end of work approached, Dr. Huang even started stretching and preparing to pack up and leave. Finally, almost time to get off work. Hopefully, no more patients come at this point. Dr. Huang smiled and said. Hearing this, Su Muxin looked up from her book and looked at Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang, you shouldn't say things like that. Just as she was thinking, she heard someone outside shouting for help. The voice was very frantic. The sound was getting closer, along with hurried footsteps. Su Muxin only heard the noise, but Dr. Huang at the door saw clearly what was happening outside. Muxin, quick! Someone is badly hurt. Su Muxin immediately stood up and prepared herself. Dr. Huang hurriedly moved aside to let the people outside come in. A man rushed in, carrying a woman covered in blood. After placing the woman on the bed, she was still coughing up blood. Su Muxin had been with Dr. Huang for several months, but this was the first time she saw such a scene. She was shocked and a little scared. Fortunately, Dr. Huang had been a doctor for many years and had seen all kinds of situations. Although he was surprised too, he quickly calmed down and started working methodically. Su Muxin was soon influenced by Dr. Huang and began helping him busy herself. Focused on her work, she completely forgot her panic. The woman had several knife wounds, still bleeding. Seeing these exposed wounds, Su Muxin instinctively frowned. What kind of hatred or revenge could lead to such injuries? How much blood can a person lose? The blood soaked her clothes. How much blood was that? Cleaning and stitching the wounds. Dr. Huang wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the man beside him. What's her blood type? We need to give her a transfusion. The man had been staring at the woman with wide eyes, not hearing Dr. Huang at first. Dr. Huang raised his voice again and asked, and only then did the man come to his senses, looking panicked at Dr. Huang. What? Doctor, what did you say? I said, what's her blood type? The man looked confused. I don't know. You don't know your wife's blood type? Dr. Huang frowned. The man looked even more confused. She's not my wife. What? Dr. Huang was surprised. Su Muxin was also shocked. The man looked at both of their expressions and quickly waved his hands. No, you misunderstand. I don't know her and I didn't hurt her. I was just passing by and saw her lying in the alley, covered in blood. I didn't think much and immediately took her to the hospital. Seeing the man's expression and eyes while he spoke, Su Muxin believed him about 80%. If the man was lying, it would be easy to catch him. As soon as the police are involved, whether they know each other or not can be checked quickly. Even if he lied now and tried to run, he wouldn't get far. Nowadays, travel and movement are very strictly controlled. From the production team to the county town, a letter of introduction is needed. When going out of town, whether for lodging or eating, a letter of introduction is required. Without it, it's almost impossible to go anywhere. Even walking on the street, if you can't prove you're local or show a letter of introduction, you could be detained as a vagrant. The man has no way to run, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Lying in this situation wouldn't help him at all. Dr. Huang also seemed to think this way. He nodded and said, in that case, I'll have the nurse come and check her and also call the police. You stay here and explain the situation clearly when they arrive. The man nodded eagerly. Yes, of course. Then his expression turned tense again. She won't die, right? Dr. Huang looked at the woman on the bed and shook his head. She lost a lot of blood, but she's not seriously injured. If nothing unexpected happens, she won't be in danger. Hearing this, the man finally relaxed a little. That's good. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Dr. Huang tried to lighten it with a smile. Are you worried something might happen to her? Don't you get recognized for your bravery? The man hurriedly waved his hands. No. I don't care about any awards. I'm just worried something serious might happen to her. I can't explain it clearly. Hearing this, Dr. Huang also couldn't help but smile. This was a big matter. You can't joke about it lightly. If you save someone but something goes wrong because of it, and it gets out, who would dare to help others in the future? To prevent this from happening, Dr. Huang quickly reassured him. Don't worry, she won't die. While they were talking, Su Muxin had already gone outside. She called the police and also asked the nurse to come. The nurse arrived much faster than the police. Normally, with such serious injuries, the woman shouldn't be moved. But since her injuries were so severe, she would need to stay in the hospital for a while. This is the outpatient office, not a hospital room, so the woman couldn't stay here forever. Finally, 4 or 5 people carefully placed the woman on a stretcher and took her to a hospital room. The process was quick to explain, but it actually took over 20 minutes. Everyone was very careful, afraid that any mistake might jostle her and cause her recently stitched wound to reopen. When they finally placed her on the bed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the cold winter, despite the cold, they all broke out in sweat, and their cheeks were flushed. They looked at each other silently and smiled. Although the process was quite difficult, the outcome was good. At this moment, the police arrived. Like doctors, police officers stay on duty even during the New Year holiday. Now, 2 police officers on duty had arrived. Although Su Mujin explained the situation over the phone, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and didn't know how serious it was. Seeing the woman's condition firsthand, their expressions immediately turned serious. The police first carefully asked about the woman's condition and took notes. After learning she was not in life danger, they relaxed a little and then looked sharply at the man. Under the police's gaze, the man became even more nervous. His forehead was already sweaty, and now, under stress, large beads of sweat kept sliding down his face. "Officer, it's really not me. I don't know her at all. I just happened to pass by, saw her, and brought her here." Seeing the man's face turn pale from anxiety and that he didn't seem to be lying, the police's expressions softened a bit. They couldn't blame him for doubting him. After all, they didn't know the full situation yet. Whether the man was the one who brought her here was still uncertain. "Don't be nervous. First, tell us what happened at the time, and then take us to the place where you found her." Seeing the police, he believed they trusted him. His tone was no longer as strict as before, and only then did the man relax his worries. He swallowed hard and repeated what he had previously told Su Mujin and the others. The police recorded every word he said. After he finished, they showed him what they had written. "Take a careful look and see if I wrote it correctly. If there are no problems, sign your name." The man looked closely and immediately signed his name. "All right, now let's go and see the place where we found her." The woman was injured and lying in an alley. She might have been passing by and was hurt by someone who suddenly appeared, or her home or workplace was nearby, and the attacker was someone close to her. The police preferred the second possibility, and they hoped it was true. Only in the second case would it be easier to find the attacker. If it was the first case, finding the attacker would be much harder. At this moment, Su Mujin had just finished her workday. After telling Dr. Huang, she took off her white coat, pushed her bicycle, and caught up with the 2 police officers and the man. "Can I go with you?" "Officer, I also want to see what's really going on." Su Mujin said this, but she was actually a little nervous. She wasn't a police officer and she didn't know the woman. Her actions seemed like she was just curious or trying to listen in on the case. Although she said this, she was prepared for the police to refuse or scold her. But unexpectedly, when the police heard her words, they both smiled and agreed. "Of course. Dr. Su, you want to come along and see, that's fine. Dr. Su is a doctor, maybe even more attentive than us. Having you help us is only good, not bad." Hearing them call her Dr. Su repeatedly, Su Mujin felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm just doing an internship now, not a doctor." The police officer smiled. "Dr. Su, you are very modest. Not long from now, once you graduate, you'll definitely be a full-fledged doctor." Although she knew many people naturally liked doctors, their attitude toward her seemed a little too friendly, as if they knew her personally. Su Mujin felt strange and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you know me?" The 2 looked at each other and smiled. "Yes. Our team leader mentioned you before." "Your team leader?" "Yes, Lu Chong."
Su Mujin suddenly understood.
No wonder they were so polite to her. It turns out there was a reason behind it. Knowing the reason, Su Mujin felt less nervous. While the 3 of them talked, the man didn't speak but silently led the way. Winter days get dark early. When they left the hospital, it was already getting dark, and by the time they reached their destination, it was completely night. The man took them to a small alley without streetlights. Su Mujin and the 2 police officers took out their flashlights. They turned on all 3 flashlights at once, lighting up the alley brightly. Without needing the man's guidance, they saw the bloodstains on the ground. First part, the 2 police officers hadn't seen what the woman looked like when she was first taken to the hospital. But now, seeing the bloodstains on the ground, they could roughly guess what had happened. The more they understood, the more their faces darkened. How many cuts had she suffered to bleed so much? Whoever attacked her was truly ruthless. "Walk around the alley carefully, look closely at the ground, and see if there are any clues," the 2 officers said. Although Su Mujin wasn't a police officer and hadn't investigated a case before, she had watched many crime dramas and read detective novels. At the scene, there is a law of material exchange. This means the killer would have left some things behind and taken others. Carefully searching might help find key evidence left by the killer, which could lead to catching them quickly. Su Mujin carefully examined with her flashlight and finally saw a work ID card near the corner of the wall. It belonged to a man named Feng Chung, who worked at a machinery factory. She picked up the ID card and handed it to the police officers. They saw the ID and both smiled. "We were worried we wouldn't find anything, but Dr. Su found the ID," they said. "Thanks to Dr. Su. With this ID, we can go to the factory and look for the person. But it's already late. Dr. Su, we should take you home first." Su Mujin knew it was late. If she didn't go back soon, Hua and others would be worried. "I can go back by myself. You two should hurry and get busy," Su Mujin said. But the two police officers shook their heads. "Something like this just happened, and we don't feel comfortable letting you, a woman, walk alone at night. We must you home. As for Feng Chung, we already know where he works, so we're not worried he'll run away. We'll just go there in a little while." Hearing this, Su Mujin found it hard to refuse. They meant well and were concerned for her safety. "Thank you both very much," Su Mujin sincerely said. The officers smiled and waved their hands. "No need to thank us. It's what we should do." As they spoke, the three of them looked at the man nearby. The man smiled at them. "I'm a grown man. I don't need you to me. I can go home by myself. I live nearby." The police already knew his address and confirmed he lived close by. They didn't argue and simply told him to go home quickly. After the man left, Su Mujin and the two officers headed toward the big courtyard. Although it hadn't snowed recently, the leftover snow hadn't fully melted and the ground froze at night, making it easy to slip. While riding their bikes, they kept their speed slow and stayed focused, using flashlights to see the road clearly. The cold wind blew directly into their faces, slipping through the gaps in their masks and scarves, constantly chilling Su Mujin's neck. She felt her body almost freeze solid. Finally, they reached the courtyard gate. The two police officers stopped. "Dr. Su, we've arrived. You should head back now. We're leaving too." But Su Mujin said, "Since you're already escorting me here, it's just a few more steps to my door. Please see me home." Hearing this, the officers found it a bit strange. Su Mujin had been worried about bothering them earlier and didn't want to delay their time. Now she suddenly wanted them to her all the way home? People say women are unpredictable and their hearts change quickly. Now she was experiencing it firsthand. Su Mujin didn't know what they were thinking, but once they agreed, she led them into the courtyard. It was likely that at this moment, Song Huainan was probably heading out to look for her. As Su Mujin expected, just as they reached her door, Song Huainan appeared, coming to find her. Manhwa was still nearby, giving instructions, while Su Boyo followed closely behind Manhwa, looking worried, like a little shadow. "Dad, Mom, Boya, I'm back." The three of them suddenly heard Su Mujin's voice and immediately looked in her direction. Seeing Su Mujin, they all showed happy smiles. Su Boya, like a small cannonball, rushed over and hugged Su Mujin's leg. "Auntie, you're finally back." The two police officers looked at Su Boya with curiosity. "Is this the little girl from before?" "She's been well taken care of." Although they hadn't met Su Boya before, Lu Chong had told them that the girl was very thin, almost no flesh on her. It hadn't been long since then. Now, the girl's face was chubby and cute. It shows that Su Mujin really took good care of her. Hearing the police officer's words, Su Boya looked a bit puzzled, her big eyes blinking at them. "Auntie, who are these uncles?" "They are police officers," Su Mujin explained with a smile. "They brought Annie back because they're worried about her safety." Hearing this, Su Boya immediately thanked the two police officers. "Thank you for bringing Andy back." The 5-year-old girl's voice was soft and sweet. She was serious now, thanking them carefully, word by word, which made Su Mujin's heart melt. The two police officers crouched down and spoke to Su Boya in the gentlest voices. While this was happening, Su Mujin quietly went to Chen Yuehua's side and whispered, "Mom, are there meat buns tonight?" "Yes." Chen Yuehua immediately replied, "I've been steaming them all afternoon. Wait a moment, I'll pack a few in a paper bag. Don't let them leave before I do." Chen Yuehua said this and, before Su Mujin could say anything, hurried into the house. Watching her back, Su Mujin silently smiled. Chen Yuehua was not only clever but also understood her well. She just asked if there were meat buns, and Chen Yuehua instantly understood her meaning. Having such a family felt truly wonderful. Chen Yuehua moved quickly and returned just as fast. She left empty-handed but came back carrying 2 paper bags. As she approached, the smell of the meat buns filled the air. Su Mujin took the 2 bags and saw that each contained 4 large, plump buns. Each bun was bigger than a grown man's fist. It wasn't that Chen Yuehua didn't want to pack more, but the size of the paper bags was limited. If she packed more, they would spill out, making it hard to carry. Su Mujin carried 2 bags to 2 police officers and directly handed each bag into their arms. Second update, the 2 police officers were caught off guard. They felt something being placed in their arms, but didn't have time to check what it was. Instinctively, they hugged it close. When they felt the warmth and smelled the scent of steamed buns, they were startled. They hurriedly tried to give the bags back to Su Mujin. Su Mujin deliberately kept a serious face. "You brought me back, and I didn't refuse. I'm grateful to you now. Do you want to refuse?" The 2 looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Before they could decide what to say, Su Mujin spoke again. "I'm quite curious about this case. If you find out the result, could you tell me when you go to the hospital tomorrow?" "The hospital is on shift. You've already been on duty today. Do you still need to go tomorrow?" Su Mujin smiled and nodded. "Yes, I need to go tomorrow morning." Since it had come to this, the 2 police officers couldn't refuse anymore. They agreed. Seeing that they accepted the steamed buns, Su Mujin said, "Hurry up and eat. It's good to be full before going to investigate. It's so cold outside. If you don't eat something, your health won't hold up. If you get sick, who will find out the truth?" Although Chen Yuehua didn't understand what case Su Mujin and the others were talking about, she agreed with Su Mujin's words. "Yes, comrades, Mujin makes sense. People need food. Skipping meals makes you hungry. The busier you are, the more you need to eat well. Otherwise, your body can't handle it. I also cooked some porridge. Why don't you come in and have a bowl?" The 2 police officers, upon hearing this, repeatedly waved their hands. No, we have other things to do. We'll go now. You should go home and eat too." They probably were afraid Chen Yuehua would insist they stay, so they quickly pushed their bikes and turned around, walking briskly away. Watching their backs leave, Chen Yuehua felt a bit helpless. "I just wanted them to come in and have a bowl of porridge to warm up. Why did I scare them like this?" Su Mujin linked arms with Chen Yuehua. "Mom, they're busy. Let's go home and talk." "Dad, boyo, let's go home first." The group entered the yard, closed the gate, and then hurried into the house together. Back inside the house, Su Mujin felt warmth spreading through her body, as if she were in a different world from outside. Winter was very cold right now. If her body hadn't been well nourished by spiritual spring water, and if she didn't have warm clothes, she really couldn't handle it. In her previous life, the world was warming and there were air conditioners and heaters, so it wasn't that cold. Seeing Su Mujin breathe a sigh of relief, Chen Yuehua both found it funny and felt worried. She hurriedly urged Su Mujin, "Quick, wash your hands and face with hot water. Dinner is ready." The meal had been prepared for a while. When they saw Su Mujin hadn't come back, they kept it warm on the stove. Now that Su Mujin was back, they quickly brought out the food, and the family sat together to eat. Song Hwayan and Chen Yuehua were both patient and curious, but since Su Mujin didn't mention anything and didn't ask what had happened, they stayed silent. After washing up at night and going to bed, Su Boyo returned to his room to sleep. Only then did Su Mujin, Song Muxiue, Chen Yuehua, and Song Hwayan sit in the living room. Song Muxiue, with big curious eyes, looked at Su Mujin and asked, "Sister-in-law, what exactly happened? Why did you come back so late? Why did the police bring you back?" Chun Yuehua also asked worriedly, "Did something happen at your hospital?" Su Muxin smiled gently at both of them to comfort them, then explained the main events. Hearing that a woman had been cut many times and was bleeding heavily, both Chun Yuehua and Song Muxiue looked pale with shock. Song Huayan, being a man and a soldier, had seen many serious scenes and was not frightened. Although he wasn't scared, he still found it strange. Some grudge or hatred. Why would someone attack a person like that? But those two police officers were very responsible. They thought about your safety walking alone at night and brought you back. Song Huayan said, his expression and tone becoming more serious. Mu Jin, I know you're brave and capable. But you've read so many books and you've probably heard the saying, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. We still can't be careless. Knowing that Song Huayan was caring for her, Su Muxin quickly nodded. Dad, I understand what you're saying, and I remember. I definitely won't risk myself. Hearing her promise, Song Huayan finally felt a little more at ease. Chun Yuehua frowned and said, I hope the two police officers can find out the truth quickly and catch the person soon. Whatever needs to be done, just do it. I don't feel at ease if you go to work. Su Muxin nodded and replied, I hope so. She wasn't afraid to go to work, but she didn't want the culprit to go free. After chatting for a while, everyone went back to their rooms. After closing the door, Su Muxin sat at her desk and took out a brand new notebook. Suddenly, she really wanted to write in her diary. In her past life, she used a short video app to record her life. She just needed to open the camera to capture what she wanted. But now, if she wanted to record her life, she could only rely on a notebook and a pen. She carefully wrote down the date and weather, then recorded what happened today. Even after finishing, Su Muxin still didn't feel very sleepy. It seemed this night was especially hard to sleep through. Su Zhaoying lay on the Kong bed, tossing and turning like a pancake. Her whole body started to ache, but she still couldn't sleep, so she turned over and sat up.
No.
She couldn't sleep. Su Zhaoying looked toward the inner room. Su Malia had died on the Kong in that room, but Song Lianqing acted as if nothing had happened, sleeping there every night. How could he sleep so soundly? She lived outside, but still couldn't sleep every night. She wanted to go back, but Song Lianqing didn't want her to leave. Su Zhaoying put on her cotton-padded jacket and went to knock on the door of the inner room. She knocked twice and the door opened. Song Lianqing was dressed neatly, clearly not asleep. Mom, what's wrong? Song Lianqing asked gently. Why aren't you sleeping? I can't sleep, Su Zhaoying said, trying to hold back her anger. Lianqing, when will you let me go home? A faint light flickered in Song Lianqing's eyes. Mom, weren't you the most concerned about me before? Why has that changed now? If you leave, I'll be left here alone. Don't you care about that? Hearing this, Su Zhaoying felt a tightness in her chest. If you hadn't killed your wife, you wouldn't be alone. Although she thought this, Su Zhaoying dared not say it aloud. Song Lianqing now acted like a lunatic. Sometimes he was gentle, speaking and acting with a full smile. But other times, he had no smile at all, and his words were cold and sinister. Living with Song Lianqing for a long time, Su Zhaoying felt like she was going crazy. Forget arguing with Song Lianqing. Now she was so cautious with her breathing, afraid that her breathing might disturb him and cause him to lose his temper again. Before she could think of how to respond to Song Lianqing, the door suddenly opened. Although Song Lianqing came to open it, he didn't turn on the light. The room was dim, making it hard for both of them to see each other's expressions clearly. Lianqing. In this cold weather, Su Zhaoying suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She felt like the person standing in front of her was not her son, but some ancient ancestor. Maybe someone who had crawled out from the ground. Otherwise, why was she so scared? In the faint light, Su Zhaoying vaguely saw the corner of Song Lianqing's mouth move, as if he was smiling. Mom, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. It's time to celebrate. During the New Year, tickets are hard to buy. You have to wait until after the 15th to get tickets easily. Hearing this, Su Zhaoying felt her heart slowly relax back into her chest. Good. Finally, she could go home. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face. But just then, she heard more words from Song Lianqing. But before you leave, you need to do me a favor. What favor? Su Xiaoying hurriedly asked. Just tell me, Mom. Whatever I can do to help, I will do it for you. It's nothing big, Mom. I know you can help. Song Lianqing's smile grew even brighter. I want to get married. Mom, you have to force me to get married in front of everyone. As long as you do this well, after the 15th of the lunar month, I'll let you go back. At first, Su Xiaoying wanted to say, if you want to get married, just do it. Why do you need me to force you? But she quickly understood. It had only been a few days since Su Malalai died, and Song Lianqing was about to get married. Naturally, people would gossip. He didn't want to be criticized, so he wanted her, as his mother, to step in and push him. This way, others wouldn't gossip about him, and they might even feel sorry for him. A man who had just lost his wife, being forced to marry by his own mother. How pitiful that would be. And she, as his mother, would have a terrible reputation. People would say she was a heartless mother-in-law, only thinking about her son's family line. Although Su Xiaoying thought about these things, she still agreed, without hesitation. Everyone's opinion of her and what they say doesn't matter to her. As long as she can leave here and go back to the main courtyard, she doesn't care what people say about her. Once she leaves this place, she will never come back. Song Lianqing listened to Su Xiaoying agree and let out a low laugh. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Such a good thing, let's talk about it tomorrow. Su Xiaoying nervously agreed, all right, tomorrow then. But who are you planning to marry? Before Song Lianqing could answer, Su Xiaoying already had a guess in her mind. Could it be Fu Wan? While thinking this, she heard Song Lianqing reply, who else? Of course, Fu Wan. Knowing this in her mind was one thing, hearing it with her own ears was another. Su Xiaoying looked at Song Lianqing with a complicated expression, unsure of what to say. It's normal for Song Lianqing to like Fu Wan. After all, Fu Wan is pretty, well-dressed, and has a special aura that most girls don't have. Just by looking at her clothes and how she usually eats and uses things, it's clear her family is quite wealthy. But with such good family conditions and her own qualities, why would Fu Wan like Song Lianqing? It's not that Su Xiaoying thinks her son is bad. It's because Song Lianqing's wife just died not long ago, and most young girls wouldn't be interested in a widower like him, especially someone as well-off as Fu Wan. Could it be that Song Lianqing is just eager for this marriage? Su Xiaoying felt a bit worried. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked her concern. Does Fu Wan know about this? Does she agree? Of course she agrees, Song Lianqing said confidently. All right, it's getting late. Sleep quickly. Mom, if you can't sleep, think carefully about how to perform tomorrow. After saying this, Song Lianqing didn't wait for Su Xiaoying's reply and directly closed the door. Su Xiaoying looked at the closed door in front of her, hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned back to her bed. Lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, Su Xiaoying still couldn't fall asleep. Her mind kept flashing with Su Malalai's face, then shifting to Fu Wan's face. Strangely, Su Xiaoying also remembered Su Muxin. Her mind was a mess, like a whirlwind, making her head ache. Su Xiaoying didn't know when she fell asleep. The next morning, before dawn, Su Xiaoying was woken up by Song Lianqing. Song Lianqing was cooking. Not only did he cook porridge, but he also fried slices of bread and eggs. After finishing, Song Lianqing served a bowl of sweet potato porridge, arranged 2 crispy fried bread slices on a plate, and placed 2 fried eggs. He carried everything out with one hand. This was his way of bringing food to Fu Wan. Since the second day Su Xiaoying saw Song Lianqing preparing and delivering food for Fu Wan, she couldn't help but watch. In the past, Su Xiaoying would have stopped him or refused to watch. But now, whenever she looked into Song Lianqing's cold eyes, she couldn't speak her words anymore. Song Lianqing was no longer the same person he used to be. Su Xiaoying watched his back disappear at the door. Then she turned around, put on her clothes, and sat up. There was still porridge in the pot, and beside it, slices of bread that had been cut but not fried yet. She fried 2 more bread slices and an egg herself. She put the fried egg between the two bread slices, pressed down hard, and then took a big bite. It smelled wonderful, fragrant oil, white flour, and the aroma of the egg. This bite was incredibly delicious. Even in the big courtyard before, Su Xiaoying wouldn't have dared to eat like this. Early in the morning, with white flour, oil, eggs, and porridge made from plain rice. Who could afford to eat like this? First update: while Su Xiaoying was happily eating, she saw the curtain being lifted and Song Lianqing walked in. He was holding a plate and a bowl, but they were already empty. Seeing this, Su Xiaoying couldn't help but say, "It's fine that you prepared food for her, but why do you have to take the dishes back to wash? Can't she wash them herself?" As soon as she spoke, Song Lianqing turned to look at her. Meeting his eyes, Su Xiaoying felt so annoyed, she wanted to slap herself. What was she doing? She had already decided not to interfere, so why couldn't she control herself? Just as she was feeling regretful, she heard Song Lianqing speak coldly, "Mom, Fuwan isn't Su Malia. She's not someone you can criticize casually. That was the first time, but I hope it will be the last. Do you understand? Instead of saying these things here, you should think carefully about how to do what I told you last night." If this had happened before, Su Xiaoying would have pointed at Song Lianqing's nose and said he married and forgot his mother. But now, faced with Song Lianqing's warning eyes, Su Xiaoying dared not say anything and could only nod honestly.
Got it.
I understand. I'm thinking. Song Lianqing didn't say much more. After giving Su Xiaoying a faint look, he took a bowl of porridge and started eating. There was also a plain white bun nearby. Song Lianqing didn't fry it. He simply picked one up and took a big bite. Su Xiaoying hesitated for a moment, but then walked over. "Lianqing, let me fry you an egg." She felt sad about bringing food, but she didn't refuse. She just nodded in response. Seeing his attitude was somewhat calmer, Su Xiaoying quietly let out a breath of relief and quickly took the egg. Before the egg was fully cooked, Su Xiaoying heard Song Lianqing speak again. "Mom, do you know where rice, eggs, and these white buns come from?" This question surprised Su Xiaoying. She suddenly realized that during her time here, she had been eating rice and white flour every day, and eggs were available in abundance. Besides that, they could have a meat meal every day, sometimes pork, sometimes ham, chicken, duck, or goose, or even a big fat fish. Not only here, but even in the courtyard, they couldn't eat like this every day. It's not because they can't afford it, but because there's nowhere to buy it. Their monthly ration tickets were enough, but most of the tickets were for grains. The amount of fine grains was small. As for egg and meat tickets, those were even scarcer. But now, even in a remote collective farm where supplies were more limited, their food was better than before in the courtyard. This was strange. This was very strange. Su Xiaoying looked at Song Lianqing curiously. Where does it come from? Could it be bought on the black market? But black market goods usually cost 2 or 3 times more than regular stores. If it was bought on the black market, with the money and tickets they had, it wouldn't be enough. While Su Xiaoying was frowning and thinking, she heard Song Lianqing speak again. "It was given by Fu Wan." "Fu Wan gave it to you?" Su Xiaoying was stunned. How does she have so much grain and meat? I'm telling you this not to dig into the details, but to tell you that Fu Wan is not an ordinary person. Marrying her is only good for me, with no disadvantages. I'm planning to rely on Fu Wan to return to the city, so, Mom, don't cause trouble. And don't think that once I marry her, you can bully her.
She's not like Su Malia.
I won't let you treat her casually, and she won't just let you bully her either. Listening to Song Lianqing threaten her to force Fu Wan, Su Xiaoying felt very uncomfortable inside. Her son was willing to threaten her openly for another woman. Is this really her son? Thinking this, Su Xiaoying quickly agreed. I understand. Lianqing, don't worry, I won't do that. For her now, returning to the city was the most important thing. As for making things difficult for Fu Wan, there was no rush, especially since Fu Wan was about to become a mother herself. Song Lianqing and Fu Wan wouldn't stay here forever. They would definitely go back. Once they left, she would have plenty of time and energy to deal with her. It seemed that Song Lianqing didn't care whether Su Xiaoying's words were true or not. After finishing his meal, he put down his bowl and asked, "Have you prepared everything I asked for?" "Yes." Su Xiaoying immediately raised her voice. "I'll go to the yard soon to call them. You stay inside and listen carefully. Don't go out. When the people watching feel sorry for you, then you come out and beg me in front of them. Don't force me to marry you. At that time, I will threaten you with death. You can pretend to agree, how about that?" Song Lianqing thought for a moment, then said, "All right, let's start." Su Xiaoying's eyes widened a little. This was really happening? Although she felt nervous, it was only for a moment. She took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and started shouting insults. After shouting inside the house for a while, she went to the yard to continue yelling, all the while urging Song Lianqing to marry her quickly. Otherwise, she threatened she wouldn't rest in peace if she died, and she would stay here forever. At this moment, many people had gathered at the yard entrance and outside the yard. It was winter, and there was no work to do, so everyone was idle all day. They couldn't miss the lively scene early in the morning. Seeing more and more people gathering, Su Xiaoying felt she couldn't hold on much longer. Just then, Song Lianqing finally came out. She thought he wouldn't come out, but now that he did, she quickly prepared for the next act. "Lianqing, I can't stay here forever. If you don't get married, I won't be able to rest assured if I leave you without someone to take care of you. If you don't agree to this, I won't leave. Even if I die that day, I won't rest in peace. Today, just give me a clear answer. Will you marry someone else, or watch me die without doing anything?" Song Lianqing looked pained. "Mom, why do you insist I get married? Jasmine just died not long ago. How can I get married so soon? Why not? It's not like your real parents are dead. Even if they were, there's no need to mourn forever. Just tell me, are you going to marry or not? If you refuse, I might just run away from here myself." Su Xiaoying's words were so convincing that everyone around was stunned. No one doubted the truth in her words. Second part, Song Lianqing closed his eyes in pain. "Mom, do you really have to push me so hard?" Su Xiaoying wiped her tears. "Lianqing, it's not that I want to pressure you, but I can't stay here to take care of you all the time. I really can't rest easy knowing you're alone. Only when you get married can I truly relax." Lianqing lowered his head, sounding a bit muffled. "Mom, even if I want to marry, who would want to marry me? I do." Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. They looked toward the sound and saw Fu Wan walking out of the room. "Brother Lianqing, I want to marry you." "Madam, don't worry. After I marry Lianqing, I will take good care of him for you. Then you can be at ease." Hearing this, Su Xiaoying was overjoyed. She hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. It settled. Though she was smiling inside, she dared not show it outwardly. Su Xiaoying even looked at Fu Wan with a hint of suspicion. "You? Are you joking?" "Of course, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, we can go register in the next couple of days."
Su Xiaoying nodded that decisive.
"All right, then go register. Come back and tell me once it's done." After speaking, she snorted and strode into the house. Su Xiaoying left, and Song Lianqing looked at Fu Wan with a bitter smile. "Comrade Fu Wan, why bother?"
Fu Wan smiled brightly.
"Just think of me as someone who helps out when I see injustice." Everyone heard this and burst into laughter, though their smiles were kind. They felt sorry for the struggling Song Lianqing and admired Fu Wan for stepping in to help at this moment. Both of them were good-looking and from the city. If they really married, life might turn out pretty well, right? Su Muxin woke up and immediately got out of bed to get dressed and wash up. As soon as she opened the door and stepped outside, she saw Song Muxue holding Su Boyo's hand and walking down from upstairs. "Big sister-in-law." Song Muxue greeted with a smile. "Are you going to the hospital after lunch? Will you come back for dinner?"
Su Muxin nodded.
"Yes, I will come back for dinner. Then we'll wait for you." In the past, during New Year's Eve, people would start putting up spring festival couplets in the morning. But now, during the period of breaking old customs, it's definitely not allowed to put up the couplets. Still, making some tasty food at home to celebrate is fine, and no one will mind. At breakfast, Chen Yuehua specifically asked Su Muxin if she wanted anything special to eat, so she could start preparing. Su Muxin thought for a moment. Then, let's steam some 8 treasures sweet rice. Chen Yuehua looked a bit surprised but didn't ask questions and simply agreed. Okay, I'll prepare it soon. Make extra. Muxiue and Boyo will definitely like it too. 8 treasures sweet rice is rich in ingredients and very sweet. Besides those who don't like sweet food, probably no one would dislike it. It's not really a dish, but Su Muxin suddenly wanted to eat it. Fortunately, Chen Yuehua truly spoils her and doesn't ask much, agreeing right away. Not even a mother-in-law would usually do this much. She feels very lucky. After traveling to this new world, she married into such a family. After breakfast, Su Muxin rode her bicycle to the hospital. She thought she arrived early enough, but Dr. Huang was even earlier. Although she arrived early, Dr. Huang's face was full of smiles and anticipation. Just a busy morning, then she could stay home for a day and a half and come back to work on the second day of the new year. How could she not be happy? As soon as Su Muxin entered the office, Dr. Huang looked over. Muexian, why are you here so early? Actually, you don't have to come today. Based on my experience, there probably won't be many patients. Su Muxin put on her white coat.
Dr.
Huang, since you're here, I definitely have to come too. If there really aren't many patients, I want to check on the woman who was injured yesterday. When she mentioned the injured woman from last night's emergency, Dr. Huang's smile faded a bit. I've been a doctor for so many years and I've seen many patients. Most injuries are accidental, but some are caused by others. But the brutal scene yesterday was truly the first time I've seen something so terrible. I don't even know who could have done such a heavy-handed thing. It's just insane. Hibiscus, if you want to go see it, just go ahead. Anyway, there's nothing urgent here right now. Okay, Dr. Huang, I will come back as soon as possible. Su Muxin said and quickly left the office, heading to the ward. When she reached the door of the ward, she saw the 2 police officers from last night. They also seemed to have just arrived and were about to enter the ward. Seeing Su Muxin, they paused and quietly greeted her. Dr. Su, why are you here so early? I came to check on the patient's condition. She is quite badly injured. The 2 police officers nodded. Without Su Muxin asking, they started sharing the investigation results. Last night, we went to the machinery factory and found a man named Feng Cheng. He was at home cooking with 3 children of different ages. When we arrived, Feng Cheng was surprised and said he was thinking about contacting the police because his wife was missing. I asked about his work ID, and he said he had lost one before and had replaced it after he couldn't find the original. Su Muxin quickly caught the main point of the story. So, the patient is Feng Cheng's wife? And Feng Cheng doesn't know about her injury? The work ID found at the scene was also something he accidentally lost before? The 2 police officers nodded. That's exactly what he means. This is just too coincidental, Su Muxin whispered. There are no coincidences without reason, especially not so many at once. The police officers also looked helpless. Yes, we think it's too much of a coincidence, but we can't get much out of Feng Cheng.
So, we plan to ask Zhang Wan.
That's the patient's name.
Su Muxin nodded slightly.
Considering the time, she should be awake now. If she saw the attacker, everything will be clear. The 3 of them stopped talking and pushed open the door to the ward. Only Zhang Wan was inside. She was indeed awake. When she heard the door open, she turned her head to look.
Su Muxin smiled at Zhang Huan.
You're awake.
How do you feel now?
Is there anything uncomfortable? Zhang Wan shook her head.
No.
The 2 police officers stepped forward. Zhang Wan, did you see clearly who hurt you? Zhang Wan was initially just weak, but after hearing this, her face suddenly turned extremely pale. It was as if she had thought of something terrifying.
No.
I don't know. Although the 2 police officers were not very old, they had experienced many cases and seen all kinds of people. From Zhang Wan's appearance, they could tell she was not telling the truth. They were not angry. They understood that Zhang Wan was scared after being hurt so badly and didn't dare to say the person's name, which was normal. One officer took a step forward and tried to speak gently. Zhang, I know you're scared. But think about it, if you don't tell us who did this, we can't catch him. You might get hurt again. Isn't that right? The other officer added, yes. If he's threatening you, you don't need to be afraid. Only by telling us who he is can we catch him and keep you safe. Do you understand? Their words made Zhang face show some signs of easing up. Just when the officers thought she might tell them who the person was, Zhang shook her head again. I really don't know anything. Before the officers could say more, Zhang continued, Comrades, I'm tired. I want to rest for a while. Is that okay? Since she was the victim, not a suspect, the officers couldn't do much even if she didn't cooperate. Plus, she had serious injuries, so they couldn't press her now. They exchanged a look and said, All right, rest well. We'll come back tomorrow. The officers left, looking somewhat discouraged. Su Mujin hesitated, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she went to the bedside and sat down on a bench. Zhang, she had just started to speak when Zhang interrupted her. Doctor, I'm really tired. I want to rest for a while. Is that okay? Seeing her face pale and her eyes closed in exhaustion, Su Mujin could only sigh silently and stand up again. All right, rest well. I'll go now. Su Mujin quietly left the ward and gently closed the door behind her. Looking at the closed door, she still couldn't understand. Despite her serious injuries, if no one had helped her and taken her to the hospital in time, she might have died. In this situation, why was she still not saying anything? If Zhang truly didn't know anything, Su Mujin couldn't believe it. Zhang recent behavior clearly showed she was feeling guilty. She knew, but she refused to speak. Was she afraid, or was she protecting someone? Su Mujin couldn't understand. As soon as she returned to the office, Dr. Huang looked at her. Why do you look so down? Did something happen to Zhang? No, it's not that. Su Mujin shook her head. She's doing okay, but when two police officers asked her about last night, she clearly hid some things. I don't understand why she wouldn't tell the truth. Dr. Huang nodded knowingly. So that's the reason. That's actually easy to understand. She's either afraid that the person won't be caught and she might be hurt, or she knows the person and doesn't want them to be taken. Dr. Huang's explanation made sense, and Su Mujin could understand it. But thinking about Zhang current situation, she still believed that hiding the truth only brought harm, not good. However, she was not a police officer, she was just an intern at the hospital. There were things even the police couldn't do, so she definitely couldn't do them either. Without Dr. Huang's encouragement, Su Mujin quickly adjusted her mindset. Dr. Huang, I understand. I won't interfere too much. Hearing this, Dr. Huang smiled and nodded. It's best that you understand. As doctors, just like police, we have special roles. We see more people and situations. I know you're a good person. When you see injustice, you want to help, to do your part to help others. But often, things aren't as simple as we want them to be. The key to saving someone is that they must want to be saved. If they don't cooperate, we're powerless. Don't push yourself too hard or blame yourself for what you can't change. We're doctors, but we're also human, right? Dr. Huang's words were very wise. You wouldn't say such things without many years of experience. Su Mujin listened carefully and nodded at the end. Don't worry, Dr. Huang. I understand. In the morning, a few patients came in. 3 of them were for follow-up checks, and the others weren't in serious condition. They finished their treatments quickly. By 11:30, it was almost time to leave work. Dr. Huang and Su Mujin both took off their white coats, packed up their belongings, and locked the office door, preparing to leave. Just as they were about to go, someone suddenly ran over from the ward. The person was panting heavily, and before catching his breath, he hurriedly said, Something's wrong. There's been an accident. Zhang is in trouble. Hearing this, Su Mujin and Dr. Huang exchanged a quick look and hurried toward the ward. A few people were still standing at the door of the ward, peering inside. As they passed by, Su Mujin overheard their conversation. They said that Zhang had attempted to take her own life. She had cut her wrist. Listening to this, Su Mujin felt very strange inside. But at that moment, she didn't have time to think deeply and could only follow Dr. Huang into the ward to help with the rescue. After half an hour, Zhang Wan's condition stabilized. Her life was saved, but her current state was really bad. She had already lost a lot of blood from the many cuts, and now she had cut her wrist again, making things worse. Seeing Zhang Wan lying there with a pale face and lips, lifeless, Su Muxin felt a surge of anger in her heart. How could a patient who was injured and lying here get a hold of a blade to cut her wrist and attempt suicide? Su Muxin looked at another nurse in the same ward and asked, "Sister, besides me, the police, and the nurses, did anyone else come to see her this morning?" The other nurse also looked a bit uneasy, not because she was involved in anything, but because she was scared by the bloody scene. After hearing Su Muxin's question, she pouted and said, "Yes, someone came. A man. From what they said, he should be her boyfriend." Did Feng Qing come? Su Muxin's mind moved, and she spoke softly again, asking, "Her boyfriend came? What did they talk about?" The nurse looked at Su Muxin with some surprise and said, "Aren't you a doctor? Why are you asking questions like the police?" "The police asked me to help keep an eye on the situation," Su Muxin replied. "That's not exactly a lie. It's all for Zhang Wan's case. Helping each other doesn't matter who helps whom." Hearing Su Muxin's answer, the nurse relaxed her suspicion and smiled as she answered the questions she had just asked. "They talked a lot. No, I should say, that man talked a lot. Wow, I've never seen such a talkative man. He really annoyed me. But he spoke softly and had a smile on his face, so I didn't feel like losing my temper. But listening to it just makes me uncomfortable. I feel uneasy all over," Big Sister kept complaining. Su Muxin was a bit worried inside, but didn't interrupt her. Instead, when Big Sister paused, she took the opportunity to ask, what exactly was he saying?
Talking.
The Big Sister, who had been talking nonstop just moments ago, now seemed to stumble. Yes. What was he saying again? Seeing how Big Sister was acting, Su Muxin felt a little strange, but didn't get angry. She patiently waited. She believed Big Sister wasn't deliberately hiding the truth. She probably couldn't remember what was said. Big Sister thought carefully for a while and finally remembered. "I remember now, he was talking about some trivial things. All about household petty matters. Like what the kids in the family did, what they ate and drank, whether they were naughty or mischievous. Talking about neighbors fighting or arguing, what it was about. All the lively news from the aunts and uncles' families. I finally understand why I found him annoying. His mouth was too chatty. I've never seen a man talk so much."
Su Muxin listened carefully.
But as she listened more, she found it increasingly strange. If he was just talking about these things, why did Zhang Wan commit suicide? Could it be that she was also annoyed like Big Sister? And the knife. Where did the knife come from? Big Sister, do you know where this knife came from? It was a small folding knife, the kind children use at school to sharpen pencils. Using such a small knife to cut wrists would take a lot of courage. After all, the blade isn't very sharp, and it takes a lot of strength to use it. To cut through the wrist veins, or even sever them, one would have to saw back and forth like a saw. Zhang Wan's wrist injuries did show signs of back-and-forth cuts. How desperate must she have been to keep cutting her wrists with such a small knife? Just thinking about it makes me feel pain. While Su Muxin was pondering, she heard Big Sister speak again. It's her son. Su Muxin thought it might be Feng Qing, but it turned out not to be. Her son? Big Sister, are you sure? I don't doubt you. I just want to confirm. It's nothing special, just ask around. I'm sure. It's her son. Her son was holding an apple and using a small knife to peel it. Later, the father and son left together. The small knife was probably dropped. Who would have thought? First update, the older sister looked regretful but said, I don't think the child did it on purpose. She probably just forgot to take the knife. Who would have expected her to try to cut her wrist and end her life? If the child finds out, she might feel so guilty, she can't bear it. By the way, we should thank you and Dr. Huang. If you hadn't rescued her in time, she might have died. If she really had died, her son might think he caused her death, and his whole life would be ruined. Listening to her sister, Su Muxin's mind gradually became clearer. No wonder she had felt something was strange earlier but couldn't figure it out at the time. Now she finally understood. Perhaps the culprit did it on purpose. They intentionally left the knife there, knowing Zhang Wan would try to end her life.
But why?
When she visited Zhang Wan in the morning, Zhang Wan was uncooperative, but from all appearances, she didn't seem suicidal. She was fine in the morning, so why did she suddenly want to die by noon? Isn't that too strange? While Su Mujin was still thinking, she heard Dr. Huang say, "Mujin, we've finished here. Let's go." Hearing this, Su Mujin hesitated. "Dr. Huang, are we leaving just like this?" Dr. Huang sighed. "I know what you're thinking, but we're just doctors. We've done everything we can. The rest isn't in our hands. The family is waiting for us to go home. Let's call the police now and ask them to come over." "Dr. Huang, I'll make the call. You go ahead. I'll wait for the police to arrive before leaving." Hearing this, Dr. Huang looked at Su Mujin deeply but finally nodded. "All right, I'll go first." It's not that Dr. Huang is colder than Su Mujin. It's just that he's older, more experienced, and understands better that he's only a doctor with limited abilities. Plus, today is a special day, and staying wouldn't help much. Compared to that, Dr. Huang prefers to go home and be with his family. Su Mujin understands Dr. Huang and knows that what he said earlier was sincere and well-meaning. But now, she can't just turn a blind eye. She still wants to look more and ask more questions. Maybe just one more word could save a life. Su Mujin called the police. 20 minutes later, the police arrived. This time, not only the two officers from this morning came, but also Zhang Chong. Seeing Zhang Chong, Su Mujin was a bit surprised. "Officer Zhang, why are you here?" Zhang Chong smiled. "I was busy with other things earlier. I just finished this morning. I heard about this case and was curious, so I came to see. How is Zhang Wan now? Is she awake?" "Her condition is stable now, and she just woke up. You arrived just in time. That's a coincidence," Zhang Chong said with a smile. "Let's go inside and ask for more details." Su Mujin and the three of them went back into the ward and stood by Zhang Wan's bed. Zhang Chong looked at Zhang Wan, who was very pale, and frowned instinctively. "Zhang Wan, why did you try to hurt yourself?" Zhang Wan stared at the ceiling with wide eyes, but didn't answer. Zhang Chong wasn't angry. He just continued asking, "Do you really not recognize the person who hurt you? Do you have no memory at all? You need to understand. We are trying to help you and find justice. If you don't cooperate, we might not catch the culprit. He dared to knock you out this time, but next time he might kill you. Don't you want to tell us who he is?" Zhang Chong spoke kindly and logically, but his words didn't seem to help. Zhang Wan looked like a walking corpse, lying very still, not making a sound, and blinking very rarely. Her appearance made people feel angry. Zhang Chong could still stay calm, but another police officer couldn't hold back anymore. "What's wrong with you? We're trying to help you. You're not eating or drinking, not talking, and not cooperating. What do you mean? If you really don't want us involved, we'll stop trying." Zhang Wan, who had been silent the whole time, blinked slowly when she heard this and turned her head to look at the police. "You don't need to bother." Her voice was a little hoarse, and she looked very strange. "Anyway, you can't help me." Su Mujin, who had been watching quietly, was moved by her words. She quickly stepped forward. "Zhang Wan, just tell us what happened. If you don't tell me what's going on, we won't know what you've encountered, and we can't help you." Before Su Mujin finished speaking, Zhang Wan looked up at her.
"You're
the doctor from this morning?" Zhang Wan looked at Su Min with a blank expression. "Do you think you're helping me now? Do you think because you're a doctor, you can heal my wounds and save me?"
No.
"You're wrong. All of you are wrong. No one can help me." Although Zhang Wan was lying down, her voice was loud, sharp, and harsh. Listening to this, Su Mujin instinctively frowned. When she looked at Zhang Wan again, her expression changed. No wonder Dr. Huang told her not to interfere. Some people really aren't worth helping. Seeing how truly pitiful Zhang Wan was, it was clear that those in need often have flaws. "You're right, I really can't help you." Without caring about Zhang Wan's reaction, Su Mujin turned to Zhang Chong. Police Officer Zhang, I'm leaving now. I've finished my shift. Zhang Chong nodded. It's getting late. Go home. Su Mujin strode out of the ward quickly and soon rode her bicycle away. In the ward, Zhang Chong looked at Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan, I'll ask you again. Do you know who hurt you? Why did you cut your wrist today? Zhang Wan pursed her lips and said nothing. Still not talking? Zhang Chong's expression turned cold. Then rest well. We'll come back tomorrow. Saying they'd come back tomorrow didn't mean they wouldn't come again. No matter who it was, doing otherwise would be wrong. Seeing Zhang Chong and the other 2 police officers leave, the woman on the next bed sneered inwardly. She was really spoiled. Everyone was so eager to help, but Zhang Wan still wouldn't speak. If she didn't want to say anything, then just keep quiet. Second update, Su Mujin rode her bike home quickly. Just as she parked her bike and entered the house, she ran into Chen Yuehua coming out. They just exchanged a glance, and Chen Yuehua hurriedly asked with concern, Mujin, what's wrong? Did something happen? Why are you so upset? Hearing this, Su Mujin instinctively touched her face. Is it obvious? Before entering the yard, she had specifically adjusted her expression, thinking she had hidden it well. But after only one encounter, Chen Yuehua surprisingly saw through Su Mujin. Seeing Su Mujin's confused expression, Chen Yuehua couldn't help but smile. Actually, it's not very obvious, but someone who cares about you can tell at a glance. Hearing this, Su Mujin didn't think Chen Yuehua was bragging. She understood that Chen Yuehua was telling the truth. Mom, you're so good to me. Not her biological mother, but better than one. People in this era tend to express their feelings in a reserved and subtle way. Now, Su Mujin suddenly hugged Chen Yuehua directly, which made Chen Yuehua feel a bit shy. But her shyness was only temporary. Once she realized what was happening, she felt mostly happy. Chen Yuehua gently patted Su Mujin's back. If I don't treat you well, who else will? The 2 quietly embraced each other for a while, then Su Mujin finally let go of Chen Yuehua. Without needing Chen Yuehua to ask again, Su Mujin spoke up voluntarily. I am indeed a little upset, mainly because of the patient who was injured yesterday. Su Mujin recounted everything from the beginning to the end. Finally, she sighed deeply. Why is she like that? Chen Yuehua raised her hand and gently stroked Su Mujin's hair. Mujin, you are too kind. You want to help her, so you don't understand why she acts that way. Her situation actually has nothing to do with you. If you don't worry about it, you won't feel upset. Su Mujin understood this, but earlier she still thought that when you have the ability, you should lend a hand. But now, she realized she was overthinking. Forget it, Su Mujin said with a smile. Do you want to make dumplings? No need. We've already made enough. You, today, don't need to do anything. Just stay at home and rest, and enjoy your meal. Although Chen Yuehua said this, Su Mujin still followed her into the kitchen to help serve the food. Just as they were about to sit down to eat, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Yuehua looked outside with curiosity. Who would come at this time? Could it be the neighbors? I'll go see, Su Mujin said and ran toward the door. Chen Yuehua didn't stop her, so she let her go. Su Mujin quickly reached the door, asked who was there, and then opened it. The moment she opened the door, she saw a face that was both familiar and strange. Song Qinian. Seeing Su Mujin standing there in a daze, not speaking or moving, Song Qinian hurriedly stepped forward. Wife, what's wrong? Did I forget to tell you I was coming back suddenly? Are you upset? Song Qinian's tone was anxious, and he looked a bit flustered and helpless. In the army, Song Qinian was definitely not like this. Only when he was with Su Mujin did he become like this. Su Mujin shook her head and immediately opened her arms to hug Song Qinian. No, I'm not upset. I'm just too happy. Actually, I was just thinking about you, wishing you were here. I didn't expect you to appear so quickly. Did you hear what I was thinking and come back instantly? As she spoke, Su Mujin looked up at Song Qinian. He happened to be looking down. They not only made eye contact but also their gazes met. Su Mujin's eyes also fell on Song Qinian's lips. It's been so long since they last kissed. Before Su Mujin could make any move, Suddenly, Song Mushua's voice came from behind, "Brother?" Hearing this, Su Mushin's face instantly turned red. She quickly let go of Song Qinian and turned around to look. But there was no sign of Song Mushua at the door of the living room. If it weren't for the curtain still gently swaying, indicating someone had just entered, Su Mushin might have thought she was hearing things. Su Mushin turned her head, smiled brightly at Song Qinian, and said, "Let's go. We were just about to eat. You're just in time." As she spoke, Su Mushin pulled Song Qinian into the yard, closed the gate, and they walked inside together. "By the way, our family has one more person. Later, don't be cold or scare her." Song Qinian nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Are you curious about who it is?" "Yes, I am. But my wife will tell me." While they talked, they lifted the curtain and entered the house. Before reaching the dining table, Su Mushin saw Song Mushua blushing. Song Mushua looked a bit shy and even dared not look at Su Mushin. Su Mushin just smiled at Song Mushua and introduced her to Song Qinian. "Qinian, this is Su Boyo. Boyo, this is your uncle. His name is Song Qinian." Su Boyo didn't look bad. When she first arrived, she was thin and dark, not very pretty. But after being raised for a long time, Su Mushin sometimes gave her spiritual spring water, and now she has become chubby and healthy. Her hair quality has improved a lot, and she has grown taller. At this moment, Su Boyo is wearing a red top, black pants, with a full fringe hairstyle and 2 low ponytails. She has big, shiny black eyes, smooth white skin, and rosy lips, making her look like a porcelain doll. Song Qinian did not ask about Su Boyo's identity. Instead, he smiled and greeted her. "Boyo, hello. I am Uncle Qinian." Su Boyo was very nervous at first. Although she knew about Song Qinian and had seen his photo at home, she had never met him in person. Naturally, she felt a little anxious. Now, seeing Song Qinian's friendly attitude and hearing his gentle words, her little heart finally relaxed. She smiled brightly at Song Qinian and shyly greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Qinian."
I am Su Boyo.
That's what her aunt had taught her. Her aunt said that when greeting someone, you should be confident and speak loudly. Is she doing well now? Su Boyo wondered, instinctively looking at Su Mushin, who was smiling at her. Chen Yuehua watched them with a smile and said, all right. Since everyone has introduced themselves and knows each other, let's sit down and eat. Third update. Fortunately, because it was close to the new year, there was a lot of food prepared, including many buns and dumplings. Even though Song Qinian returned suddenly, there was no worry about running out of food. During the meal, Su Boyo kept glancing at Song Qinian. He could feel her looking but didn't turn around, afraid she might be scared. She had never seen him before, and now that she suddenly saw him, her curiosity was natural. After eating, Su Mushin and Song Qinian went back to their room and closed the door. Only then did Su Mushin hug Song Qinian. Even though they had already experienced a farewell before, it still didn't feel natural. They just embraced each other, listening to each other's heartbeat and smelling each other's scent, which made their hearts feel calm. After a while, Su Mushin looked up at Song Qinian and asked, "Is the mission already done?" It shouldn't have been so quick, she thought. Song Qinian shook his head and said, "No, it's just that this is the first New Year I've spent with you. Since I haven't been busy lately, I applied for leave and came back for a few days." "Just a few days?" 3 days. Song Qinian gently stroked Mu Jin's hair and asked, "Is it a bit less than before?" Mu Jin shook her head and replied, "Not at all. You managed to get 3 days off, which is already very difficult for you. I am very satisfied." Although she had not been in love in her past life, she had seen many online stories about relationships because the internet was very developed. Many men neglect their girlfriends because of work, but they still want their girlfriends to be understanding. Compared to those men, Song Qinian, who was so busy, still managed to get 3 days off to stay with her. That was already very, very good. Mu Jin felt very content. "During your absence, a lot has happened at home," Mu Jin said. Song Qinian nodded and said, "I can see that. So, my wife, please tell me everything in detail." Mu Jin and Song Chinian sat down together, leaning on his chest, and she began to tell her story. The first thing she talked about was naturally Su Boyo. When their family added such a young girl, Song Chinian was the first to learn about her background. After explaining Su Boyo's background, Mu Jin waited for Song Chinian to speak, but he didn't say anything. She looked at him curiously and asked, "Why aren't you talking? Do you have any questions?" Song Chinian held Mu Jin's hand tighter and said, "I'm just amazed. My wife is so kind." Hearing his serious tone, Mu Jin felt a little warm and shy. Although what he said was true, she still felt a bit embarrassed. "There are many kind people in this world," Mu Jin said. "But life is so hard that some people can only be kind in their hearts and can't act on it. Just like Zhang Chong, Zhang Gong'an, and Dr. Huang, they're all very kind and helpful, but their conditions are not as good as mine. They don't have a husband who can support them as well as I do." Song Chinian originally nodded as he listened, but when he heard the last two sentences, he couldn't help but laugh and feel amused. They are all grown men. If they really had a husband, what would happen? Mu Jin looked confused. "I was just making a comparison." They looked at each other, and both couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Su Boyo's past experiences were quite difficult, the outcome was good. Now, she was well cared for, more confident than before, spoke reasonably, was very polite, and had learned many characters and basic math skills like addition and subtraction within 10. Overall, after going through hardships, Su Boyo was now living a very good life. This matter is a good thing. But the other few things outside of this are not so good. Su Mushin sighed. "Su Malya has died." Song Chinian was shocked when he heard this. "Died? How did she die?" Song Lianqing first sent a letter saying Su Malya had a miscarriage, but he didn't say how she miscarried. Grandpa then asked second aunt to take care of her postpartum. Not long after, another letter came, this time directly saying Su Malya had died. Song Chinian frowned tightly. This sounds strange. Song Lianqing is definitely involved. Su Mushi nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Song Chinian already disliked Su Malya before. But I believe there might be something or someone we don't know about that made Song Lianqing decide. Recently, whenever Su Mushin had free time, she would think about this matter. Although there is no evidence, she still feels that Su Malya's death is connected to the author she mentioned. Song Lianqing probably already met the author and made some kind of deal. Besides this, Su Mushin can't think of any reason for Song Lianqing to kill Su Malya now. Even if Song Lianqing was annoyed with Su Malya, she was pregnant with his child. He wouldn't go so crazy as to harm his own child, would he? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. Seeing Su Mushin's furrowed brow, Song Chinian gently raised his hand and softly smoothed her forehead. "Don't frown. No matter what happened, we will find out sooner or later. There are no secrets that can't be uncovered, especially not for murder. If one person knows, then a second, third, and fourth will find out. Second aunt is over there. She must know something. When she comes back, we can ask her," Song Chinian said. Hearing Song Chinian mention Su Zhaoying, Su Mushin's expression changed again. This time, although she didn't speak, her face looked strange. Even if Song Chinian wanted to ignore it, he couldn't. Seeing her strange expression, Song Chinian became interested. "Wife, what's wrong? Is something wrong with second aunt?" Su Mushin shook her head. "Second aunt didn't do anything wrong. It's second uncle." The day after second aunt left, Chen Jigang brought someone back, named Jiang Rong, saying she was his cousin. This Jiang Rong works as a nanny at second uncle's house, coming and going with him. They look like a married couple. Dad initially told second uncle to keep his distance from Jiang Rong, but second uncle didn't listen, and grandpa didn't interfere. Song Man even called her Aunt Rong affectionately. Eventually, they became too close, and rumors started spreading in the big yard. Jiang Rong decided to leave. "But I still feel." "Feel what?" "First update, I always feel that second uncle and Jiang Rong might not have completely cut ties." Su Mujin looked at Song Chinian eagerly. "I don't have proof, but I just have this feeling. Do you think I'm overthinking?" No, Song Chinian said seriously. I know second uncle better. When he's being controlled and has no chance to act, he might behave more honestly. But once he gets a chance, it's hard to keep him in check. So, what should we do? Song Chinian looked at Su Mujin, who was staring at him with big, bright eyes, full of curiosity. Her sparkling eyes and her innocent expression made her look a bit adorable. Song Chinian was captivated by her gaze and leaned in to kiss her lips. Su Mujin's eyes widened instantly. She was truly surprised. They were talking happily and suddenly he leaned in. Although she found it strange, she couldn't refuse the tempting offer. As for Song Huaiman's matter, that can wait. Long separated, a reunion feels like a new marriage. It's not just talk. Both of them were young, healthy, and liked each other so much. After not seeing each other for so long, naturally, they stayed in the room all afternoon. Until after 6 in the evening, they finally opened the door and left. Song Chinian led the way, with Su Mujin behind him. Even though she was walking behind, Su Mujin kept her head down, her cheeks burning with embarrassment.
It was
Too awkward. No wonder in her previous life, she often saw online that many young people didn't want to live with older relatives. There's a reason. Most of the time, it's just too inconvenient. She usually got along well with the rest of the Song family, but in situations like today, she still preferred to live alone with Song Chinian. Fortunately, such situations probably wouldn't happen many times a year. 2 people arrived in the kitchen, which was very busy. Chen Yuehua was cooking, and Song Huayan was helping. Su Muxue was playing with Su Boyo in the living room. When she saw Su Muxin come in with Song Chinian, Chen Yuehua immediately said, "There are too many people in the kitchen. Muxin, you go outside and play with Muxue and Boyo." Su Muxin was about to speak, but Song Chinian smiled and said, "Go ahead, I'll help my parents." After looking at the 3 of them, Su Muxin said nothing and turned to leave. When Su Boyo saw Su Muxin, he ran over happily. Although Chen Yuehua and Song Muxue were also women and nice to Su Boyo, Su Muxin was his favorite, probably because she was the one who brought him home. Su Muxin was busy and didn't spend much time at home. But whenever she returned and wasn't busy, Su Boyo would follow her like a little shadow. Right now, Su Boyo ran to Su Muxin and held her hand. When they sat back on the sofa, Su Boyo looked at Su Muxin curiously and asked, "Auntie, what did you do inside today? I wanted to play with you, but Grandma didn't let me." Su Muxin felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, the lights weren't very bright, so her face wasn't too red. She said seriously, "Your uncle hasn't been back for a long time, so I have a lot to talk to him about." Su Boyo nodded seriously and said, "Got it. Next time you talk to uncle, I won't bother you." What could Su Muxin say? She could only gently pat Su Boyo's head and praise him for being well-behaved. The New Year's Eve dinner was quickly served. The meal was very rich, even including wine. Only Song Chinian and Song Huayan drank wine. The others, including Su Muxin, drank fruit juice. The heated fruit juice was a bit sour, but no one minded. After everyone raised their glasses, Chen Yuehua looked at the family and sighed happily. "It's so nice. Our family has had many happy events this year. I hope next year will be even better." Su Muxin nodded and said, "Mom, don't worry. It will definitely get better and better." In previous years, the New Year's Eve dinner was shared with both families and old Master Song. But this year, the second family wasn't interested and Song Huayan and Chen Yuehua didn't insist. They invited old Master Song, but he didn't come. However, they invited him in the morning. Song Chinian arrived home at noon. Old Master Song still doesn't know that Song Chinian has returned. Song Huayan thought about this and looked a bit serious. "Chinian, your grandfather doesn't know you're back. If Song Chinian returns without telling him, it's not a good thing. If it gets out, it could harm Song Chinian's reputation." Song Chinian is not a careless person. He nodded understandingly and stood up directly. "Then I'll go give Grandpa a bowl of dumplings." As soon as the dumplings were cooked, Song Chinian carried a steaming bowl and left the house with Song Huayan. It was mealtime and there were hardly any people outside. When they reached the neighbor's door, Song Huai knocked, but there was no response inside. Maybe he didn't hear us inside? Saying this, Song Huai knocked louder than before. After knocking for a while with no response, both men looked at each other with serious expressions. In such a quiet evening, how could they not hear the knocking? Could something have happened? Just as Song Huaimin was about to kick the door, it finally opened from inside. It was Song Huaimin who opened the door. Seeing him, Song Huaimin's tone was not friendly. Second brother, what's going on? I've been knocking for so long. Why didn't you come out? Song Huaimin avoided the question. Big brother, why are you here now? Is there something wrong? Song Huaimin already found Song Huaimin strange. Hearing this, he thought he was even more suspicious. Qinian has returned. I went with him to give Grandpa dumplings. Is there a problem with that? It was dark outside, and since Song Qinian wasn't standing at the door, Song Huaimin didn't notice him. When he saw Song Qinian, he immediately smiled. Song Qinian is the most successful among the Song family. He didn't want to offend him. Song Huaimin moved aside and opened the door wider. So Qinian is back. Come in quickly. Your grandfather was just talking about you. Second uncle. Song Qinian greeted Song Huaimin and led the way inside. Seeing Song Huaimin about to follow, Song Huaimin stopped him. Big brother, I need to tell you something first. Second part, what's the matter that can't be said inside the house? It's just. Today is New Year's Eve. Zhigang said his cousin's aunt is too lonely alone, and Man and Grandpa also want to eat the food made by Jiangrong, so. Song Huaimin's face instantly darkened like a pot's bottom. So, that woman is now inside the house? What do you mean that woman? Song Huaimin looked at Song Huaimin disapprovingly. Big brother, you've studied before, can you speak more politely? Can you show some respect? How am I disrespectful? Song Huaimin pinched his brow. Second brother, today is New Year's Eve. You're letting a woman who isn't a housekeeper come to your house and eat with you. What would people say if this got out? Can't we just keep it quiet? Song Huaimin hurriedly said, Big brother, as long as you and Qin Yan don't say anything, no one will know. Song Huaimin sneered. Do you think everyone in the courtyard is stupid? Jiang Rong is a real person. She suddenly shows up. Can't others see her? Even if she didn't meet anyone, maybe she just didn't see others, but others definitely saw her. Everyone living in the courtyard is sharp-eyed. It's just the two of you, and everyone is watching. Big brother, I'm not. Don't tell me you're not. You know best in your heart. No need for so many explanations. I'll just say, nobody is stupid. Right now, you two are almost caught. But if you keep acting reckless, neither of you will have a good ending. Song Huaimin was really angry. After saying all this, he didn't wait for Song Huaimin's reaction and strode into the house. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Rong sitting there. Jiang Rong was smiling all over her face, dressed in new clothes that looked better than before. With such an outfit, do you think she's just here to cook and be a housekeeper? Only a fool would believe that. Song Huaimin's mind must be out of his mind. Song Huaimin cursed Song Huaimin harshly in his heart before walking forward. Old Master Song was happily talking with Qin Yan. It was clear that Old Master Song was genuinely happy. Meeting his favorite grandson on such a special day was truly a joyful thing. They didn't say anything secret or private, just some small talk. When they finished chatting, Qin Yan finally looked at Jiang Rong. After a brief glance, Song Qinian smiled and asked Old Master Song, Grandpa, who is she? If second aunt knew she wasn't here and that we have someone new in the house, she might be upset. Old Master Song's smile didn't change. Qinian, you're wrong. She's Zhigang's cousin. During the New Year, she was feeling lonely, so I brought her here for a meal. She used to work as a housekeeper at home, and her cooking is really good. She made all these dishes herself. Would you like to try some? There's nowhere to go for the New Year? Cousin? Then why not go to the Chen family? This question left Old Master Song speechless. Jiang Rong's smile also disappeared completely. She quickly stood up.
Well,
I think I should go now. Song Huaimin hurried forward to stop her. It's so late, and there are no buses left. How are you going? Song Man also said, Yes, Rong auntie, Why are you leaving now? Don't go. Chinian raised an eyebrow. I'm not leaving. Will you stay at home tonight? Yes. Song Man nodded naturally. Big brother, didn't Grandpa just say that Rong Annie used to be a housekeeper here? She has her own room, and there's space for her to stay. It would be great if she could stay a few more days so I can enjoy her cooking longer. Hearing Song Man's words, Chinian looked at her as if she were a fool. Jiang Rong clearly wanted to come and be her stepmother, but it was funny that she was doing her best to help Song Huaimin keep her in the house. Although Song Man wasn't very smart, she had good instincts. She quickly noticed that Chinian's gaze was a bit different. Big brother, what's wrong? Is there a problem with what I said? Chinian replied, if Grandpa thinks there's no problem, then there isn't. Old Master Song thought Chinian cared about his opinion. He took his thoughts seriously and smiled happily. Chinian is so sensible. This isn't a big deal. Jiang Rong cooks well, gets along with the family, and she's a relative. It's fine for her to come and eat and stay overnight. Chinian, why don't you sit down and have some? Chinian looked at Old Master Song deeply and directly refused. No need, Grandpa. I'll go back to eat. Old Master Song was clearly disappointed when he heard this. His tone grew colder. If you want to go back, then go. Okay, Grandpa. Finish your meal early and rest well. After saying that, Chinian left with Song Huai, and watching the two walk away, Old Master Song's expression grew colder. In his view, Song Chinian had grown up, become more confident, and no longer wanted to eat with him. After Song Chinian and Song Huaiyan returned to their own yard, they didn't rush inside. Song Huaiyan sighed, your grandfather. He's getting old. Song Chinian nodded in agreement, yes. Old Master Song has grown old and started to relax his guard, indulging himself. In the past, if Song Huaimin and Jiang Rong acted inappropriately, he would have scolded them with a belt. But now, Old Master Song not only didn't oppose it but also tolerated it. To be precise, he didn't think it was a big deal. He believed that even if Song Huaimin and Jiang Rong were truly involved, it didn't matter. But he never considered what kind of person Jiang Rong really was. At her age and appearance, would she be willing to be abandoned? Forget it. Song Huaiyan sighed deeply. We can't control these things. Let them do as they please. Luckily, the family has already split. Splitting the family was the best thing Song Huaiyan was grateful for. Otherwise, seeing them like this now would really make him angry. Back inside, although they had adjusted their expressions, those who knew them well could still tell they were unhappy. Su Mujin looked at Song Chinian curiously. What's wrong? Did Grandpa see you and get upset? Happy. Then why do you look unhappy? Because Jiang Rong is next door. At that moment, Su Mujin thought she was hearing things. But seeing Song Chinian's serious expression, she knew she hadn't misheard. Su Mujin wanted to speak but hesitated, unsure of what to say. Third part, there are no secrets in the big yard. The next morning, everyone in the yard knew about Jiang Rong spending New Year's Eve at Song Huaimin's house. When Su Mujin and Song Chinian went out together to visit others, they felt the meaningful glances from everyone. Although she was helpless, Su Mujin had no other choice. Even after the family split, since their bones and muscles were still connected and the two houses were close, no matter what happened on the second side, someone would think of them. Fortunately, most people just watched without asking questions. But in this world, there are always curious people who don't read the situation well or look down on paying attention. Mu Jin and Song Chi-Nyen were walking home when they were suddenly stopped by a woman in her 30s. Her name was Wang Er, and she was also a military spouse. Mu Jin had seen Wang Er before, but they were not close and had not spoken much. When she was suddenly stopped, Mu Jin felt a bit strange. Older sister-in-law, what's wrong?
She asked.
Wang Er glanced at Song Chi-Nyen, then leaned in and asked Mu Jin, is your second uncle planning to find a new second aunt? At that moment, Mu Jin almost froze in shock.
No.
Was Wang Er serious about asking that? Song Chi-Nyen was right beside her, so close. Did Wang Er think he couldn't hear what she was saying? Mu Jin didn't answer. Wang Er thought she hadn't heard and raised her voice a bit more, asking again, Mu-jin, I'm asking you. Why aren't you talking? Hearing Wang Ernie's question again, Mu-jin looked seriously at her. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to accept that Wang Er was genuinely asking, even afraid she wouldn't hear. Seeing Wang Ernie's serious expression, Mu-jin realized that Wang Er was one of those people who didn't think very clearly. Such people usually only care about what they want to focus on and don't care what others think. They don't even notice others' expressions. Even if someone looks clearly upset, they wouldn't care. There's no point arguing with such a person, because even if she tried to explain, they wouldn't listen.
Momoyin felt a bit helpless.
Under Wang Ernie's persistent questioning, she finally spoke, I don't know. Then who would know? How would I know? After she finished, Mu-jin grabbed Song Qinyan and hurriedly ran home, closing the door behind them. Because she ran so fast, she was a bit out of breath. Su Bo Yao ran out of the house, smiling happily. As soon as he saw Mu-jin, he looked at her eagerly and asked, Andy, are you racing with Uncle?
Huh?
Mu-jin glanced at Song Qinyan beside her, but shook her head. No, I'm not racing with your uncle. Someone was asking questions and chasing after me, but I didn't want to answer, so I ran away. Hearing this, Su Bo Yao thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. I see. If I don't want to answer someone's questions in the future, I'll just run too. Su Boyo's words were not surprising at all to Su Mu-jin. Because she knew that Su Boyo was at the most capable learning stage, she didn't lie. Sometimes, a small lie seems harmless, but it can cause serious consequences. Su Mu-jin gently rubbed Su Boyo's little head and smiled, saying, yes, from now on, if someone asks you a question you don't want to answer, just ignore them. I understand, Auntie. Su Boyo happily ran back to his room, jumping, while Su Mu-jin and Song Qinyan slowly followed behind. As they reached the courtyard, Su Mu-jin heard Song Qinyan's voice say, Mu-jin. Yes. If you become a mother someday, you'll definitely be a good mom. Su Mu-jin's face turned slightly red. How do you know? I saw it. Wang Er looked at the distant figures of Su Mu-jin and Song Qinyan running away, but she didn't chase after them. She looked thoughtful, carefully thinking about her recent conversation with Su Mu-jin. Su Mu-jin said she didn't know, but who else knew? Song Huaimin knew. After all, it was his own matter, and no one knew better than him. So, she decided to ask Song Huaimin. Wang Er wandered around the big yard and finally found Song Huaimin. At this moment, Song Huaimin was standing with Song Huayan and a group of men from the same age group. Wang Er ran straight toward them, ignoring everyone else, and stood in front of Song Huaimin. Second Uncle Song. Song Huaimin looked at the sudden person in front of him and felt strange.
Who are you?
He was busy every day and was often away from home. He hadn't even met most of the younger generation's wives, let alone know them. Seeing Wang Er suddenly, he couldn't remember who she was. But Wang Er looked at him eagerly. Second Uncle Song, are you going to marry a new wife? As soon as she said that, everyone present was stunned. Song Huaimin also looked surprised. He really didn't expect someone to come up and ask such a question. Whether it's true or not, how would others see him? He looked around and saw that everyone's eyes on him had changed. First, his face turned red, but then it darkened again. Then, his face looked like a spilled paint palette, colorful and messy. You.
Song Huaimin gled at Wang Er angrily.
You're talking nonsense.
Who told you to say that?
Did I give you any benefits? Wang Er looked confused. Is that so? But didn't you bring people home for New Year's Eve? Aren't you planning to marry a new wife? Why are you letting someone stay in your house? Why are you going out shopping with her? I saw you smiling at her. You two were even secretly holding hands. Wang Er's words became more and more shocking, like a bomb exploding and disturbing the calm water. Others didn't pay much attention, but Wang Er mentioning this secret hand-holding shocked everyone. Secretly holding hands. Song Huaimin actually had the courage to do that. It was so hard to tell normally. Everyone looked at Song Huaimin with complicated and hard-to-express eyes. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. But there was no hole. He couldn't hide. If he didn't explain everything openly, his reputation would be ruined. Thinking of this, Song Hwaimin straightened his face and said firmly, "Nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about." First update: if it were someone else, seeing Song Hwaimin look so upset, they would probably stop talking. But the person facing Song Hwaimin was Wang Ernie. Wang Ernie was a bit stubborn. If she believed something was right, the more others argued, the more she wanted to prove she was right. Just like now. "I'm not talking nonsense. I saw you hold her hand before, and you even took her home. I saw everything. You just live at." Wang Ernie even gave a specific address. Everyone present had lived here for over 10 years and knew the area well. When they heard the address Wang Ernie mentioned, they realized she wasn't making things up. There really was such a place. If they wanted to know if Wang Ernie was telling the truth, they could just go ask around. With so many neighbors nearby, someone would have seen whether Song Hwaimin had been there or not. If the neighbors all confirmed they saw him, it would be the final proof. Song Hwaimin clearly thought of this too. His face, which was just angry, turned pale. His body even started to shake slightly. He truly didn't expect Wang Ernie to know so much. Everyone here wasn't stupid. Seeing Song Hwaimin's reaction, they knew Wang Ernie was telling the truth. Song was also here. He was so angry his face turned dark blue. He didn't look at Song Hwaimin again and turned to leave. If he could, he really wanted to cut ties with Song Hwaimin. Wang Ernie was still watching Song Hwaimin. "Am I right? Tell me, do you really want to marry a new wife?" But Song Hwaimin no longer looked at Wang Ernie and simply turned around and left. Wang Ernie wanted to chase after him, but others who noticed the situation stopped her. Song Hwaimin was angry now, and if Wang Ernie had gone after him, she might have been scolded or hit. Wang Ernie was stopped, but she still felt a bit upset. Why didn't they tell him? Is this question really so hard to answer? Wang Ernie and Song Hwaimin's conversation soon spread throughout the entire courtyard. Su Mujin and Song Chinian naturally also learned about it from Song Hwayan. When they heard about it, Su Mujin was also very surprised. "Really, Wang Ernie?" Su Mujin asked worriedly. Unlike those with bad intentions, Wang Ernie was just curious, and because of her personality, she did such things. But regardless of her reasons, the result was the same. Song Chinian gently patted Su Mujin's shoulder. "It's okay. Second uncle is too angry to care now." Even if Wang Ernie hadn't done this today, it wouldn't have been kept secret. Since Song Hwaimin and Zhang Rong were so openly involved, everyone wasn't fools or blind. They could see what was happening. Eventually, the truth would come out. It was just a matter of time. "What will second uncle do?" Su Mujin asked curiously. She hadn't known Song Hwaimin for long and had less contact with him, so she couldn't imagine what he would do. Song Chinian thought for a moment and said he probably will be disciplined, demoted. If he handles this badly, he might be suspended, and maybe even. They both understood the rest without needing to say it. In this era, issues of conduct were a big deal. Song Hwaimin held a high position and was expected to set a good example. But now he was the first to make a mistake. If they didn't make an example of him, it was only because of old Master Song's face. Thinking of old Master Song, Su Mujin frowned. "Do you and Dad want to go next door and check?" Since everyone in the courtyard knew about it, it would be awkward if Song Hwayan and Song Chinian didn't go to see what was happening. Song Chinian nodded. "Yes, I'll go. Do you want to come too?" Before Su Mujin could answer, Song Chinian added, "If we go, Grandpa might not like it." It wasn't a proud thing to do. Su Mujin hesitated, knowing that if she went, old Master Song might think she was just watching the joke. This is not good news for Su Mujin. She thought she would need old Master Song to arrange her hospital visit, but Su Mujin shook her head decisively. "I won't go. You and Dad go instead." Song Chinian smiled and patted Su Mujin's head. "It's okay if you can't go. I'll tell you when I come back." "Okay." Song Chinian and Song Lianqing, who looked angry, went to the next room. In the living room of the second house, the same people as last night were sitting, but the atmosphere was completely different. Song Man was so angry her face turned red, pointing at Jong Rong and shouting loudly. I thought of you as my aunt, but you want to be my stepmother. You're shameless and mean.
Say.
Are you low and sneaky, climbing into my dad's bed on purpose? With each word, Jong Rong's face grew paler, and she trembled slightly. Jong Rong didn't argue or defend herself. Instead, she looked at Song Hwai-min with tears in her eyes from time to time. Jong Rong knew that the only way to fix today's problem was for Song Hwai-min to stand firmly on her side. As long as Song Hwai-min was willing to divorce and stay with her, she wouldn't care if her reputation was ruined. But Jong Rong was disappointed. No matter how many times she looked at Song Hwai-min, he kept his head down and didn't look at her at all. From hopeful at first to full of disappointment later, Jong Rong's feelings changed. Song Man kept watching Jong Rong, noticing her reactions closely. Song Man sneered. What are you looking at my dad for with those eyes? Do you think he'll be soft on you? You really think he'll divorce my mom and marry you? Dream on. You're such a shameless woman, sleeping with so many men. I bet my dad just plays with you. He'll never marry you. Do you even know that destroying a military marriage is a serious crime? If you report you to the police, you'll end up in jail. Chun Jigang had been listening with his head down, but when he heard this, he couldn't take it anymore. He knew Song Man was spoiled, but he didn't expect her to say such harsh words. Some women in their 30s or 40s wouldn't even say such things, but Song Man said them easily, and even got more excited as she spoke. Is this really the Song Man he knew? But that wasn't even the worst part. The most important thing was that Song Man wanted to send Jong Rong to the police station. This could not be allowed. Jong Rong definitely didn't want to go to jail. What if Jong Rong exposes him later? Thinking of this, Chun Jigang could no longer stay silent. Man, maybe this is just a misunderstanding. Do you want to hear Andy Biao tell you? Maybe smack. Before Chun Jigang finished speaking, Song Man slapped him hard. Shut up. I haven't even confronted you yet, and you're the one who jumped out first. Second update after slapping Chun Jigang, Song Man still felt upset, so she turned around and slapped him again. You told me you were worried I couldn't cook, and when your aunt's husband passed away and she was bored at home, she was good at cooking, so I agreed to let her come. You two are so close, and she's the one you brought here. What kind of scheme is she up to? Don't you know? Are you just waiting for her to take my mom's place? Chun Jigang really had this plan in mind, but he definitely couldn't say it out loud. No, I really didn't think that way. If you didn't think so, then she's just shameless. As Song Man spoke, she waved her hands and rushed to hit Jong Rong. At this moment, Jong Rong didn't dare to fight back. Not only was she afraid, but she also couldn't. She still hoped to gain Song Hwai-min's sympathy. How could she dare to fight back now? When Song Man hit Jong Rong just curled up pitifully and looked at Song Hwai-min eagerly. But at this moment, Song Hwai-min looked like a frightened quail, no longer the confident man he once was. At this moment, Jong Rong was completely disappointed. Stop hitting her, Jong Rong shouted. Song Man paused for a moment, then started hitting again. You said you wouldn't hit? You shameless woman. Song Man still wanted to hit her, but this time Jong Rong dodged. Jong Rong looked at Song Man coldly. Why do you think you can hit me? I have no improper relationship with your father. I just came to your house as a nanny because no one cooked last night. They paid me to make a New Year's Eve dinner. After eating, it was too late, so I didn't leave. Now it's already morning, and I'm leaving. Hearing Jong Rong's words, Song Man felt like she was about to explode with anger. You're lying. That's not true at all. You're just man. Old Master Song interrupted her. The facts are exactly as she said. Grandpa? Song Man looked at Old Master Song with wide, shocked eyes. Why did Grandpa say that? Her mother suffered so much loss. Could it be that they just let it go? Her mother wasn't here, and she wanted to stand up for her. But Old Master Song's gaze sharpened at that moment, and his tone became firm and commanding. I told you, The facts are exactly as she just said. She is just a housekeeper, here to cook. Since this unnecessary misunderstanding has arisen, just clarify it. Give her the money and let her go. But Song Man wanted to speak again, but old Master Song glared at her, so she had to swallow her words reluctantly. Song Man wasn't very smart and she was angry now, so it was normal for her not to understand why old Master Song was doing this. However, Song Chinian already understood what old Master Song meant. To protect Song Huaimin, he could only deny everything firmly. As long as Song Huaimin and Jiang Rong both said they had no improper relationship, even rumors would not be enough to threaten them. Old Master Song looked at Song Huaimin. Second son, give her the money and let her go. Got it, Dad. Song Huaimin lowered his head and went upstairs. Soon after, he came back down holding an envelope. The envelope was quite thick. Just by its thickness, it was clear there was a lot inside. He placed the envelope in front of Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong said nothing, took the envelope, and left. She not only wanted to leave this place but also wanted to go far away. Otherwise, old Master Song wouldn't let her go easily. When Su Zhaoying returned, she would probably cause trouble for her too. Thinking of this, Jiang Rong's grip on the envelope tightened. Whether it was Song Huaimin or Qin Jigang, she knew she would have to go back and get what was owed to her someday. Jiang Rong left. The atmosphere in the house became heavy again. There were several people in the house, but it was eerily quiet. After a while, Song Man started crying. Dad, how could you? Old Master Song didn't give her a chance to finish. Man, what I just said, you need to listen carefully and remember it. No matter what, I don't want to hear you say anything different from what I told you. Song Man pursed her lips, finally looked at Song Huaimin with red eyes, and then turned quickly and strode upstairs. Old Master Song looked at Qin Jigang with sharp eyes. Jigang, this isn't something you did on purpose, is it? Qin Jigang was so frightened that his face turned pale. Grandpa, I didn't do it. I didn't dare. No matter whether it's you or not, the matter has been settled now. You should go upstairs first. Qin Jigang wanted to say more, but seeing old Master Song's stern expression, he didn't dare to speak and could only turn and go upstairs. At this point, only old Master Song, Song Huaimin, Song Huayan, and Song Chinian remained on the first floor. Old Master Song snorted coldly. Second son, I never want to see such things happen again. Do you understand? Song Lianqing quickly looked up and nodded eagerly. Understood. Dad, I really know I was wrong. I was blinded. I already know without you telling me. She's more beautiful than Man's mother. It's normal to be attracted. But you shouldn't let everyone know about it. Do you still want a good future? Can Lianqing come back? Have you thought about these things? Song Huaimin lowered his head even more. Send a telegram to Lianqing's wife and ask her to come back. It's been many days since her funeral, and she's fine over there. She should come back soon. With her here, watching over you, you can settle down. Song Huaimin nodded again, I understand. After giving instructions to Song Huaimin, old Master Song then looked at Song Huayan and Song Chinian. Huayan, the second son isn't as capable as you. Chinian, don't mock your second uncle. We're all men, and it's understandable. Song Chinian frowned. Grandpa, I can't understand. I won't do anything to hurt my wife. That's impossible. Song Huaimin looked up and glared at Song Chinian. Chinian, how can you talk like that? Do you speak to elders like that? Elders should act like elders.
Do you?
You. Song Huaimin's face turned red and his neck thickened with anger. You don't go too far. Just because you've achieved a little success now, don't think you can ignore me as your second uncle. Seeing that Song Chinian remained unmoved, Song Huaimin turned to old Master Song. Dad, look at Chinian. Old Master Song coldly glanced at Song Huaimin.
What do I see?
I think Chinian is doing well.
He's right.
Listen carefully and change for the better. Third update. Song Huaimin wanted to say more, but seeing old Master Song glaring at him, he swallowed his words back. Forget it. He was in the wrong now and could only endure for the moment. But this situation wouldn't last long. Sooner or later, he would suppress Song Chinian. Seeing Song Huaimin lowering his head without speaking, old Master Song was finally satisfied and smiled as he looked at Song Chinian. Chinian, everyone makes mistakes. Your second uncle is also human, and mistakes are natural. Since he has sincerely tried to change, please don't argue with him. Grandpa, Song Chinian said calmly, whether I argue with second uncle or not isn't really important. What's important is how his leaders see this. If someone writes a report about him, what will second uncle do? With each word Song Chinian spoke, old Master Song's expression grew more displeased. In old Master Song's view, Song Chinian was simply threatening him. After a deep look at Song Chinian, old Master Song sighed. I will make your second uncle admit his mistake and promise that such things won't happen again. When your second aunt returns and they see each other getting along well, and over time, everyone will naturally forget about this. Since you've made your decision, I won't say more. I have some matters to attend to, so I will go home first. Old Master Song looked very tired and waved his hand. Go ahead. Song Chinian turned and left immediately, with Song Huaimin silently following behind. Watching the two leave through the gate, Song Huaimin looked at old Master Song with a pitiful expression. Dad, look at Chinian's attitude. I'm his second uncle, and he can't talk to me like that.
All right.
Even if I made a mistake and he doesn't like me, you haven't done anything wrong. You're the head of the family. How can he speak to you in such a tone? I think he's gotten too confident now, no longer respecting you. That's why. Second brother. Old Master Song interrupted Song Huaimin.
Yes. Come here.
Old Master Song's voice was steady, and his face showed no hint of emotion. Without suspicion, Song Huaimin stepped forward. Dad, what's wrong? As soon as he reached old Master Song, he picked up his cane and swung it toward him. The cane was made of solid wood, and a light tap already caused pain. Not to mention, old Master Song was now very strong. The cane struck down like rain on Song Huaimin, making him cry out in pain and dance around, trying to run away. Don't dodge. Old Master Song shouted loudly. Hearing this, Song Huaimin clenched his teeth in pain, but didn't dare run away. He could only curl up and endure the beating, shouting even louder. He hoped old Master Song would hear his screams and spare him sooner. Old Master Song indeed stopped but coldly said, if you want to embarrass yourself outside, then keep shouting. Song Huaimin immediately shut his mouth. How could he forget that? The louder the sound, the clearer it was outside. If others heard it, where would he put his face? Seeing Song Huaimin silent, old Master Song felt more at ease and resumed hitting him. The wooden stick struck him repeatedly, causing pain, and Song Huaimin grimaced but only dared to make muffled sounds. He didn't know how long he was beaten or how many times, until old Master Song was exhausted and finally stopped. Old Master Song sat back on the sofa, took a few deep breaths, then said, in front of your elder brother and Qin Yan, I'm giving you face, but that doesn't mean I think you did nothing wrong. Look at how serious the situation is now. See how many people have been sent away. You think you can just relax and be carefree? If you keep acting without restraint, don't cry when you're sent away. Actually, maybe by then, I'll be sent away with you. This last remark from old Master Song truly frightened Song Huaimin. Just moments ago, seeing how he was protected by old Master Song, he thought he didn't have to fear anything. But now he realized how serious the consequences could be. This is definitely not an exaggeration. From what he knew, some families as powerful as the Song family had also been sent away. Understanding this, Song Huaimin's face turned pale instantly, and he knelt on the ground. Dad, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. It was Jiang Rong who seduced me, and I didn't mean for things to turn out like this. I'll send a telegram now to ask Su Zhaoying to come back early. Old Master Song nodded satisfactorily. All right, go ahead. Watching Song Huaimin limp away, old Master Song sighed deeply. He hoped that the second son truly understood his mistake and could change for the better. Upstairs, after Song Man returned to her room, her face was still very grim, and her chest was heaving violently. How could my dad do this? How could he do such a thing? Is what he did right for my mom? Chun Jigang stood at the door, looking at Song Man, who was completely lost in her thoughts. His mood was very complicated. He had planned everything well, and things were actually going smoothly. But who would have thought that in the end, it would turn out like this? Song Hwaimin had promised well before, but when it came to making a choice, he chose to protect himself and abandon Jiang Rong. Today, Jiang Rong left without saying much, but could Jiang Rong really not care? What if Jiang Rong, upset, told the whole story and reported it? The more Chun Jigang thought about it, the more anxious he felt. His face showed unpredictable expressions, and cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, Song Man softly asked, making Chun Jigang feel terrible. People can scare others, but it's really frightening. When did Song Man come up to him? He didn't hear a sound. Chun Jigang looked at Song Man, who was very close, and nervously swallowed, then said, I'm fine. What exactly? Song Man continued to ask. I was just thinking my aunt did this kind of thing. Do you blame me? Do you think it's all my fault? If I hadn't asked my aunt to come, none of this would have happened. Actually, it is my fault too. If you blame me, I accept it. But I still want to be with you. Even though you can't have children anymore, I like you for who you are. First update, can't have children? Song Man interrupted Chun Jigang and looked at him with disbelief.
What do you mean by that?
Are you saying I can't have children? That's impossible. Chun Jigang looked regretful, but quickly composed his expression. That's not what I meant.
Just forget I said that.
But Song Man wasn't so easy to fool.
Jigang.
Be honest with me. I have the right to know the truth. Do I really can't have children? Seeing that Chun Jigang was still hesitant and silent, Song Man urged again. Jigang, I beg you, tell me. If you don't tell me, I'll go to the hospital myself to ask. Hearing this, Chun Jigang sighed and said, my parents didn't tell you because they didn't want you to be too upset. Although my parents kept it a secret from me and arranged my marriage with you, what I truly like is you as a person. I want to be with you, not because I want you to have children for me. Even after knowing this, I didn't say anything and just married you as if I didn't know anything. Song Man listened quietly, her eyes growing redder with each word. She truly didn't expect things to be like this. She also didn't expect that Chun Jigang liked her so much. He knew she couldn't have children anymore, and he knew her parents were hiding her condition, which made it seem like a marriage of convenience. Yet, he still married her without hesitation. If that isn't love, then she really doesn't know what love is. Song Man suddenly threw herself into Chun Jigang's arms, holding him tightly. Jigang, you're so good to me. How can I ever repay you? Chun Jigang gently stroked her head and spoke softly. Silly man, I like you. It's always been you. Even if you can't have children, as long as I can be with you, what does it matter if we don't have kids? Listening to Chun Jigang's gentle voice, Song Man cried even harder. After more than 10 minutes, her emotions gradually calmed down. She looked up eagerly at Chun Jigang. Jigang, if we stay together and never have children, won't you feel sad? There's nothing to be sad about, Chun Jigang said casually. Didn't I just say? I only want to be with you. Whether we have children or not doesn't matter to me. Now that Chun Jigang had said this, Song Man finally had no more doubts.
Tsukigang, I'm sorry.
I doubted you before, and even hit you. It was my fault. Does it hurt now? Chun Jigang shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Even if you hit me, I would still be willing. Haven't you heard that saying? What saying? Hitting is affection, scolding is love. Song Man immediately burst into laughter and threw herself into Chun Jigang's arms again. Chun Jigang rested his head on her, and his gaze gradually became deep. Song Man managed to get through this, but she wasn't sure if she could fool Jiang Rong. Song Qinian and Song Huayan went home together. Song Huayan looked angry. After they arrived, he greeted the family and then went upstairs to his room. Song Chinian briefly explained the situation to Simujin and the others. Chen Yuehua listened with surprise and then sighed. Old master is getting softer-hearted as he gets older. Song Mushue replied, maybe he's just getting more forgetful. As soon as she said that, Chen Yuehua shot her a sharp look. Even if it's true that he's becoming more forgetful with age, she shouldn't say it out loud. Song Mushue stuck out her tongue and took Su Boyo upstairs to play. Chen Yuehua used the excuse of checking on Song Huainan and also went upstairs. Only Simujin and Song Chinian remained. They looked at each other and smiled, then got up and went back to their room. In the room, Simujin sighed. What I just said wasn't wrong. Chen Yuehua was right. Song Mushue was even more right. Older people tend to become softer-hearted, and the more forgetful they get, the easier it is for them to make mistakes. Song Chinian came over and took Simujin's hand in his. It's okay. Since we've already separated the family, even if something happens later, it won't affect us much. We have some free time this afternoon, so let's go out for a bit. Where to? Simujin was a little interested. Song Chinian was only back for 3 days, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Time was limited, and he couldn't spend it all dealing with the messy affairs of the second household. We'll start by taking a photo. Every now and then, we'll take another one to keep. Then we'll go to the cinema for a movie. I'll take you shopping at the department store, and finally, we'll have dinner at a state-run restaurant tonight. Hearing Song Chinian's plan, Simujin couldn't help but smile. Entertainment options were very limited in this era. Song Chinian's plans might seem simple or even dull to people in later generations, but in this time, they were quite luxurious. To enjoy such a day out not only required time, but also money and tickets. Fortunately, both of them now had the time, money, and tickets. Since we're going to take photos, I need to change my clothes. She opened her wardrobe and changed into a turtleneck sweater, a black wool coat, and finally a military coat over that. This way, she stayed warm and looked good in the photos. Song Chinian didn't need to change his clothes. Apart from a white shirt and a military green sweater, he only had various military uniforms: summer, winter, plain, camouflage. Without careful inspection, it was hard to tell the differences. After packing up, they told Chen Yuehua and left together. Although they hadn't been inside the house for long, it unexpectedly started snowing outside. The snowflakes fell gently, adding a romantic touch. It's hard to ride a bike in snowy weather, so they first walked and then took a bus, quickly leaving the courtyard. Su Boyo pressed against the window, eagerly watching Su Mushin and Song Chinian leave. Annie, where did Uncle and Aunt go? Song Mushue hesitated. They went out to do something. Before she finished, Su Boyo turned to look at her. Auntie, you're not very clever. What's wrong? Song Mushue asked curiously. They clearly went to have fun. Su Boyo said loudly. Song Mushue was speechless. Su Mushin and Song Chinian went out to play, but didn't bring Su Boyo. Song Mushue, worried that Su Boyo might be upset, told a kind lie. Unexpectedly, the fool was herself. Su Boyo saw right through everything. She even thought Song Mushue wasn't clever enough. To prove she was smart too, Song Mushue quickly said, actually, I knew they went to have fun. As she spoke, she saw Su Boyo look at her with a calm expression. Auntie, you don't need to explain. Even if you're not very clever, I won't dislike you. Song Mushue was speechless. She couldn't explain further. Su Mushin and Song Chinian went out to play for 2 days in a row. But by the afternoon of the second day, Song Chinian's car arrived to pick him up. There were many things to handle, so Song Chinian had to leave. Although it was only a 3-day holiday, in total they were at home for just 2 days. The time was short, but it was better than nothing. Su Mushin saw Song Chinian off and didn't feel too sad. Maybe because she had experienced it many times, she gradually got used to it. The next day, Su Mushin had to go back to work. After breakfast, she headed to the hospital, feeling in a good mood. But not long after arriving, a nurse ran over. Su Mushin looked at the nurse, feeling she looked familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Just as she was wondering, the nurse spoke. Dr. Su, Zhang wants to see you. Hearing this, Su Muxin finally remembered. She was the nurse in charge of Zhang Wan's ward. She had visited Zhang Wan's room several times before and had seen this nurse. Why does Zhang Wan want to see me? No matter how I asked her before, Zhang Wan wouldn't say anything. Why has she changed now? Before Su Muxin could speak, Dr. Huang beside her said, Mujin, since she wants to see you, go take a look. Since Dr. Huang said that, Su Muxin finally nodded and followed the nurse to Zhang Wan's hospital room. On the way, the nurse whispered to Su Muxin, Dr. Su, Zhang Wan has asked about you several times these past 2 days. Asked about what? Su Muxin was even more curious. She and Zhang Wan had only met a few times, so they weren't that close, right? The nurse shook her head, I don't know either. She just asked if you're working, and said if you're working, she wants to see you. She told me several times, so when I heard you arrived, I came to tell you. You won't be mad, right? Seeing the nurse look at her cautiously, Su Muxin smiled and shook her head. I'm not mad. She was also curious why Zhang Wan kept asking to see her again and again. They weren't far, and soon they reached the hospital room. Just as they arrived at the door, the older sister noticed Su Muxin and immediately smiled.
Oh.
Isn't this Dr. Su? It's been a few days. You look even better. Your face is rosy and white, looks like not working is good for you. Su Muxin was amused by the older sister's words. This older sister really speaks honestly. Whether now or in the future, not working is definitely good for health. As long as she doesn't work, she feels relaxed and healthy. But once she starts working, everything goes wrong. Su Muxin smiled and stepped inside. Sister, I see you're recovering well too. Your voice is strong. Are you about to be discharged? Yes, yes. The older sister nodded repeatedly. The doctor said I'm almost fully recovered and will be discharged soon. Hearing this, the older sister sighed. Seeing her suddenly sigh, Su Muxin found it a bit strange. What's wrong? Why the sigh? Aren't you happy to be discharged? Discharged is happy, but once I leave, I won't see such a beautiful Dr. Su anymore. This is just a woman talking. If a man said this, it would definitely be inappropriate. Su Muxin helplessly shook her head. You should hurry to leave the hospital. Once you're out, you can eat delicious food, and living at home is much more comfortable than in the hospital. Her words got the older sister's agreement. She nodded, you're right. The hospital is not only uncomfortable, but also super expensive. This statement was difficult for Su Muxin to accept. Coincidentally, Zhang Wan turned her head and looked over at that moment. In the 2 or 3 days since they last saw each other, Zhang Wan showed no change. Her face remained very pale. Dr. Su, Zhang Wan called out.
Su Muxin walked over to Jiang Huan.
The nurse said you wanted to see me. Is there something you need? The nurse and the woman from the next bed also came over, all curious and waiting for Zhang Wan to speak further. Zhang Wan ignored everyone else and stared directly at Su Muxin. Didn't you want to know who hurt me with a cut?
I will tell you now.
Her attitude changed so quickly. Wasn't she unwilling to say anything before? It had only been 2 or 3 days. How could she suddenly be willing to talk? Though feeling puzzled, Su Muxin asked, if you tell me, you can't just speak to me alone. You need to tell the police in front of them. I will call the police now. Zhang Wan didn't answer, but not speaking at this moment was basically an agreement. Su Muxin left and called the police station. It was quite a coincidence. The person who answered was Zhang Chong. When Zhang Chong heard that Zhang Wan was willing to speak, he immediately said he would bring people over. In just over 10 minutes, Zhang Chong and his team arrived, panting heavily. They didn't bother with greetings and went straight to Zhang Wan's hospital room. But what they didn't expect was that inside the room, besides Zhang Wan, there was also Feng Chung. Feng Chung was taking a lunchbox out of his bag when he saw Su Muxin and the police come in, which seemed a bit strange. Comrade police, why are you here? Have you found any clues? Zhang Chong frowned and looked at Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan, should Feng Chung step back? Zhang Wan had her eyes closed the whole time. When she heard this, she opened her eyes. The one who hurt me with a cut is Feng Chung. Feng Qing looked at Zhang Wan in disbelief. What are you saying?
Wan, how can you say that about me?
Did I do something wrong to upset you? This is a big matter. If you say that, it could ruin me. Feng Qing became more and more angry, breathing quickly, his face very pale, and even his lips looked white, as if he was very upset. But Zhang Wan insisted on her statement. I said it, Feng Qing is the one who hurt me. You need to arrest him now.
Juan. San Juan.
Feng Qing shouted like he was furious or begging. You can't do this to me. We are married, and we have children. If you hurt me to death, what good would that do you? This statement sounds like a plea, but also like a threat. From any point of view, these two spouses seem strange. Sima Jin has no experience in criminal investigation and doesn't know what to do next, so she can only go see Zhang Chang. Although Zhang Chang also frowns tightly, he remains very calm. Feng Qing, whether or not you injured Zhang Wan, she has identified you. Please go back and cooperate with our investigation. Feng Qing sways slightly. But I have children at home. Zhang Wan is in the hospital. If I go to the police station, who will take care of the children? Where are your parents? We will notify both of your parents and ask neighbors to help watch the children. No one will leave them alone. Just come with us. Feng Qing probably didn't expect Zhang Chang to say that, and his eyes are full of shock and confusion. He clearly doesn't want to go. But the situation has reached this point, and he can't just refuse to go because he doesn't want to. Feng Qing looks deeply at Zhang Wan. Wan, no matter how you treat me, I won't blame you. After saying this, Feng Qing is taken away by Zhang Chang. Before leaving, Zhang Chang nods at Sima Jin. Sima Jin also nods slightly. Once Zhang Chang and his team leave, Sima Jin finally looks at Zhang Wan. The matter is settled. Do you have anything else you want to tell me? Since Feng Qing was taken away, Zhang Wan's expression has become a bit strange. But in the end, she just shakes her head. No, I have nothing more to say. Although Sima Jin finds Zhang Wan quite strange, she is not a police officer. Zhang Wan has already identified the suspect, and the suspect has been taken away. There's no need to dwell on it too much. Then rest well. I'm leaving. Sima Jin greets the older sister on the next bed and then turns to leave. Back in the office, Dr. Huang naturally asks about the situation. Sima Jin briefly explains what happened. Dr. Huang nods understandingly. We're doctors and we've done enough. Anything beyond that isn't our responsibility. Sima Jin also puts this matter aside and focuses on her own work. On the second day of the new year, Su Xiaoying receives a telegram. Telegram messages are charged by the number of words because they are usually very short. This telegram only had a few words. Missing you, quickly return to Huamen. 6 words, with no punctuation at all. But when Su Xiaoying saw these 6 words, her eyes felt sore, and her cheeks turned red. It's been so many years. It seems that since she was about 2 or 3 years old, Song Huaimin has never spoken such close words to her again. But now, Song Huaimin actually sent a telegram directly, and it was so straightforward. Most importantly, she has wanted to leave for a long time. However, Song Lianqing kept her from leaving. Every day, she lived in great pain, full of fear. Now, with this telegram from Song Huaimin, she finally felt she could leave openly and honestly. Su Xiaoying wanted to hold back her smile, but she couldn't. Her lips kept curling up unconsciously. At that moment, Su Xiaoying heard Song Lianqing's voice. You're going back now, Mom. Are you very happy? The smile on Su Xiaoying's face disappeared instantly, replaced by nervousness. No, nothing. Actually, I'm not in a hurry to go back. It's just that your dad, then Mom, don't go back. Song Lianqing interrupted her. I'll talk to Dad.
How about that? Huh.
Su Xiaoying wanted to speak, but her words caught in her throat and wouldn't come out. She was just being polite earlier. Why did Song Lianqing take it seriously? If Song Lianqing really didn't want her to leave, what should she do? Just as Su Xiaoying was unsure what to do, she suddenly heard Song Lianqing laugh. Mom, I was just joking with you. I scared you, didn't I? Since Dad wants you so much, you should go back quickly. Su Xiaoying looked at Song Lianqing in surprise, wanting to speak but unable to say anything. Why had Song Lianqing changed like this? In the past, although Song Lianqing was a bit proud, he was definitely filial to his parents. But now, Su Xiaoying felt she was no longer Song Lianqing's mother, but just someone he was teasing for fun. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoying's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing Su Xiaoying suddenly crying, Song Lianqing was also stunned. His expression softened for a moment, but quickly turned cold again. If you're leaving, pack your things today. I'll buy your train ticket, and you can leave tomorrow. After saying that, Song Lianqing turned and left. This time, Su Xiaoying said nothing. She was afraid to speak. She didn't know what was really going on with Song Lianqing now, and was afraid that a careless word might suddenly anger him. That evening, Song Lianqing returned again, holding an extra train ticket. When she saw the ticket and read the details carefully, Su Xiaoying finally let out a sigh of relief. Song Lianqing saw everything but said nothing. That night, Fu Wan came over. Looking at the young woman who had just married Song Lianqing, Su Xiaoying still couldn't understand what Fu Wan saw in him. Although Song Lianqing was her son, and because he was her son, the current Song Lianqing had nothing worth marrying. Fu Wan was young and beautiful, and seemed to come from a wealthy family. Why would she like Song Lianqing? Su Xiaoying was puzzled when she saw Fu Wan speak. Mom, you're leaving tomorrow. I need you to bring something back for me. Fu Wan was not only young and beautiful, but her voice was also very nice. Hearing her call out Mom so naturally, as if she had said it many times before, Su Xiaoying was truly confused. She wondered how Fu Wan could say it so smoothly, even though they had only just married a few days ago. She looked at Fu Wan with a strange expression and asked, "What do you want me to bring? Is it for your family in Beijing?" "Not for my family," Fu Wan said with a smile. "Then, who is it for?" "For the eldest sister-in-law." Seeing Su Xiaoying still looked confused, as if she didn't understand, Fu Wan explained more clearly. "For Su Muxin." "For Su Muxin?" Su Xiaoying was even more puzzled. "You haven't even met her, so what would you bring her?" Before Fu Wan could speak, Song Lianqing came over first. "Mom, I just want you to bring some things for Su Muxin. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you not planning to go back?" He looked at the train ticket as he spoke, with a look as if he was about to tear it apart at any moment. First update, Su Xiaoying was startled by Song Lianqing's gaze. If it had been the old Song Lianqing, she wouldn't have worried at all. But now, Song Lianqing was so strange that anything could happen. Su Xiaoying didn't dare to gamble, and could only nod repeatedly. "Yes, I'll bring it." "What is it?" Fu Wan took out a small box and handed it to Su Xiaoying. "It's nothing special, just a small box. You can give it to Su Muxin." Su Xiaoying looked at the small box handed over by Fu Wan and reached out to take it. But before she could touch it, Fu Wan retracted the box. "Mom, you can't peek." Fu Wan's smile was bright and cheerful, but Su Xiaoying looked at her and suddenly felt a chill. A quick thought flashed through her mind, as if she had just understood something she hadn't before. But this thought disappeared as quickly as it came, gone in an instant. It was so fast that Su Xiaoying didn't have time to grasp it. At this moment, she no longer cared to think about it. She nodded firmly, as if that was the only way to prove she truly listened to what the two people opposite had said. "I won't look, I won't peek." Fu Wan nodded with a smile. "I believe you won't look." After taking the box, Su Xiaoying didn't look at it again. She simply threw it into her bag. She acted as if the small box was a hot potato she wanted to get rid of. Fu Wan was still satisfied with this. "We have to catch the early train tomorrow. Mom, you should rest now." Fu Wan turned and left, followed by Song Lianqing, who also went out. Since they got married, Song Lianqing had moved to live with Fu Wan. Now, only Su Xiaoying was left in the two rooms inside and outside. Every time she thought about Su Malia dying in that room, she couldn't sleep. Although not much time had passed, Su Xiaoying had lost over 10 pounds. She wasn't a heavy person to begin with, and after losing that weight, her cheekbones stuck out more. She instinctively looked toward the inner room, but quickly withdrew her gaze. No looking. No peeking. After tonight, she would leave this place for good and no longer suffer. That night, Su Xiaoying couldn't fall asleep at first. When she finally did, she dreamed of Su Malia. Su Malia floated out of the inner room and stood by the bed, staring at Su Xiaoying without blinking. Mom, you're leaving. Why don't you take me with you? I want to go home too. Mom, take me home with you. Su Malia's face was pale, with no flesh on her face at all. She looked like a ghost.
Wait.
A ghost? Su Xiaoying suddenly remembered that Su Malia had already died. How could she possibly see a dead person? Unless what she saw was not a corpse but a ghost. Realizing this, Su Xiaoying sat up quickly, gasping for breath. After a while, she finally looked around clearly. Light was coming through the windows and door cracks. It was already dawn outside. So, everything just now was a dream. Su Xiaoying rubbed her face and didn't dare delay any longer. She immediately got dressed, washed up, and prepared to leave. She had no appetite and didn't want to eat anything, only eager to get into the car quickly. Song Lianqing had said he would take her to the station today. She had wanted to refuse, but Song Lianqing didn't give her a chance. Su Xiaoying waited eagerly, and after more than half an hour, she finally saw Song Lianqing come out of the house. Lianqing, I've packed everything. Can we leave now? Song Lianqing nodded. Let's go. He helped carry her luggage. Su Xiaoying didn't dare to argue with him. During this time, she had realized that in front of her, Song Lianqing was completely different from how he was in front of others. If she dared to show her feelings for him in front of outsiders, she probably wouldn't be able to leave him anymore. Song Lianqing carried the things and walked ahead, while Su Xiaoying silently followed behind. At this moment, they didn't look like a mother and son, but more like a father and daughter. They arrived at the village entrance and got on an ox cart. On the cart, Song Lianqing was chatting with others about Su Xiaoying's departure. Everyone knew about the telegram from yesterday. They didn't mock Su Xiaoying, but instead admired her, being so old and still having such a good relationship with her man. They had just arrived, and her man was so anxious to send her back. At first, Su Xiaoying was a little nervous, but after hearing these words, she gradually relaxed. Yes. Although her son had become strange, she still had her man. After she left, her man would realize how deep his feelings were for her and would be so eager to send her back. Whenever she thought of this, Su Xiaoying's expression was proud. The ox cart was moving very slowly. Plus, with the snow piling up, the road was difficult to travel, and it would take even longer. Finally, after arriving in the county town, they still had to take a bus to the station. When the two finally stood on the platform, there were only about 10 minutes left before the train departed. Su Xiaoying looked at Song Lianqing. Lianqing, the train is about to leave. I'm getting on now. You should go back quickly. Song Lianqing stood still and didn't move. Mom, if someone asks how Emily died after you go back, do you know what to say? Su Xiaoying was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood Song Lianqing's meaning and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Lianqing, don't worry. Whatever needs to be said or not said, I know what to do. No matter what, you are my son. I definitely won't do anything that could hurt you. Song Lianqing listened carefully, and the more he listened, the brighter his smile became. Mom, since you say that, I feel at ease. Hurry and get in the car. Hearing this, Su Xiaoying felt like a great weight was lifted. She quickly grabbed her luggage and got on the train. She had booked a hard sleeper. Although it wasn't as comfortable as a soft sleeper, it was still good enough. Su Xiaoying spent some money to rent bedding. After making her bed, she hugged her bag and lay down to sleep immediately. During this time, she had been very tense, always on edge, and never slept well. Now on the train, despite the noisy surroundings, the chatter made her feel relaxed. As soon as she covered herself with the blanket, Su Xiaoying fell asleep. She slept soundly for 2 days and 2 nights. Someone came to wake her, worried that something might have happened to her. After confirming that Su Xiaoying was just sleepy and wanted to rest, no one bothered her anymore. Having slept for 2 days and nights, Su Xiaoying felt refreshed. Her once too thin face now looked radiant. Knowing the train was about to arrive, Su Xiaoying slowly sat up, still holding her luggage. Looking at her bag, she suddenly remembered what was inside. Fu Wan had asked her to bring something to Su Mujin. What exactly was it? Anyway, now she was on the train. She decided to take it out and look. Fu Wan probably wouldn't know. Thinking this, Su Xiaoying reached for the box. But just as her hand touched the zipper of her bag, she froze.
No.
She couldn't take it. Fu Wan, that person, looked quite pretty, but she gave off a very strange vibe. Song Lianqing, who was doing well, suddenly changed. It must be related to Fu Wan. She thought it was better not to get involved with Fu Wan's affairs. Su Xiaoying finally remembered what she had found strange before. Song Lianqing's unpredictable mood gave her the same feeling as Fu Wan. Just as she understood this, Su Xiaoying felt very excited. But soon, she calmed down. Even if she understood this, what could she do? She definitely wouldn't go back to find Song Lianqing. Her mind was still a mess with thoughts, but the train was gradually stopping. Finally, they arrived at the station. Su Xiaoying couldn't wait to get off the bed and followed the crowd outside. Standing on the platform, she took a deep breath and felt the air was especially calming. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xiaoying hurriedly grabbed her luggage and headed out. Although she hadn't eaten for 2 days and had been sleeping, she didn't feel hungry at all. She was full of energy and only had one thought: to go home. She couldn't wait to return home. Once out of the train station, there was a bus. After taking a ride, Su Xiaoying finally arrived back at the courtyard. After some time apart, the courtyard seemed even more beautiful. She happily walked inside. It was almost lunchtime, and some people had just come back from shopping. The sunshine was lovely today, shining golden on everyone. Although it wasn't warm, it made people feel good. Some familiar people, at this moment, weren't in a rush to go home, standing in small groups talking happily. Suddenly, they saw a familiar figure. At first, they were surprised and wondered if they had seen wrong. But after rubbing their eyes and looking carefully, they confirmed they hadn't mistaken it. That woman, carrying a bag and walking quickly, looking happy, was Su Xiaoying. Su Xiaoying was back. Why was she back at this time? Could it be because she heard about Song Huaiman? Everyone looked at each other, then eagerly watched Su Xiaoying. She was in a very good mood now, smiling and greeting everyone. But soon, she realized something was wrong. Why did everyone look at her so strangely? Could it be that they knew something was wrong with Su Malalai's death and suspected she was involved? Honestly, she hadn't done anything wrong. This matter had nothing to do with her. Su Xiaoying wanted to explain but was afraid of revealing too much, so she hurriedly walked home. During the New Year period, Su Mujin only needed to work half a day each day. After finishing work in the morning, she leisurely rode her bike home. The road was quite slippery, but over time and with more experience, she got used to it. As long as she rode slowly, she wouldn't fall. Just as Su Mujin was entering the courtyard, she saw a familiar figure turn into her alley. It seemed to be
Su Xiaoying.
While she was thinking about this, she heard someone speak to her. Mujin, your second aunt is back. She just went home with her bag. Mujin, why did your second aunt suddenly return? Could it be that you told her about what's happening here? You're talking nonsense. Would Mujin do such a thing?
I'm not saying that.
I just think Mujin and her second aunt probably get along well. Maybe Mujin told her, so she wouldn't be kept in the dark. Why do you only suspect Mujin? Su Xiaoying's own daughter is still at home. With such a big event, wouldn't Song Man tell Su Xiaoying? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. That's right. They had forgotten. There's also Song Man in the Song family. Su Xiaoying cares a lot about her biological daughter, Song Man. Song Man definitely wouldn't want Su Xiaoying to be kept in the dark. She probably sent her a telegram. Hearing their discussion, Su Mujin didn't plan to respond. She just politely and distantly smiled at them. Ma'am, Auntie, I have something to do, so I'll head home now. It's already noon. You should go home and prepare lunch. Seeing Sumujin riding away, everyone wanted to follow and see what was happening, but they felt shy and gave up. Sumujin rode her bike a bit faster. Before Su Zhaoying reached her door, she had already caught up on her bike. Second aunt, Sumujin greeted her. Su Zhaoying looked over. It's Mujin. Did you just get off work? While Su Zhaoying was speaking, Sumujin clearly saw her face. Because she saw her clearly, Sumujin was startled. Su Zhaoying went to visit relatives in the countryside, not to do farm work. But she looked so much thinner. It's not like she was visiting relatives. It looked more like she was fleeing from danger. Still surprised, Sumujin watched as Su Zhaoying opened her bag and took out a small box, handing it to her. Mujin, this is for you. Looking at the box handed over by Su Zhaoying, Sumujin became even more frightened. Give me this? When Sumujin said this, her voice was filled with disbelief. It's not surprising that Sumujin reacted this way. Su Zhaoying's behavior was too unusual. The reason Su Zhaoying went to the countryside also involved her. Now that Su Zhaoying has returned and even brought her a gift? Who would believe that? Seeing Sumujin not reach out to take it, Su Zhaoying moved the box closer. Take it, it's for you. Second aunt. Why are you giving me this? Sumujin still asked. It's not me giving it to you. Fu Wan asked me to bring it to you, Su Zhaoying explained. Fu Wan is the new wife in Lianqing. Every word Su Zhaoying said, Sumujin heard clearly. But the meaning behind these words was confusing to Sumujin. Or maybe, she just didn't want to understand. Su Zhaoying was eager to go home but also wanted to know what was inside the box. Seeing Sumujin's lack of reaction, she urged her. Sumujin, why are you just standing there? If it's for you, take it quickly. Hearing Su Zhaoying's urging, Sumujin finally snapped out of her thoughts. Second aunt, how long ago did Su Malia die? And Song Lianqing has already married another wife over there. Do you still agree? Faced with Sumujin's question, Su Zhaoying's expression became a bit awkward. She didn't want to agree either. But Song Lianqing wouldn't listen to her. He was determined to marry Fu Wan. Fu Wan, a young maiden, didn't mind at all and wanted to marry Song Lianqing. Since both of them were willing, what could she do? Although she thought this in her heart, Su Zhaoying was a person who cared about her reputation. She couldn't even control her own son, and she was even afraid to talk about her son and the new daughter-in-law. She didn't want to say it out loud, especially not to Sumujin. So, Su Zhaoying quickly adjusted her mood, raised her voice, and asked back, Isn't your relationship with Su Malia not good? When I asked you to go to the countryside with me to take care of Su Malia, you refused outright, right? Now that she's gone, you're pretending to be close sisters. Who are you showing this to? Sumujin stared straight at Su Zhaoying, expression calm and emotionless. I just asked a question, not pretending to be close sisters. Even if Su Malalai has nothing to do with me, when I encounter such a situation, asking about it shouldn't be a problem, right? Seeing Sumujin look at her so sharply, Su Zhaoying felt strangely guilty. She wanted to argue, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't know what to say. She could only throw the box in her hand to Sumujin. Anyway, Fu Wan asked me to bring this to you. If you want it, take it. If not, just throw it away. I need to go home now and don't have time to waste talking to you. As she spoke, Su Zhaoying pushed open the courtyard door of the second house and walked inside. Sumujin initially wanted to ask about Fu Wan, but Su Zhaoying left so quickly that she didn't have the chance. Seeing this, Sumujin could only sigh and bend down to pick up the box from the ground. She would ask about it another time when there was a better chance. The box wasn't big, just palm-sized, made of plastic. From any angle, there was nothing strange about it. Why did Fu Wan want Su Zhaoying to bring her such a box? Just as Sumujin was about to open the box, she suddenly heard Su Zhaoying scream. The scream was very sharp and sudden, startling Sumujin so much she almost threw the box away. She finally steadied herself and quickly put it into her shoulder bag. At that moment, Chen Yuehua peeked out from her yard. Mujin? Chen Yuehua looked at Sumujin with a puzzled expression. When did you come back? Why are you standing here? Before Su Muxin could answer, Chinyuehua stepped out of her yard and looked toward the second house's courtyard. I just thought I heard your second aunt's voice. Has she come back? Or did I hear wrong? Su Muxin shook her head. Mom, you didn't hear wrong. It was indeed second aunt's voice. She just came back, said a few words to me, and then left. She really came back? Chinyuehua was surprised. Why did she come back so suddenly? Could it be she found out about that thing? Why was she just shouting? I'll go check. Since she didn't know what was happening in the yard, Su Muxin didn't want Chinyuehua to go alone. She quickly fixed her bicycle and followed her. The two of them entered the yard one after the other. As soon as they reached the middle of the yard, they heard Su Xiaoying scream again. More precisely, it was a sharp, questioning cry. They exchanged glances, both knowing that Su Xiaoying had definitely discovered something. Was it such a coincidence? And indeed, it was just that coincidental. Su Xiaoying finally returned home, feeling happy and excited about the telegram from Song Huaimin. She planned to quietly enter the house as a surprise for her family. But just as she reached the door, she overheard a conversation through the door. It was Song Huaimin talking to Song Manman. Man, if your mom is doing well, she should be back in a couple of days. Don't forget what I told you before. Song Man sneered. What are you talking about? Just that you and the housekeeper had something going on. Don't worry, I promised I wouldn't tell my mom, so I won't say anything. Before Song Huaimin could breathe a sigh of relief, Song Man sneered again. But don't forget, not only I know about this. The neighbor knows, the whole courtyard knows, maybe even people outside the courtyard have heard. Even if I don't say anything, won't others talk? My mom will find out sooner or later. Did Song Huaimin not understand this? Of course, he knew that secrets could not be kept forever. But he hoped for a chance to delay. First, he wanted to make Su Xiaoying comfortable and happy, then admit his mistake and shift all the blame onto Jiang Rong. Su Xiaoying would surely forgive him, and then this matter could be over. Seeing Song Huaimin's expression, Song Man felt even angrier. Dad, what did my mom do wrong to you? All these years, she bore children for you, took care of you every day, made sure you ate well and dressed properly, and was very filial to Grandpa. Why did you do wrong by my mom? Song Huaimin covered his face, looking very tired. After a few moments, he lowered his hand and let out a long sigh. Yes, your mom treats me well. But man, think about it. Can the housekeeper do the same? Your mom doesn't seem like my wife, more like my housekeeper. I not only need someone to take care of my clothes and food, but I also need emotional connection. Song Man had calmed down initially, but after hearing this, she exploded. Your mom is like a housekeeper? Then you fell in love with a housekeeper? You're involved with a real housekeeper. Man, Song Huaimin wanted to explain, but he saw Song Man's gaze go past him, staring straight behind him with shock on her face. He secretly thought, oh no, could it be that Su Xiaoying has come back? What a coincidence. His heart was pounding, and he hesitated to turn around. Before he could muster the courage, he heard Su Xiaoying's familiar scream. Song Huaimin, you! How dare you cheat on me with the housekeeper while I was away? Tell me, who is the housekeeper you're with? Is it from old Wang's family? Or old Zhou's? Or old Zheng's? Su Xiaoying didn't ask if it was her own family, because there was no housekeeper at home. Song Huaimin secretly thought, this is the end, but still wanted to struggle a bit. He turned around, smiling as he looked at Su Xiaoying. Xiaoying, listen to me. Things aren't what you think. Seeing that Song Huaimin wouldn't tell the truth, Su Xiaoying cut him off directly. If you don't tell the truth, just shut up. Man, you speak. Although Song Man was angry and arguing with Song Huaimin and had just mocked him coldly, she just wanted to vent her anger. She never intended to tell Su Xiaoying about this matter. At least, not at first. Later, when the time was right, she planned to tell Su Xiaoying slowly. But now, everything was over. Su Xiaoying had heard everything and was still asking questions. Faced with Su Xiaoying's questions, Song Man didn't know how to lie and could only whisper the truth. Mom, it's our family. Our family? Su Xiaoying raised her eyebrows. When did we get a housekeeper? Thinking of the neighboring big house, she quickly asked, or is it that the neighbor hired a housekeeper? It's not the big house, it's ours. Song Man made a decision and told everything. We didn't have a housekeeper before, but after you left, we found one. Who found her? Song Man's eyes wavered, unsure how to answer. Seeing her reaction, Su Xiaoying thought she was feeling guilty and immediately grew cold, raising her voice several degrees. You found her?
No.
It wasn't me. Su Xiaoying knew her family well. The main house wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the second house, nor would they help find a housekeeper. The old master had lived his whole life and wouldn't do something like hiring a housekeeper. Song Huimin? He used to look down on others hiring housekeepers. How could he have initiated it himself? Song Man also denied it. When all the impossible options were eliminated, the only remaining person was the real answer. Was it Chen Jigang who found her? Seeing Su Xiaoying's face turn as dark as a pot bottom, Song Man hurriedly explained to Chen Jigang, Mom, Jigang brought his cousin over to be a nanny.
It's mainly for me.
I can't cook, and I can't let Dad and Grandpa go hungry. Eating at the cafeteria all the time isn't good, so that's why. When Su Xiaoying remained silent with a grim expression, Song Man didn't know what she was thinking and could only force herself to continue. Jigang is really kind-hearted. None of us expected things to get this bad. Mom, can you please stop being angry? After I found out about this, I kicked her out. My dad also admitted his mistake and promised Grandpa that he wouldn't do the same again, and he wouldn't contact that person anymore. Grandpa asked Dad to bring you back. Dad immediately sent you a telegram. Mom, can we just forget about this? Hearing Song Man's words and seeing her cautious expression, Su Xiaoying sneered. Forget it? Are you really doing this for me? Or just for Jigang? Before, you were willing to marry Jigang at any cost. I didn't say anything. You insisted on living at home, and I agreed. I thought, even if you liked him, I, as your mother, was still the most important. But now I see I was just overthinking. In your heart, only Jigang matters. All your words are just because you don't want me to blame Jigang. Song Man's feelings, exposed and hurt, made her give up and say bitterly, Mom, why are you saying all this? What does this have to do with Jigang? Jigang asked his cousin to come as a nanny. She's here to do laundry and cook. It's because my dad can't control himself. Don't blame me, blame Jigang. Hearing this, Song Huimin's face darkened. This Song Man for Jigang even ignores her own father? What kind of spell has Jigang cast on her? At this moment, Su Xiaoying thought that Song Man's words had some truth. She turned around and looked at Song Huimin. Song Huimin, what do you think we should do about this? Song Huimin was very troubled, scratching his head. What do you mean, what to do? This was already handled before you came back. What more is there to do? How is it handled? I don't know. I want to know. And that woman? What's her name? Where does she live? I want to make her parade in the streets. Put up signs, shave her head. I want everyone to know she's a troublemaker. Su Xiaoying has an impulsive personality, and Song Huimin fears she might say such things. Now that he has actually heard her, his tense heart finally feels at ease.
Fine.
You go. Go find her. When you report her, report me too. Then I'll go out in the street with her. You can divorce me and cut ties. As soon as he said this, Su Xiaoying, who had just been hysterical, suddenly lost her energy.
You
know I can't do that. Su Xiaoying stared at Song Huimin, tears falling nonstop. I used to wonder why Liancheng, who was doing so well, suddenly changed. Turns out, a son is just like his father. Liancheng now is exactly like you. But really, he surpassed you. Song Liancheng knows that after Su Malia dies, he wants me to step in and force him to marry again. That way, he gets what he wants without others criticizing him. Compared to him, you as a father are not enough to look at. Hearing this, Song Huimin felt strange. What's wrong with Liancheng? Marry again? He married someone else? Who told him to marry again? The previous wife, Su Malia. We didn't agree, but he insisted. That caused so much trouble. The child was lost, and he died. That's enough bad luck. How can he marry someone else without permission? In a place like the production team, what kind of woman can he marry? You're his mother. Why didn't you stop him? Why did you just watch him cause trouble? Su Zhaoying sneered. I can't even control my own husband. How can I control him? Why are you so excited? Did you hear he's marrying again and want to marry someone else too? Do I need to die so I can make room for your new wife? Just moments ago, Song Huaimin looked furious, but after hearing this, his expression changed repeatedly. We're talking about Lian Cheng. Why are you bringing me into this? If I really wanted a divorce, wouldn't I have done it already? If I wanted to marry someone else, would I let her leave? Can you stop thinking nonsense? Am I just imagining things? Su Zhaoying was angry and laughed. Is it really my imagination, or are you just not acting properly? When you were messing around, did you think about whether I'd get mad? Enough. Song Huaimin stood up, kicked the table in front of him with a loud bang. Are you done? Are you going to keep talking? The matter has already happened. If you want a divorce, then just get one. If you don't want a divorce, then stop causing trouble here. I have other things to do, so I'm leaving now. After saying this, Song Huaimin left the living room directly. Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua, who were standing in the yard, didn't expect Song Huaimin to come out suddenly. The three of them looked at each other, feeling a bit awkward. Fortunately, Song Huaimin only glanced at Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua before angrily walking away, so the situation wasn't too embarrassing. Seeing Song Huaimin leave, Su Muxin finally looked at Chen Yuehua and said, Mom, maybe we should go home now. Su Zhaoying must be angry right now. If Chen Yuehua goes in to comfort her, it probably won't help and might even make Su Zhaoying use her as a punching bag. Their personal matters are better left alone by outsiders. Chen Yuehua nodded and said, let's go home. Although she and Su Zhaoying have been sisters-in-law for over 20 years, their relationship isn't very close. She definitely wouldn't rush to comfort Su Zhaoying at this moment. Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua went home together. Chen Yuehua continued cooking in the kitchen, while Su Muxin played with Su Boyo for a while. After lunch, Su Muxin finally went back to her room and took out a small box from her bag. The box wasn't locked and was easy to open. Inside was a small toy Doraemon. It's only the 1970s now, and Doraemon hadn't started serialization yet, let alone made toys. Normally, such a small toy wouldn't exist. But clearly, this is an abnormal situation. Fu-Wan wants to use this toy to show her identity. Or maybe she's using it to test Su Muxin. The sentence in Su Malalai's letter about being the author probably refers to Fu-Wan. The novel's author traveled into the story and married the male lead. For a moment, Su Muxin's mind was buzzing. But she quickly calmed down. Fu-Wan is testing her. If she doesn't admit it, what's Fu-Wan going to do? As long as she doesn't admit it, what can Fu-Wan do to her? Right now, the most important thing is to figure out what Fu-Wan really wants. If she hadn't fallen out with Song Lianqing, she and Fu-Wan probably wouldn't have conflicts and could live their own lives without bothering each other. But now, she and Song Lianqing are practically at odds. Fu-Wan married Song Lianqing, so she must be on his side. Just thinking about it makes Su Muxin feel overwhelmed. She always has a feeling that Song Lianqing and Fu-Wan will come back very soon. Although she didn't know exactly how they would come back, she had a strong feeling about it. Thinking of this, Su Muxin felt even more heavy-hearted. It seemed that peaceful days wouldn't last much longer. After seeing off Su Zhaoying, Song Lianqing took more than 2 hours to finally return home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Fu-Wan lying on the Kong playing a game. Fu-Wan was holding something called a game console. Whenever he was free, Fu-Wan would play with it. He learned how to use it from Fu-Wan, but he didn't find it very interesting and didn't understand why Fu-Wan liked it so much. Song Lianqing continued walking forward. When he reached the edge of the Kong, Fu-Wan didn't look up and said, "You're back." "Yes, I'm back." Song Lianqing sat down beside Fu-Wan. "Why did you give that thing to Su Muxin? What is it?" It was a small toy with blue and white colors, looking a bit cute, but nothing special besides that. Only children would probably like such things. That is a character from a cartoon. The cartoon hasn't been drawn yet, so you don't know it. People living in this era also don't recognize it. Only those with a similar background as mine can recognize it. I was testing Su Mushin. If she finds out that there's another person with her background, and she clearly knows her secrets, what do you think she would do? Would she be very nervous? At this point, Fu Wan finally looked up at Song Lianqing. Although I can't see it, I can imagine how surprised Su Mushin would be when she sees that doll, and how anxious she would feel. I want to make her nervous and afraid every day, so I can avenge you. Fu Wan stared intently at Song Lianqing's face, with admiration and greed in her eyes. Song Lianqing was a character she liked very much. He was the hero she created according to her preferences. His appearance, figure, and personality were all her favorite types. She was just an ordinary person, plain looks, average height, average figure, and not very good at writing. But she never expected that after her sudden death from overwork, she would somehow end up inside the story she wrote, and even meet her favorite male lead. When she first saw Song Lianqing, she thought it was just a coincidence. Same name, same appearance that matched her aesthetic. But after learning more, she realized that this was indeed Song Lianqing from her story. But in her book, Song Lianqing was supposed to be successful and rise to fame easily. Why did he go to the countryside? She finally found a chance to be alone with Song Lianqing and asked him clearly what was going on. When she learned that Su Malia was actually a reborn person who had taken Song Lianqing from Su Mushin, Fu Wan no longer liked Su Malia. In her view, it was all because Su Malia's rebirth, a foolish girl, caused Song Lianqing to go downhill. She told Song Lianqing her identity and said she could help him. This finally made Song Lianqing agree to marry her and get rid of Su Malia. But that alone was not enough. Although Su Mushin might have been possessed, she was still the heroine of this story. To live her best life, she also had to deal with Su Mushin and Song Qinian. That Song Qinian was her most hated person. The admiration and affection in Fu Wan's eyes were clear to Song Lianqing. He was very pleased and proud of this. It didn't matter if Su Mushin didn't like him, or if Su Malia was a burden. Now Fu Wan liked him and was helping him. He believed he would soon return to the capital city. Not only could he go back, but he might even live better than before. In fact, he should thank Su Mushin and Song Qinian. If they hadn't found a way to bring him and Su Malia here, he wouldn't have met Fu Wan or had such a great opportunity. A hint of pride flashed in Song Lianqing's heart. He moved closer to Fu Wan, embraced her shoulders, and leaned into her ear, softly blowing air. Wan really treats me well. His voice was low and gentle, seeming to echo in her ear, but Fu Wan felt it was like it was entering her heart. This feeling made her shiver. Fu Wan's body trembled slightly. She looked up at the close Song Lianqing, her eyes becoming obsessed. She truly liked Song Lianqing so much. Song Lianqing moved even closer. Wan, I really want to take you to the capital to see where I live. To see everything you've created for me. I will, Fu Wan said firmly. Soon, we will go back. I believe in you, Wan. Su Mushin didn't put the small box Fu Wan gave her away. Instead, she openly placed it on the table. She had already thought about how to respond once she saw Fu Wan. Although she knew Fu Wan would return eventually, she wasn't in a hurry since she wasn't sure when that would happen. She decided to wait until she saw her in person. Even if Fu Wan really was the original creator, so what? This place was no longer the world Fu Wan had created. Everyone was an outsider, and who could say who was happier? She rested at home all afternoon. The next morning, Su Mushin packed her things and went out to work again. Just as she stepped outside, she saw Su Zhaoying, looking very dirty and disheveled. Su Zhaoying was already quite thin. She had been upset yesterday and probably didn't sleep well last night. Today, she hadn't even washed up. At this moment, she looked much older than her real age. Even though she didn't like Su Zhaoying very much, seeing her like this made Su Mushin feel complicated. While she was thinking, Su Zhaoying came over. Mu Jin, tell me honestly, what kind of person is that woman? Su Muxin knew she was asking about Jiang Rong. She instinctively frowned. Second aunt, you really don't need to worry about that. What kind of person she is isn't the main point. How is that not the main point? Su Xiaoying interrupted her immediately. I want to know what kind of person your second uncle likes now. I want to become the kind of person he prefers. Yesterday, Su Xiaoying was too shocked and angry, so she argued with Song Huaimin and said many harsh things. But after Song Huaimin left, she quickly calmed down. Since marrying Song Huaimin, she hadn't worked a single day or earned any money. Because Song Huaimin was climbing higher and higher, and the Song family was powerful, her own family was also flattering her. But if Song Huaimin really divorced her, she would have no money and probably couldn't find a job. The people from her family who flattered her might even look down on her. Thinking about the possibility of never being able to live in the big courtyard again, Su Xiaoying felt very upset. She had already lived half her life, and her son and daughter were married. If she divorced now, how would she live in the future? She absolutely couldn't divorce Song Huaimin. Not only that, she had to win back his heart. Thinking this, Su Xiaoying took a few steps forward and reached out to grab Su Muxin's bicycle handlebar. Fortunately, Su Muxin was pushing the bike and wasn't riding it. Otherwise, with Su Xiaoying's sudden action, she might end up pulling her out of the car. Su Xiaoying looked at Su Muxin with longing eyes. Muxin, even if second aunt is begging you, can you please talk to her? Seeing Su Xiaoying like this, Su Muxin furrowed her brows even more. Second aunt, why don't you ask Song Man about this? The housekeeper lives with you, and Song Man sees her every day. She knows more than I do. I asked her.
She didn't tell me.
If Song Man won't tell me, then I definitely can't tell you. Su Muxin said straightforwardly. Second aunt, one person can't become another person. Even if you can pretend temporarily, you can't pretend forever. And besides, Su Xiaoying and Jiang Rong are completely different people. Even if Su Xiaoying wants to fake it, she simply can't. If she ends up looking like a dog instead of a tiger, wouldn't that be even more upsetting? Hearing Su Muxin's refusal, Su Xiaoying's expression immediately turned cold. Such a small thing, and you won't help me? Forget it. If you don't want to tell me, I can ask others. There are so many people in the big yard. Seeing Su Xiaoying so persistent, Su Muxin felt helpless. But since Su Xiaoying insisted, she could only go along with her. Su Muxin got on her car to go to work, while Su Xiaoying found others in the yard. When they saw Su Xiaoying come over, the few people talking together looked at each other excitedly. They wanted to find Su Xiaoying, but felt shy. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoying came to look for them first. Xiaoying, are you okay? Yeah, Xiaoying, don't overthink things. It's nothing serious. Men, when they are tempted by those charming women, it's normal. Don't take it to heart. These words sounded like comfort, but if you think carefully, you can sense something strange. Su Xiaoying didn't miss the hint. She just pretended not to hear. That woman, what kind of person is she? Have you guys seen her? Hearing this question, the group looked at each other, hesitant whether to continue. Seeing they wouldn't speak, Su Xiaoying became anxious. I'm just curious, I have no other thoughts. If others are hiding things from me, and you all are close to me, you shouldn't hide it from me too, right? The group looked at each other again. Are they really close to Su Xiaoying? Seeing Su Xiaoying looking eager, a few people really wanted to hear the gossip, so they finally spoke. That woman is named Jiang Rong. You don't know, she looks so charming. She's basically a fox spirit. Jiang Rong. Su Xiaoying repeated these two words silently. Although she hadn't seen her in person yet, just hearing the name made her sure she wasn't a good person. While she was thinking this, she heard the others speak again. That Jiang Rong has big eyes and a small mouth, with red lips and white teeth. I heard she's almost 40, but she looks only 31. Those eyes, when she looks at people, seem to be teasing them. Not just men, even I, a woman, can't stand it. Her figure is pretty good. Even though she's dressed warmly in winter, her waist twists so nicely when she walks. Her chest and hips are so attractive. Exactly. Why is it that women can be so different? Before Su Zhaoying could fully process what she was hearing, she saw the group continue talking, and her face gradually turned pale. Is it really like this? So, Jiangrong is really like that? No wonder neither Man nor Sima Jin wanted to talk to her anymore. Sima Jin once said that a person can't change into someone else. She had just mocked Sima Jin for saying that, but now she realized Sima Jin was right. She thought Jiangrong was gentle and caring, and she could learn from her. But it turns out she's beautiful and has a good figure. How can she learn that? The others kept talking, but they saw Su Zhaoying's face turn even whiter. Seeing her like this, no one dared to say more. Someone regretted speaking so much earlier and cautiously asked, "Zhaoying, are you okay?"
Huh.
Su Zhaoying looked at the speaker and shook her head.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Although she said she was okay, everyone knew she wasn't. It was obvious she was in trouble, and it was a big problem. She wanted to explain, but Su Zhaoying had no intention of listening. She turned around and walked away, lost and dejected. Watching her leave, some people couldn't help but worry. Could something happen to her? What could happen? Anyway, that fox spirit has left. Song Huaimin probably won't dare to divorce her. That's true. The gossip from the people behind her, Su Zhaoying didn't ignore it, but she chose to pretend she didn't hear. At this moment, she didn't want to talk to anyone. She just wanted to be alone and have some quiet time. When Su Muxin arrived at the hospital, she immediately sensed something was wrong. She went straight to the office, but before she could ask, Dr. Huang spoke first. "Muxian, you're finally here. You don't know Luan is in big trouble." Su Muxin's heart immediately tightened. Dr. Huang, what happened to her? She wasn't referring to her husband, Feng Cheng, who had already been taken away. What else could have happened? Dr. Huang sighed. Feng Cheng was taken by the police, and her son came here. He's 8 years old this year. At this age, children can help out a bit, like taking care of Zhongwan. We all thought he was here to look after Zhongwan, so no one paid much attention. But it turns out, he wasn't here to take care of Zhongwan at all. Hearing this, Su Muxin had a guess in her mind. A guess she didn't want to believe. Dr. Huang didn't know what Su Muxin was thinking and continued talking. There's another patient in the same ward as Zhongwan, but she was discharged yesterday, so today, only Zhongwan and her 8-year-old son are in that ward. The nurse just checked the ward and found Zhongwan with a knife wound, blood all over the bed, and the blanket turned red. What she didn't want to believe became reality. Su Muxin suddenly didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she finally found her voice. "Is Zhongwan still alive?" Dr. Huang sighed. "That's a small blessing in misfortune. She's alive and being rescued, but what will happen next is uncertain." Hearing this, Su Muxin's heart sank even more. This was hardly good news. Not because she particularly liked Zhongwan. In fact, it had nothing to do with Zhongwan herself or her preferences. But seeing an 8-year-old child stabbing his injured mother was truly heartbreaking. How could this happen? And what about the boy? The police have already arrived and are questioning him, right in that ward. Su Muxin hesitated for a moment, but decided to go see for herself. "Dr. Huang, I want to go see." Dr. Huang heard this and was not surprised at all. "I knew you would want to go see for yourself. Go ahead. When you come back, tell me what you saw." He was also very curious to know what kind of reason would make a son hurt his mother with his own hands. Su Muxin looked serious and nodded, then headed toward the hospital room where Zhongwan had stayed before. As soon as she reached the door, she heard Zhang Chong talking inside. Knowing that Zhang Chong was there, Su Muxin felt confident. If it had been other police officers, she might not have been allowed in. But since it was Zhang Chong, she didn't worry. Su Muxin knocked on the door, which was quickly opened. It was Zhang Chong who opened it. Seeing Su Muxin, Zhang Chong looked surprised, but still let her in. Su Muxin came because she had heard about the situation and wanted to ask what was going on. Inside the room, there were 2 police officers, one of whom was a woman. Opposite the woman sat an 8-year-old boy. The boy kept his head down and Su Muxin couldn't see his face clearly or guess what he was thinking. The female police officer looked at Su Muxin but said nothing, then turned her attention to the boy. Feng En, what really happened with the knife on your mom? Was it an accident? If you don't tell us now, we can ask her when she wakes up. Talking now is good for you. Even if you did something wrong, as long as you sincerely apologize, you can be forgiven. The female officer's voice was very gentle. It was clear that Feng En's body slightly shook, showing he was moved. Sure enough, after a moment, Feng En raised his head. Who told her to make you take my dad away? Dad is the best to us. I don't want Dad to be taken away.
She's so mean.
Good news. Feng En finally spoke. Bad news. Feng En hated his mother so much. Could it be that Zhongwan really wasn't a good mother? The female police officer didn't expect Feng En to say that, and she looked surprised. Then she looked up at Lu Chong. Seeing Lu Chong nod, she continued to ask, "Are you saying your mom is usually not nice to you?" Feng En probably had calmed down, or decided there was no need to hide anymore. After the police asked, he immediately answered, "Dad is good to us. Dad secretly buys us delicious food. He secretly takes us out to play. When we don't want to go to school, Dad asks for a leave. When we don't want to do homework, Dad never forces us. Mom is so mean, always making us do things we don't like. I don't like Mom." Feng Cheng becomes more and more excited, and on his young face, at this moment, a deep dislike appears. He wasn't joking just now. It's not childish nonsense. He really hates Zhongwan. Even hates her. Seeing Feng Cheng like this, neither Su Mujin nor Zhang Chong knows what to say. Kids' thoughts are really different from adults. Feng Cheng's actions are not good for Feng En and the others. But to Feng En, Feng Cheng is a good dad, and Lu Wan, who always controls him, is a bad mom. The female police officer only her thoughts and then asks, "Did you do the thing with the knife, Feng En?" "I did." Feng En admits happily this time. Dad said, "I am a kid, and since I am my mom, even if I really did something, the police wouldn't do anything to me. Dad said this is just to make Mom suffer a little, let her learn what to do and what not to do so she can be a good mom and a good wife later. I was helping Mom. I didn't do anything wrong." Everyone, who had been looking complicated just now, was stunned after hearing Feng En's words. What did Feng En just say? The female police officer looked eager but quickly asked, "Do you mean that your dad told you to do that?" Feng En nodded. "Yes." Su Mujin thought for a moment and softly asked, "Last time, when you left a fruit knife here, was that also your dad's idea?" Feng En looked over strangely. "How do you know I left a fruit knife?" "Dad said Mom needed a fruit knife, so I left the small knife. When Mom saw it, she would know what to do." Her suspicion was confirmed. Su Mujin felt cold all over, not happy at all. Seeing Feng Cheng so gentle, innocent, and wronged, who would have thought he was capable of this? At this moment, Su Mujin's back was sweating cold. Lu Chong and the others also looked serious, realizing the situation was more serious than they thought. After Feng Cheng was taken away yesterday, he kept crying out for justice. His sincere and pitiful look made them doubt whether Lu Wan was lying or if they had really caught the wrong person. But now it seems they were all fooled by Feng Cheng. In the police station, facing the officers, Feng Cheng dared to lie so calmly, pretending to be the victim wrongly accused. Pretending to be a good husband outside was very easy for him. No wonder Lu Wan hadn't said anything before. She probably thought that even if she spoke, no one would believe her. Feng En saw everyone silent and started to feel anxious. "Why aren't you saying anything? I've told you everything. When will you let my dad come back? My dad really cares about my mom. After this, my mom must know she was wrong." Every time Feng En spoke, Su Mujin's eyebrows twitched sharply. This kid was really spoiled by Feng Cheng. Lu Chong and two others shared the same thought. Just as Lu Chong was about to speak, there was a knock on the door of the ward. "Lu Police, Lu Wan has been rescued. She will be brought back to this ward soon." Feng En was even more excited and worried. Dad was right. If you stab here, Mom won't be in trouble. She'll learn her lesson and know what to do or not do in the future. "Uncle, Auntie, my mom will be back soon. When will you let my dad come back?" Lu Chong couldn't hold back anymore and sneered coldly. "When will your dad come back?" Your dad isn't coming back. Not only did he attack and attempt to kill, but he also encouraged his 8-year-old son to harm his own mother. Such a beast. Even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough. My dad isn't coming back? Feng looked shocked and confused. Why isn't my dad coming back? Why won't you let my dad come back?
No.
My dad must come back. No one paid attention to his insistence. Whether he could come back wasn't up to him. Lu Chong stood up. Not only can your dad come back, but you're coming with us to the police station. Although Feng was too young to take legal responsibility, he still had to be taken back first. As for what happens next, step by step. Lu Chong didn't take Feng away immediately, but waited until Lu Wan was sent back to the ward. Lu Wan was still not awake, lying silently on the hospital bed. Her appearance made anyone who saw her sigh with pity. Lu Chong pointed at Lu Wan and said to Feng, "Look, this is how your mother looks now. If the nurse hadn't found her in time, or if the rescue hadn't been quick, she might have already died. Do you still think you're not at fault? Do you still believe your father is right?" Feng pursed her lips. "But my dad said that stabbing there wouldn't kill anyone. Mom did something wrong, so she has to be punished." Hearing this, Su Mujin felt something was strange. Could it be that Lu Wan had been punished before for similar reasons? "Have you punished your mother before?"
Su Muin asked softly.
Although she asked this question, she didn't really want to hear the answer. But Feng disappointed her. Not only did Feng answer, but her answer was also hard for Su Mujin to accept.
Yes.
"Since I was young, when Mom did something wrong, she had to be punished. Dad made us help punish her together. Enough." Lu Chan couldn't listen anymore and interrupted Feng. "Let's go. Right now, we're going back to the police station. Dr. Su, Lu Wan is temporarily entrusted to the hospital." Lu Chong and the others took Feng and left. Su Mujin didn't rush to leave. She watched Lu Wan on the bed. Lu Wan's face was even paler than before, and her chest rose and fell very faintly. If you didn't look carefully, you might not notice at all. She used to think Lu Wan was overly delicate, not willing to speak when asked questions. But now, Su Mujin felt a complex mix of emotions. Lu Wan wasn't unwilling to speak. She knew that even if she did, no one might believe her. Feng Cheng's plan was too successful. He had completely crafted a good husband image. Plus, her only 8-year-old son, Feng was fully on Feng Cheng's side, so others naturally believed Feng Cheng more. Lu Wan had survived until now, not just by luck, but because she had been enduring silently. Because she endured quietly, she was still alive. Something must have happened between them this time, which led Feng Cheng to take drastic action. Fortunately, Lu Wan was lucky. Fortunately, Feng Cheng and Feng had already been caught. Feng was young and might not face severe punishment. But Feng Cheng, that scoundrel, would definitely pay for his actions. After taking a deep look at Lu Wan, Su Mugen turned and walked outside. When she saw the nurse, she reminded her to watch over Lu Wan carefully. Actually, the nurse would have been more attentive even without Su Mugen's reminder. Lu Wan was their patient, staying in the hospital, and with the nurses present, such an incident still happened. Living in the hospital, even her safety couldn't be guaranteed. If this news got out, how would others view the military hospital? Today, the nurses had been repeatedly scolded by the higher-ups, and they had agreed on a new shift schedule. They must check the rooms every half hour. If this checking frequency still led to another accident, the nurses didn't dare to think further. Such a situation must never happen again. Su Mugen returned to the office and saw it was busy. Seeing this, she didn't hesitate and quickly went to help. Dr. Huang only glanced at Su Mugen without asking anything. Until the last patient was sent away, Dr. Huang let out a long sigh. "Really getting old. I used to see a patient all day without feeling tired. It's only been a short time, and with your help, I already feel sore in my back and waist. If this keeps up, I might retire soon." "What is Dr. Huang saying?" Su Mugen said with a smile. "Don't forget, you still have several years before retirement. Even if you do retire, with your skills, you'll definitely be rehired. There are very few people in this world who dislike hearing kind words." Dr. Huang was not one of those people. So, when he heard Su Mugen's words, he immediately smiled. Mugen, you're really getting better at talking. If you keep this up, you could start working here as soon as you graduate. By the way, I saw you just now. How is Luan? Did she make it through the rescue?
Su mujer nadie heavily. She was saved. But
With a heavy heart, Su Mugen recounted everything that had just happened. After hearing her story, even Dr. Huang, who had been a doctor for most of his life, was shocked and looked surprised. That Feng Cheng really is no good. Su Mugen didn't know much about the law now, so she looked at Dr. Huang curiously. Dr. Huang, what kind of punishment would Feng Cheng face for what he did? If everything is true, Feng Cheng must face death. Dr. Huang's voice was not loud, but very firm. Hearing this, Su Muxin immediately felt relieved. Knowing he will die, then I am at ease. In some ways, the harsh punishment at this time had its benefits. If Feng Cheng's actions had happened in her previous life, they might have been seen as domestic violence. Not only would he not have been sentenced to death, but he might not have gone to jail at all. Thinking of this, Su Muxin felt a tightness in her chest. Legal systems in later generations became more complete and considerate, but Su Muxin didn't continue her thoughts. She was just secretly feeling grateful in her heart. Luckily, this is not the future. Then, what about Feng'an?
Su muxin keptaskin.
Feng'an was still very young and was manipulated and persuaded. He probably wouldn't face heavy punishment, right? Feng'an is still just a child. He said it was all Feng Cheng's idea. He shouldn't be punished much. Even though she had some guesses, hearing such words from Dr. Huang still made Su Muxin feel a quick pang of regret. It's okay, don't worry. He will grow up eventually, Dr. Huang suddenly comforted her. His words sounded vague, and to those who didn't understand the situation, they probably wouldn't grasp what was meant. But Su Muxin understood instantly. Yes, even the smallest person will grow up someday. And Feng'an isn't very young anymore. He's at an age where he firmly believes in his ideas, and in a few years, he will be an adult. If his personality doesn't change, it's hard to say what Feng'an might do in a few years. Maybe.
Muxin.
Su Muxin was suddenly brought back to reality by a call and looked toward Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang, what's wrong? Someone is looking for you outside, Dr. Huang said, gesturing towards the door with his chin. Su Muxin's first thought was that Dr. Huang was joking. But when she turned to look, she saw Song Man standing at the office door. Su Muxin was confused. Why was Song Man here? Why was she looking for her? When Su Muxin saw Song Man, she also looked over at her. The two made eye contact. Next, Song Man bit her lip and finally spoke. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Can you come out? I have something I want to tell you. Surprisingly, Song Man called her big sister-in-law. Where exactly is the sun coming from today? Could Song Man have lost her mind? Even though she was thinking this, Su Muxin still walked out. Song Man looked around and then lowered her voice, saying, Big sister-in-law, I want you to go with me to the gynecology clinic to ask about my health. I don't dare go alone. Su Muxin almost wanted to laugh. Why did Song Man come to see her? Are their relations really that close? Seeing that Su Muxin didn't speak, Song Man clenched her teeth, showing some embarrassment on her face, but it quickly turned into a plea. Just this once, can I ask you for help? We are family after all. No matter how many disagreements we have at home, outside, shouldn't we give each other some face? You don't want others to laugh at us, right? Hearing Song Man say these words one after another, Su Muxin also smiled. It seemed that after this incident, Song Man had become a bit more sensible. She could even say such things now. Seeing Dr. Huang looking at them curiously, Su Muxin smiled slightly. All right, since you want me to go with you, I'll go see with you. Hearing this, Song Man breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Su Muxin wouldn't agree no matter what she said, but it turned out she was a good person. The two quickly arrived at the gynecology department and found the doctor who had treated Song Man before. When Song Man saw the doctor, she straightforwardly explained her purpose. Doctor, tell me honestly, how is my health? Can I still have children? The doctor looked a bit surprised by her question. What do you mean, tell you honestly? I never wanted to lie to you. I already told your mother about your condition. Because you took too much abortion medicine, not only did you lose the baby at that time, but you might never have children again. I told your mother this already, and she said she understood. Why do you act like you don't know anything now? Hearing this, Song Man Man was stunned. After a long while, she finally found her voice. What? What did you just say? Abortion medicine? When did I take abortion medicine? I thought I had a miscarriage because I wasn't feeling well. The doctor was surprised and paused for a moment. What do you mean your body is not good enough to have a miscarriage?
Who told you that?
You're still young, but because you've eaten well and taken good care of yourself since childhood, you're strong and healthy, like a young calf. How could your body be weak? Isn't it because your body is too healthy, and they're worried you might not be able to carry the pregnancy to term, so they increased the medication? The doctor and Song Man Man looked at each other, both unwilling to believe what the other was saying. Seeing Song Man Man's doubtful expression, the doctor also became a bit angry. I'm a doctor, and this is a hospital. I can't possibly lie here. Several people performed your surgery, and more than just me know about your health. If you don't trust me, you can ask others. After thinking for a moment, the doctor added, You don't need to think that all of us are working together to deceive you. There's no need for that. Lying or cheating doesn't benefit us. If we did, we would be exposed, and what would happen to our reputation? Could the hospital keep us then? The doctor had said enough, and Song Man Man, who was already doubtful, now believed completely. The facts were right in front of her. Even if she didn't want to believe, she had no choice. Who gave her the medicine? Who personally caused her to lose her baby? Who made it impossible for her to have children or be a biological mother? Besides her own mother, who else could it be? Even after so much time, she remembered everything clearly. It was Su Zhaoying who brought her a bowl of soup, claiming it was good for the baby. She trusted her and drank it without suspicion. When she took a sip, she felt the taste was a bit strange. But Su Zhaoying said it was the flavor of nourishing herbs, and she believed her, finishing the whole bowl. And then, Song Man Man closed her eyes in pain. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, looking at the doctor with hope. Doctor, is my body really beyond help? As long as I can get better and have my own children, I am willing to pay any amount. As she spoke, her eyes turned red, and tears welled up. The doctor, who had been angry earlier, saw her expression and felt a heavy weight in his heart.
Sigh.
The doctor sighed. I am a doctor, here to heal and save lives. That's what I am supposed to do. If there's any way to help, I will try it. But your current health situation is really... Without waiting for the doctor to finish, Song Man Man understood. It seems there is truly no way left. Song Man Man stood up, feeling lost and hopeless, and walked outside. Su Muxin nodded at the doctor, and then followed Song Man Man out. Song Man Man sat on a chair outside, but did not leave. Su Muxin looked down at her and said, We've finished here. I have work to do, so I need to go back now. If you're okay, you should go home quickly. Song Man Man nodded with a heavy voice. I understand. Thank you for coming with me. You should go back to work. Hearing this, Su Muxin raised an eyebrow. It seems this matter has had a big impact on Song Man Man, since she even thanked her. Although Su Muxin thought this, she didn't hesitate and left quickly. Not long after Su Muxin left, Jiang Rong entered an office in the obstetrics and gynecology department from another direction. Coincidentally, Song Man Man saw this scene. Her mind moved, and without hesitation, she stood up and headed toward that direction. The office door was not closed. Standing at the door, Song Man Man could clearly hear the conversation inside. After hearing only a few words, she understood everything. Jiang Rong was pregnant, and she had been pregnant for a month. A month ago, Jiang Rong was still working as a nanny at their house. Just by calculating this time, it was clear that the baby in Jiang Rong's belly was Song Huaimin's. If it had been before, Song Man Man would have rushed in without hesitation, given Jiang Rong a few good slaps, and exposed Jiang Rong's affair to everyone, making her face public shame. But now, Song Man Man's hands clenched tightly, yet she didn't step forward. Her child had been forcibly aborted by her own mother, and she would never have her own biological children in this life. All of this was caused by Su Zhaoying. Su Zhaoying had ruined her so terribly. Why should she still defend her? Now, she didn't want to help Su Zhaoying anymore. In fact, she even wanted to see Jiang Rong give birth to that child. Lost in her own thoughts, Song Man didn't notice that Jiang Rong had already come out of the office. Jiang Rong had just come out of the office when she saw Song Man standing at the door. Surprised, her eyes changed as she looked at Song Man. Why are you here? Are you following me? Song Man heard the voice, snapped out of her surprise, and smiled. Following you? I have no interest in that. I just happened to come to the hospital for something and ran into you. As she spoke, Song Man's gaze unconsciously fell on Jiang Rong's belly. Noticing Song Man's look, Jiang Rong instinctively protected her stomach. Did you hear that? This isn't your father's child. It has nothing to do with your family. Song Man didn't expect Jiang Rong to say that. She was a bit surprised and caught off guard, but she quickly smiled again. Why are you so nervous? I admit I spoke too loudly to you before and, in my excitement, hit you. But don't worry, that's all in the past. I won't hit you again. Not only that, I can help you. While speaking, Song Man's eyes flickered with emotions Jiang Rong couldn't understand. Jiang Rong looked at Song Man with suspicion, mostly on guard. What do you really want to do? I already told you, this child has nothing to do with your dad. Those words came out with difficulty from her throat. There were others around, and Jiang Rong didn't want them to hear these words, so she lowered her voice as much as possible. But she still couldn't fully control her emotions, so even though her voice was quieter, her tone revealed her anger. Aunt Rong, I already said I won't hurt you or your baby. I really want to help you. Why don't you believe me? Jiang Rong gritted her teeth and looked at Song Man. Then tell me, how do you plan to help me? What exactly can you do? Help you meet my dad, cover for you, and stop my mom from finding out about you. Jiang Rong was angry just moments ago, but now she only felt that Song Man had gone crazy. I think you're really crazy. Playing with me just for fun? You don't believe me? Then what will it take for you to believe? Jiang Rong paused for a moment and then asked, unless you tell me first why you're doing this. Someone who had just been helping her mother hurt her just a few days ago. Why had she changed so much in such a short time? What exactly happened to cause such a big change? Song Man smiled softly. I wasn't planning to tell you at first, but seeing how you are, I thought if I didn't say anything, you might feel uneasy. So I might as well tell you. Before I got married, I was pregnant. But my mom didn't like Chun Jigang. When she found out I was pregnant, she didn't want me to keep the baby. She gave me abortion pills and lied, saying they were herbal medicine to help my health. I drank them without knowing. She must have been very worried that I couldn't get rid of the baby, so she used strong medicine. I started feeling sick not long after. In the end, I lost the baby, but I also hurt my body. Now, I can't have children anymore. A mother, just because of her own biases and preferences, personally caused her daughter to lose her baby and made her unable to have children in the future. If you were me, what would you do? If you don't believe me or think I might be lying, you can ask the doctor. I just came out of the doctor's office. For such an important matter, the doctor wouldn't lie. Hearing this, Jiang Rong fully believed Song Man's words. Jiang Rong paused for a moment, then asked, Does Jigang know about this? Song Man lowered her head. After a moment, she slowly looked up and nodded. Yes, he knew before we got married. But he truly wanted to be with me. Even after knowing, he acted as if he didn't and still married me. He knew that after marrying me, he could never have children. But he still did it. He genuinely likes me and wants to be with me. If he hadn't accidentally let it slip a few days ago, I might still be kept in the dark. I don't even know when I'll find out the truth. Jiang Rong was silent again. She knew Qin Jigang very well. If it hadn't been for Qin Jigang's idea, she wouldn't have gone to the Song family to be a nanny. Qin Jigang dares to scheme against his own father-in-law. How could he not care about the child issue? He cares deeply, probably more than usual. And as for letting it slip, that was definitely intentional. He deliberately let Song Man find out, so she would be upset with Su Zhaoying and grow to like and care for him more. Once she understood this, Jiang Rong felt less nervous than before. She looked around. There are too many people in the corridor.
This isn't a good place to talk.
Let's go outside. The hospital has many seats scattered throughout different areas. The two found a quiet, open place to sit down. This way, if anyone approaches, they can notice immediately. As long as they speak softly, others won't hear what they're saying. After sitting down, Jiang Rong looked at Song Man and asked, "What are you really thinking?" She believed that Song Man was probably upset with Su Zhaoying now. But would Song Man really be kind to her and her unborn baby just because she was angry with Su Zhaoying? That seems unlikely. Besides, Jiang Rong touched her belly and said, "I haven't decided whether to keep this baby yet." Song Man, who had been silent before, suddenly became excited when she heard this. "What do you mean? What do you mean you don't know if you'll keep the baby? It's your child, your own flesh and blood. Do you want to hurt him?" She wanted a child but couldn't have one. Jiang Rong already had hers, yet she was thinking of abandoning it. That's so unfair. Jiang Rong was startled by Song Man and swallowed hard before saying, "What else can I do? I don't have a husband or a boyfriend now. If I really give birth, how can I explain? How do I register him? How do I raise him?" Jiang Rong originally wanted to leave right away, but before she could, she started feeling unwell. Actually, she was pregnant, which is why she couldn't leave. But if she decided to have an abortion, she could still leave. Hearing Jiang Rong's series of questions, Song Man also didn't know how to answer. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Where do you live now? Tomorrow, try to bring my dad to meet you."
This is your child too.
You can't make the decision alone. You should know that the problems you mentioned aren't really issues for my dad. If he wants to, he can help you solve everything. Jiang Rong, although reluctant to admit it, had to accept that Song Man's words were right. The problem she was worried about could be easily solved by the Song family. After thinking for a while, Jiang Rong finally nodded and said, "Okay, I'm staying at Jigang's house now. If you want to bring your dad tomorrow, just come over." Even if Song Man was lying and bringing Su Zhaoying along with many people at home, she wasn't afraid. After they finished discussing, Jiang Rong left. Song Man sat alone, her face showing unpredictable expressions. Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into her mind. She knew this idea was very wild, but she couldn't help herself. What if? What if it could work? Song Man suddenly stood up and quickly left the hospital. She needed to go home quickly and find Qin Jigang to talk to him about this matter. Seeing Song Man leave, Su Mujin finally stepped out. Why was Song Man with Jiang Rong? What was Jiang Rong doing at the hospital? The two of them sitting together just now seemed like they were discussing something. People who didn't know the full story might think they had a very close relationship. But in reality, Su Mujin frowned but decided not to ask further. Whatever they were discussing had nothing to do with her. The second household was getting more and more unreasonable, so it was better not to get involved in their affairs. Su Mujin returned to her office and continued working. She had just gone to see Luan. Luan had woken up. After learning that Feng had been taken away by the police, Luan said nothing, but tears kept falling down her face. Those who knew the full story looked at Luan silently crying, feeling heavy-hearted. A mother, stabbed by her young son, almost losing her life. Anyone would find it hard to accept. Luan had endured until now in that difficult environment. Living this long was already very impressive.
Su Mujin didn't know what to say.
She quietly added half a drop of spiritual spring water into Luan's bottle while helping her refill it. Half a drop of spring water, diluted in a 200 milliliter injection, would not cause any feeling for the person receiving it, but it could quietly help her recover faster. That was all Su Mujin could do for Luan. She returned to her office to work. Meanwhile, Song Man had gone home and found Qin Jigang. "Jigang, I just met Aunt Rong at the hospital," she said. Qin Jigang's heart tightened. He didn't ask about Jiang Rong, only looked at Song Man with concern. Did you go to the hospital? Why did you go? Did something happen?
I'm fine.
I just asked the doctor about my health, Song Man replied, not wanting to say more about it. She continued with her previous topic. I saw Aunt Rome today. She also went to the gynecology and obstetrics department. It turns out she is pregnant. When I heard this news, Chen Jigang felt dizzy. Pregnant? Why is she pregnant? And the baby in her belly. Chen Jigang was shocked, but then he heard Song Man's voice. Aunt Rome's situation now, pregnancy, isn't good for her. Once the baby is born, she probably won't have a proper father for him. But just now, I thought of a good idea, something that's good for both Aunt Rome and us. Chen Jigang looked at Song Man nervously.
What?
What idea? Let Aunt Rome have the baby, then I will adopt him. He can be our child. What do you think? The doctor said, I probably won't be able to have my own children in this lifetime. You said you don't mind, but we can't go on without children forever, right? Aunt Rome is actually your cousin, related to you. The baby in her belly is my half-brother, related to me. So, if you think about it, he's our child, isn't he? Why does this child appear so suddenly? Why did Aunt Rome happen to go to the hospital today? Why did I just happen to meet her? What does this mean? It means that heaven has already arranged everything. This child was meant for us. He is here to be our child. Song Man became more and more excited, as if she was completely lost in her own thoughts. Chen Jigang looked at her face, but he wasn't sure if Song Man truly believed this, or if she was just saying it to test him. Lost in her own thoughts, Song Man didn't notice Chen Jigang's gaze. She was counting on her fingers. Although I'm not showing yet, I've only been pregnant for a month, but time passes quickly. We need to start preparing now. First, we need to get more milk coupons. I don't want my child to drink rice porridge. As our child, he must drink milk. We also need to save fabric coupons, lots of fabric coupons. From now on, I won't make clothes anymore. I'll save all the coupons for the baby. You don't know, children grow so fast. It's true, one day they look different. If we don't prepare enough coupons, we won't have enough clothes later. Listening to Song Man chatter on, Chen Jigang suddenly realized that she might not be joking. She seems to really think that way. Chen Jigang looked at Song Man with some worry. Man, I told you before, I'm not with you just to have children. Even if we don't have kids, we can still live well, but I want us to have a child, Song Man said stubbornly. I hope we can have a child together. If a woman doesn't have children, what kind of woman is she? She is still young, just married not long ago, so no one would say anything now. But if years pass and she still has no children, people might not say it openly, but behind her back, they'll criticize her, call her a useless mother hen, say she's delaying Chen Jigang's life. She absolutely cannot let that happen. This child is just right to appear now. So, this child should be hers. Seeing Song Man's determined expression, Chen Jigang sighed. But would Dad agree to this? If they adopt that child, Song Huaiman would go from being a dad to a grandpa. He will agree, Song Man said confidently. Whether it's dad or grandpa, it doesn't matter to him. Isn't it better to have a grandson? He can love the child without restraint. Not only will he agree, he'll probably thank us both.